Chapter 451 Husband and wife are of one heart. Every day in the last days is like a year. Although Liu used to live in a peaceful city, but after living in the apocalypse for a year, he could no longer adapt to urban life. Therefore, his purpose of coming to this world is to take a look at the city and lay a foundation for the future. The main reason was for Chen Yuxi. According to the information read by the villain's eye, Yang, who picked up the treasure chest, was not hiding the protagonist. He was killed by himself before this Chu Feng crossed over. So in theory, Chu Feng was not attracted by Shangguan Linglong, but came to take over from Yang. Shangguan Linglong and Chen Yuxi are not special heroines either. Like Cangyun and Li Wanning, they are ordinary heroines. Liu can get rewards for killing them or changing their fate. Now 30 full attributes can't help Liu much. Therefore, Liu's attitude towards them is mainly based on strategy. At this time, a certain commercial building. Looking at the message that popped up suddenly on the phone, Chen Yuxi frowned subconsciously. Because this mobile phone number is unfamiliar to her, and the content of the message is also very offensive. But after knowing that the other party was Liu, she felt very strange. In her mind, Liu was a mysterious young talent, how could he make such a vulgar joke with her? It wasn't until after the two met that she realized that Liu wasn't joking. What? You want me to quit my job and work for you? In the afternoon. Shangdao Cafe, booth location. Chen Yuxi didn't understand which song Liu sang. That's right, if a husband and wife are of the same heart, their benefits will cut through gold. Liu smiled calmly, although you may be a little immature in the workplace now, I believe in my own vision. Who is married to you? Hearing Liu's words, Chen Yuxi quickly corrected her with a blushing face. She and Liu met for the second time today. No matter how handsome Liu was, he couldn't bear Liu's teasing. I said I have the ability to predict, do you believe it? Liu didn't answer the question instead, leaving Chen Yuxi confused. We are destined to be together, and no one can change it. Otherwise, why would I, the world's #1 company in the future, ask you to be the CEO? The world's #1 company in the future? Pfft. Chen Yuxi, who was already a little speechless, almost couldn't help laughing when she heard Liu talking about the world's #1 company. Destiny is a fairy tale that even little girls don't believe. Return to the world's #1 company? Mr. Liu, do you know what it means to be the #1 company in the world in the future? Of course I know. Where did your confidence come from? Do not believe. Liu smiled playfully and stood up, come with me somewhere, and I'll prove it to you. Hearing Liu's words, Chen Yuxi looked curious. Quickly got up and followed. Liu didn't take her to other places either, he just took a taxi and took her to the gate of the ICU ward of the largest hospital in Yanjing. Every patient here is hovering on the verge of death. You can pick the one you think is the least likely to wake up. This was the first sentence Liu said to Chen Yuxi after he came to the hospital. Chen Yuxi didn't know why Liu did this, but she still asked subconsciously. If I ask directly like this, will the nurse tell me the specific situation of the patient? With me here, they will definitely tell you. Chen Yuxi looked suspicious, and with an attitude of giving it a try, she walked to the office where the head nurse was. It's just that she thought that she was a stranger, not a family member of the patient. The other party definitely wouldn't make fun of him, but the result was. The inquiry process was surprisingly smooth. Why is that? Mind control. Liu spit out a few words lightly, in their eyes, you are more authoritative than their dean, and of course they will obey you. My god, this is incredible. The incredible is still to come, which patient did you choose? It's the patient in this room. Chen Yuxi pointed to a ward in front, it is said that this patient is a man. He had a car accident some time ago and has been diagnosed as a vegetable by the doctor. If there is no accident, he will never wake up in this life. Well, come with me. Liu glanced at the ward, nodded slightly, then walked directly to the door and entered. With such a natural movement, Chen Yuxi didn't even have time to stop it. Hey, what are you doing? Who let you in? The ICU ward is the intensive care unit. In order to ensure that the patient can recover smoothly, there is usually only one patient in it. Seeing Liu and Chen Yuxi coming in, the patient's family immediately stepped forward to stop them. To shut up! Snapped. Liu snapped his fingers, and the two family members of the patients froze in place for an instant. Looking at this scene again, Chen Yuxi was dumbfounded. Before she could react, Liu had already put his hand on the male patient's forehead. After sensing for about 10 seconds, the healing technique was activated. After 1 minute, the healing ends. 3 minutes later, the male patient with various tubes inserted all over his body opened his eyes. Water, I want to drink water. A weak voice came, Liu retired and took Chen Yuxi out of the ward. Hearing the exclamation and joyful cries from the patient's family behind him, Chen Yuxi's astonishment could no longer be described in words. Where are you sacred? Liu didn't answer, but said, the pharmaceutical company I'm going to open, although the drugs in it are less effective than my ability, but they can also treat many diseases that cannot be cured by modern medicine. Even an old and dying person can live for another 3 to 5 years. Not only that, but I have also mastered the world's top science and technology. Even if it is a spaceship, if you give me a little time, I can build it. You said that with these things, my company can become the number 1 in the world. Can it become number 1 in the world? Isn't this nonsense? If before this, Chen Yuxi would have won unbelievers. After all, no matter how powerful Liu is, he is only one person. Doing business cannot be done by one person alone. But now, Chen Yuxi had a new understanding of Liu. Leaving nothing else aside, that healing ability alone can make Liu the world's top medical expert. This is too unbelievable. Mr. Liu, are you really willing to let me do this kind of thing? What's the problem? I just can't understand it. It stands to reason that we only met for the second time today. I've already said before that you will be my wife in the future. Isn't it human nature to give my wife a chance to show off? This. Chen Yuxi was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say for a while. Because it is every woman's dream to have a handsome and capable man like Liu. Even she is no exception. Now Liu is not only handsome and capable, but also has abilities beyond ordinary people. In this case, how could she not be tempted? Seeing that Chen Yuxi did not object this time, Liu smiled playfully, and moved his arm accordingly. Let's go, my wife, accompany me to buy a car, and buy you another one by the way. Seeing Liu's natural movements, Chen Yuxi certainly understood what he meant. Although she had no reason to refuse, the two had only known each other for 2 days after all. So, she bit her thin lips. Can you give me a moment to think about it? I feel like I'm not ready yet. Of course can. Liu knew that the other party was thin-skinned in this regard, so it was not easy to push too hard. But cars and houses must be bought first. It's just that on the way Liu took Chen Yuxi to buy a house, something happened that surprised Liu. The two sat in the taxi. A large number of police cars sped toward the front of the taxi with their sirens and lights on. At the end of this direction, a cordon was drawn, and the entire traffic was paralyzed because of this cordon. Fuck, it's so blocked. What's going on ahead? I heard that people were killed over there. What? Killed someone? Real or fake? Why lie to you? I heard that more than one died. Listening to the melon-eating crowd who got out of the car and watched and discussed, Liu felt a little puzzled. Yanjing is the capital after all, how could anyone dare to kill people in this city? But the fighting and killing in this world has nothing to do with him, he just thought for a moment and then said to Chen Yuxi. How about we walk there? Anyway, it's not far from the car dealership. Row. Did I draft it? I said I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you forcing me? When Liu took Chen Yuxi and passed by the police cordon not far away, he suddenly heard a familiar roar. Liu subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. A man is holding a woman hostage in a standoff with police armed with guns. Chu Feng? Feng Jingjing. Chapter 452 Meet the Nightmare. This is a jewelry store on the side of Yanjing Street. The police cordoned off the jewelry store and the streets outside. Chu Feng stood at the door of the jewelry store, shrunk his body behind Feng Jingjing, and pinched her neck with his hands. There were several security personnel lying on the ground around him, and Feng Jingjing was also frightened by his actions. Brother, don't get excited, let's talk if you have something to say. A policeman was negotiating with Chu Feng with a loudspeaker. With his astonishing eyesight, Liu saw Chu Feng behind him. And Chen Yuxi could barely see Feng Jingjing in front of her. She went to buy a villa with Chu Feng before and met Feng Jingjing. So, without saying a word, he took Liu and leaned towards Chu Feng's position. Speak well? How do you ask me to speak well? I can't go back to everything. Chu Feng's face showed pain at this time, and his words also contained despair. When Liu hypnotized him before, it just made him lose his memory of the system and forget that Liu followed him into this world. It didn't make him lose his memory of the last days. So now he can remember most of the things that happened to him in the last days. If it was before, he killed someone, he definitely wouldn't care so much. Because crossing planes is a bug skill, it is impossible for the police to catch him. But now. Hello, I would like to ask what is the situation? You are. I am his friend. Standing outside the cordon, looking at Chu Feng who was holding Feng Jingjing hostage, Chen Yuxi explained to a police officer. At this moment, her eyes were full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, the person who took the hostage would be Chu Feng? His friend? I don't know the details, but if you are his friend, come with me. After saying this, the police officer in charge of security directly led Chen Yuxi and Liu to communicate with other police officers. Soon, the two learned a general situation from the group of policemen. Feng Jingjing is Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend. I am still quite beautiful. Originally, she thought that after breaking up with Qin Feng, she would be able to get rid of the difficult life before. But during this period of time, Qin Feng did not know where to make a fortune. Not only could he afford expensive jewelry, he could also afford a hardcover villa. This confused her. Later, Qin Feng humiliated her in every possible way, causing her to lose her job. This behavior also made Feng Jingjing hate him. The current Feng Jingjing came to work in this jewelry store under the introduction of her boyfriend. When her boyfriend came to pick her up from get off work today, the two met by chance at the door of this jewelry store. Feng Jingjing's boyfriend knows that Qin Feng is rich, but he doesn't know exactly how rich he is. He wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, so he couldn't help but mock Qin Feng a few words. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng was in a fit of anger, and the word scroll made his boyfriend lose face. Naturally, there was a quarrel between the two sides. The security guard of the jewelry store knew Feng Jingjing's boyfriend, and on the surface tried to persuade him to fight, but in fact he was venting his anger on Feng Jingjing's boyfriend. Being disturbed by them, the anger Qin Feng had accumulated during this period of time exploded instantly. Without even thinking about it, he just kicked the security guard. Qin Feng has stayed in the last days, and his reverence for life is not as good as that of people in a peaceful world. Moreover, he is also a gold-level enhancer, so the power of an angry shot can be imagined. With this kick, the security guard fell to the ground. The others didn't know how powerful it was, they only knew that Qin Feng beat someone and couldn't let him go. A physical altercation soon broke out between the two sides. The first security guard had a broken sternum, pierced through the heart, and died instantly. Everyone else was seriously injured too. My god, how could this be? After hearing these narrations, Chen Yuxi was dumbfounded. It is completely unexpected that Qin Feng, who was still high-spirited before, would become a murderer. Liu was also a little surprised. He swore it had nothing to do with him. Although Qin Feng is his destined enemy, the protagonist of the system is different from other protagonists. As long as the system is killed, it doesn't matter whether the protagonist is killed or not. Just like the previous host of the live broadcast system, Zhang Xiaodong. Liu didn't think of killing him at first, but he himself came together to die. Therefore, after Qin Feng's memory of the system was washed away, Liu didn't bother to talk to him anymore. The reason for keeping him is to see how Qin Feng can live without the system. Didn't expect Qin Feng to drive himself to a dead end in just one day? Liu said, what are you going to do with him? We only hope that he can give up his resistance, plead guilty and obey the law. The judge has the final say on how to deal with it. However, he is currently in a somewhat unstable mood. You are his friends. It is best to go and persuade him first. If it doesn't work, we can only... Can you just use a sniper to kill the opponent? Before the police officer finished speaking, Liu made up the last sentence in his head. Through the policeman's narration, Liu also guessed what Qin Feng was thinking now. In the last days, killing monsters is a habit. In the city, sometimes I really can't control myself. Now Qin Feng accidentally killed someone, but he didn't have the trump card of the system to give him the bottom line. Impulse, regret, and unwillingness are intertwined in his heart, making him unable to accept this reality for a short time. In this case, it is easy for him to go to extremes. Perhaps in his mind now, all of this was caused by his ex-girlfriend. Persuade him. Hearing the police's suggestion, Chen Yuxi hesitated. She and Qin Feng are just college classmates, and they are in the stage of reuniting after a long absence and getting to know each other. At this time, she was not sure whether she could persuade Qin Feng. What if Qin Feng hurt the hostage instead of persuading him? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Liu spoke up. You go, with me here, you can do it. Okay. Hearing this, Chen Yuxi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded quickly. Liu is omnipotent, if he is there must be no problem. At this time, Chen Yuxi didn't notice at all that in her subconscious mind, she had already regarded Liu as her reliance. Damn, I finally found you. When Chen Yuxi went to persuade Qin Feng to surrender, a man wearing sunglasses appeared around the cordon. At this moment, he looked at the young man next to the police car and couldn't help but cursed angrily. His sunglasses have a radar positioning system. Like a hunter, it can lock the general position of the target. It's just that in this bustling big city, the whereabouts of human beings are not static. Even for him, it took a whole day to find this place. This kid is not only from the city plane, but he doesn't look like anything special? How come there are so many dash points? And that woman, who looks so strong, why is she wearing a hip skirt? Afraid that others won't know how to push from behind. Forget it, no matter who you are, mortals will always be mortals, meeting me can only count you as unlucky. When I think of men begging for mercy in front of me, and women crying no in front of me. A smirk appeared on the man's face. Focusing on the young man, he adjusted his state. Then quietly leaned towards the other party's position. Get ready for your nightmare. Chapter 453 LUUVS Scar Man. Chu Feng is the owner of the Red Alert system. He lost the system, just like he lost the protection of God. No matter what you do, it doesn't go well. During the conflict with Feng Jingjing's boyfriend, kicked the security guard to death. In Xia Kingdom, anyone who commits a crime can be punished lightly. Only dead people are a big deal. Unless he has the ability to challenge a country alone, he can only be caught without a fight. In fact, Chu Feng also knew that he had killed someone by mistake, and it was meaningless to resist. But he is not reconciled? I am a person who can cross two worlds, how can I go to prison like this? After a period of confrontation with the police, Chen Yuxi appeared in his sight. After all, she is the heroine in Chu Feng's script, which has a special meaning to Chu Feng. She understood it with emotion and acted with reason, which quickly calmed Chu Feng down. Needless to say the final result. Chen Yuxi promised to help him find a lawyer, help him get the understanding of those family members, and strive for a lighter punishment. After calming down, Chu Feng had no choice but to give up resistance. His crime of manslaughter cannot be sentenced to death. As long as money can be used to obtain forgiveness from the family members of the deceased, the sentence may not even last for a few years. But no matter what Chu Feng's final result is, it has no effect on Luu. Oh, I didn't expect such a thing to happen to Chu Feng. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in a private room of a 5-star hotel. After solving Chu Feng's matter, it was already a bit late. Luu can only temporarily put aside the matter of buying a car, and come here to have dinner first. Although Chen Yuxi has no appetite, she needs to find someone to share her joys, sorrows, and joys at this time. So the two chatted at the table while eating an exquisite dinner. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Mr. Lu, can you do me a favor? What are you busy with? Help me find a better lawyer. No matter what, Chu Feng used to be my classmate. I want to help him. In her mind, Luu has great powers, so finding a gold medal lawyer is no problem. As everyone knows, Luu has only been in this world for a few days, and he has no network at all. Just classmates. Luu took a sip of the red wine on the table and asked calmly. This. Chen Yuxi was a little speechless, and finally sighed helplessly, oh, to be honest, I used to like him. Chen Yuxi didn't hide it either. He told everything about himself and Chu Feng in detail. This includes Chu Feng buying her jewelry some time ago. Okay, since you're the one who confessed so frankly, I'll help you pay back the favor. But... Luu paused when he said this, put his hand behind his back, and took out a special watch from the ring under the cover of his body. You take this and put it on first. What is this? Put it on first and then talk. Luu's calm words made Chen Yuxi feel a little puzzled, so she took the watch from Luu's hand and looked at it carefully. There are no pointers or scales on the watch. It is more like a metal bracelet than a watch. Without thinking too much, she picked up the watch and gently buckled it on her left wrist. Unexpectedly, just after putting on the watch, the door of the private room was pushed open. It's a man in a waiter's suit. He had a scar on his face, and he didn't say excuse me or excuse me like other waiters did when he came in. Instead, he closed the door first. Good evening, two handsome men and beauties. After saying this, he took out a pistol with a silencer out of nowhere. Who are you? The sudden scene startled Chen Yuxi, and she blurted out the question. But the voice just fell. Boom. A slight gunshot shattered the red wine bottle on Luu's table. What? Chen Yuxi exclaimed, and subconsciously covered her ears. Now you know who I am? Don't make any more noise, or I'll blow your head off the next second. After saying this in a cold voice, seeing that Chen Yuxi didn't dare to speak out again, the man grinned grimly and looked at Luu who was on the side. Pointing the gun at him without any haste. Boy, are you quite calm? Don't you know that your death is imminent? Are you here to kill me? Hearing Dao Scar's words, Luu was a little surprised. His danger perception was extremely keen, and he had already discovered that this person was following him. But he originally thought that this guy was targeting Chen Yuxi. After all, I have only been in this world for a few days, so how could I become enemies with others? But now... Not bad. The man with the scar looked proud, and he was not in a hurry to attack Luu. It seemed that he enjoyed the hunting process very much. I know you are not an ordinary person, but in front of my uncle, no matter how awesome you are just an ordinary person, so, don't try to resist, or you will die a miserable death. Mortal? You mean, you are not a mortal. Anyway, I'm not a mortal compared to you mortals. Seeing Luu's calm expression, the man with the scar raised his gun and shot Lu's shoulder without warning. When he hunts the target, he likes to tease and kill the opponent in a cat and mouse way. So he didn't give Lu a fatal blow as soon as he came in. Seeing Lu's calm expression in the face of death, he was going to give Lu a little color first. Let him know what fear is. His marksmanship is very accurate, it is impossible to miss. But just as the bullet was out of the chamber, he was suddenly sent flying by an invisible force. Boom! The bullet hit Lu's shoulder, and the man with the scar also flew out and hit the concrete wall next to him. His body strength is very high, and such impact force can't hurt him at all. But at this time, his eyes were full of horror. This is mind power? How is it possible? Whoosh! Before he could react, Lu's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A lunge straight punch hit his lower abdomen. The scarred man's complexion changed, and he quickly dodged sideways. Boom! Lu punched the air and hit the concrete wall behind him. The terrifying power smashed a hole in the wall, and there were cracks all around the hole. My Nima! Seeing this, the man with the scar changed his face again, and couldn't help cursing angrily. But Lu's moves at this time did not stop at all, and he didn't have time to think too much. The scar man's fighting skills are very strong, even if he is a professional boxer, he can't do anything to him. But in front of Lu, the gun became a decoration, and the physical fitness and fighting skills that the scar man was proud of could not form an effective resistance in front of Lu. Sideways, punches, elbows, knees, roundabout kicks. Bang bang bang. A series of crashes sounded. Lu was afraid that he would kill the opponent, so he didn't use any abilities in the subsequent attacks. But even so, the powerful force of punches to the flesh quickly beat the man with the scar until he was powerless to fight back. This guy got hit by my Shixiang Gruen Jinsen, how could he still have the strength to fight back? Boom! Lu found a suitable gap and kicked Scar out with one kick. The moment Scar landed on the ground, he had already followed, quickly grabbed the opponent's wrist with a grappling, and knelt on his back. Who am I? So I'm a reincarnation? Say, why did you come to kill me? Reincarnation. Hearing Lu's words, shock was written on the scarred, bruised, and swollen face. How do you know I'm reincarnation? Chapter 454 Is there really a god in this world? Lu's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the scarred man's head to buzz. I have no idea what's going on now. Not only does this guy have such great power, but he also knows that he is a reincarnation? Are you kidding me? To know. Reincarnation is a collective term for people with special powers. Generally speaking, there is a guy called Lord God, who drags some people in this world to a place called Lord God Space, and conducts various dungeon training. These copies are like game copies, which contain mythology, religion, animation, history, novels, games, and so on. And these human beings who are drawn to the main god's space for training are called reincarnators. Although the dungeon of the main god's space is no less dangerous than the end of the world, if you don't pay attention, you will lose your life. But as long as they can pass these dungeons alive, they can also get a lot of reincarnation points just like the protagonist of the system. With these reincarnation points, you can buy various abilities and props in the main god space to strengthen yourself. Therefore, in front of ordinary people, they are gods. The Scar Man's original name was Yue Wei, and he was one of the many reincarnations. Before becoming a reincarnation, he was just an ordinary employee of a trading company. No car, no house, no savings, no girlfriend, and being insulted by the boss every day. A year ago, I was chasing documents at home until late at night, when a dialog box popped up on the computer screen. Do you desire power? Do you want to change the status quo of your life? There are two options, yes/no. He originally thought it was an advertisement for some kind of rubbish game, but he was so messed up by life that he couldn't help but want to play it. After a few special multiple choice questions, he was teleported to the space of the main god, followed by a group of teammates, all the way to the present. Since the reincarnation space is as dangerous as the end of the world, he has developed a cautious character. After receiving the mission to hunt and kill Luu, even if Luu is just a yellow-haired boy in the city. To be on the safe side, he also used up the package of 10 fragrance ruin gin powder he brought out from the copy of Yitian Tu Long Ji. Did not expect. Answer my question first. Luu ignored Yu Wei's surprise, and immediately increased the strength of his hands and feet by 2 points. Why did you come to kill me? Who sent you here? I can't tell. The reincarnated people, like those survivors of the last days, passed the dungeon to survive. Yu Wei is not a hero, he will do anything to survive. However, there are regulations in the main god's space, and everything about the main god's space cannot be disclosed to people outside the main god's space. Otherwise, it will be completely obliterated by the main god. That's why he was surprised that Luu knew about reincarnation. Can't say? Humph. Liu snorted coldly, got up and lifted Yue Wei up, and quickly squeezed his neck with his hands. He slapped him hard against the wall. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the eyes met. The hypnotic eye is activated instantly. After a few seconds, Scar's pupils became dull. UXI, deal with the people in the hotel and don't let them in. Although the sound insulation effect of the hotel's private rooms is very good, it is difficult for the sound of gunfire with a silencer to spread out. But the movement of the two fighting was too loud. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Oh, all right. Chen Yuxi was obviously still immersed in the shock of the fight between the two and did not react. After hearing Liu's reminder, she came back to her senses, but just after taking a step, she found a light blue energy barrier protecting herself. Is this energy barrier emitted from the bracelet Liu gave you just now? Liu, how do you turn off your thing? Hearing this, Liu quickly glanced at it, and at the same time said silently in his heart. Red alarm system, turn off her protective device. Protective device closing. As soon as the system sound fell, the barriers around Chen Yuxi disappeared automatically. Chen Yuxi didn't have time to be moved, nor did she have time to admire the magic of this thing. Quickly stepped on the high heels, ran to the door of the private room, and communicated with the hotel staff outside through the door. But Liu frowned at this time. Because he discovered that the depths of the man with the scar seemed to be protected by something. As long as he uses his mental power to test a little bit, it will cause strong resistance in his consciousness. Is it the power of the Lord God? Damn it, never mind. Say, why did you come to kill me? I received the mission from the Lord God's dimension, hey. Yue Wei's voice was intermittent, and before he finished speaking, he let out a painful scream. Then the whole person began to twitch non-stop. In less than 10 seconds, he foamed at the mouth and passed away. Died. Seeing this scene, Liu frowned even more, and threw Scar on the ground casually, thinking about what Scar just said in his mind. In the main god space, there is a mission to kill yourself? What's up with this Nima? Ding, it is detected that the host has killed a reincarnation person, and the reincarnation world information is unlocked. Please go to the system to check the detailed description of the reincarnation world. Information about the world of reincarnation. Seeing this system message, Liu couldn't help squinting his eyes. Did you kill someone? Chen Yuxi's frightened voice interrupted Liu's thoughts. Although she communicated with the hotel manager through the door just now, she has been paying attention to Liu's situation. After all, people who live in a peaceful world have never seen such a brutal scene. Seeing Scar lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, it was impossible to say that he wasn't afraid at all. At this time, she didn't understand what was going on with these people. Why do you kill people at every turn? Chu Feng killed someone in the jewelry store before, and now Liu killed another one? I didn't kill the man, he killed himself. Did you die? Chen Yuxi was taken aback for a moment, and then asked tentatively, then shall we call the police? The hotel must have called the police a long time ago. You don't have to panic. This matter has nothing to do with you. I can solve it with a phone call. Liu casually comforted him, raised the receiver in his left hand, and dialed Huangfu Qingdian's phone number. The current Liu is not Chu Feng who has lost his system. Even if he kills someone in the city, he doesn't need to care at all. Yue Wei has a high-tech watch for communication and a storage ring on his body. Following Yue Wei's death, the watch chip was burned by the self-destruct device. Liu has no way to stop it, the only thing he can do is to take the other party's storage ring as his own. Quickly. People from the police came, and so did Huangfu Qingdian's people. The person sent by Huangfu Qingdian was named Song Heibo. It's a man in his 30s. After arriving, I showed my ID, and the police stood aside collectively. Are you Liu? Yes. What happened? Is such that Liu concealed Yue Wei's identity as a reincarnator, and told Song Heibo the fact that the other party was a killer. After talking about it, Liu checked the information on the world of reincarnation. In general, the materials are nothing. The main thing is to tell that the world with reincarnated people is the world of the Lord God. And I used the red alarm system to travel to this world, which is an outsider to the main god. Therefore, the moment I came to this world, the Lord God's monitoring system would sense my existence and release the task of killing yourself in time. Chu Feng was originally from this world, so he won't be chased and killed by the reincarnated people. I am an outsider to the Lord God, so I will be chased and killed by the reincarnated people. That is to say, there is really a god in this world? I am Nima. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 455 Seven Kingdoms. God, synonymous with nothingness. Liu is an atheist. Even if he saw the end of the world coming, watched the awakening of human beings, and awakened the system, he didn't think there was a god in this world. But the appearance of the reincarnation broke his cognition. In this world, there is a Lord God. If you want not to be sensed by the main god, you can only go back to your own world. Otherwise, it will be sensed by the main god monitoring system and hunted down by the reincarnation. The longer I stay in this world, the higher the risk factor. It seems that I can't stay in this world for a long time. Coming to this conclusion, Liu was a little speechless. Reincarnation is a very special kind of existence, the more copies they have experienced, the stronger their own strength will be. Although Liu thinks that his current strength is not bad, Scar is obviously a piece of shit among the reincarnators. No one knows how strong the top reincarnation is. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Liu still decided not to take this risk. After dealing with the matter of the Scar, he took Chen Yuxi and left the hotel directly. Can you tell me, who are you? Following Liu to the outside of the hotel, Chen Yuxi asked timidly as he watched the night scene of the big city full of feasting and feasting. Before Song Hebo came to the hotel to show his ID, the police stepped aside, which made her realize that Song Hebo's identity is not simple. But Liu was able to calm down and tell Song Hebo the facts. Today's experience is really a little bit for me. 2 months ago, Chen Yuxi was just an ordinary office worker. But the people and things I met recently are more bizarre than the last. Chu Feng became rich, but somehow killed someone? Liu, who has supernatural powers, suddenly came to him and wanted to be his wife? I had a meal with him, but I met a killer with a gun? Liu easily dealt with the other party and let alone, when the two fought, they were able to punch through the wall of the hotel? This was completely beyond her comprehension. Borrowing the words of the man with the scar just now, compared with ordinary people, we are not mortals. Liu came back to his senses and said casually, but I can't tell you the details, and you will gradually know in the future. Then what you said before are all serious. Of course, I didn't joke with you whether I made you a wife or asked you to cooperate to start a company, but don't worry, what happened today was just an accident and it won't happen again in the future. Said that Liu did not know and took out a bank card and handed it to her. There are 1,000 million on this card, and the password is 66. You first use it to find a comfortable living environment, then buy a car, and register our company by the way, and you can handle the rest of the money yourself. My god, 1,000 million, you just gave it to me. Looking at the bank card in front of her, Chen Yuxi was a little dumbfounded. It's not right to pick it up for a while, and it's not right if it doesn't pick up. The two parties have known each other for only 2 days, and they don't know each other very well. 1,000 million if you say it. The son of the richest man is not such a prodigal, is he? Take it. Liu grabbed her wrist and patted the bank card directly on her hand. Money doesn't have much use for me, the key is how to maximize its value. Are you not afraid that I will take the money and run away? Run and run, I don't care. Liu let go of the opponent's hand and shrugged indifferently. Let's not say that Chen Yuxi is a heroine with guaranteed character. Even if she couldn't resist the temptation to take the money and run away, Liu's loss would only be 1,000 million. What Chen Yuxi needs to pay is her own personal freedom and a chance to become a world tycoon. Having seen Liu's strength and background, as long as Chen Yuxi is not a fool, she knows what to do. Thank you for your trust. Chen Yuxi clenched the bank card in her hand, and bit her lips tightly. I will definitely work hard to complete the job you give me, and I won't let you down. I also believe that you will not let me down. Then I'll call you Mr. Liu from now on. Casual. Mr. Liu, may I ask you this year's Gaijin? 22. What? You are 2 years younger than me. What happened? Shouldn't people like you all look young on the surface, but in fact they are already 70 or 80? Liu, dot. You've watched too many fairy tales. After the episode of the man with the scar just now, the topics of the two of them obviously became more and more. But it will obviously take some time before Chen Yuxi is captured. However, Liu was not in a hurry. After chatting all the way and sending Chen Yuxi back, he returned to the end of the world. Since the time of the two worlds is also synchronized, when Liu went back, it was the next morning. Knowing the urban plane, there are those who have the strength and unknown reincarnation. In order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, Liu has a stronger desire for power than before after returning to the last days. Just when he was about to use the red alert system in conjunction with the treasure box system to flex his muscles in the apocalypse. Lord God, reincarnation space. This is a room that looks very sci-fi and very virtual. A light blue beam of light in the middle connects the ground and the ceiling. The 4 walls are all white, except for the door handles of a few rooms, which let people know that this place is used for living. At this time, in one of the rooms in the reincarnation space, 4 men and 2 women are gathering together, discussing something seriously. Has Scar not come back yet? No, they haven't come back yet, so it's probably more ominous. Damn, what kind of mission did this guy take on? Why did something happen? Who knows? I guess this guy thinks the tasks in the real world are simple, so he wants to eat alone. Humph, can capsize in the real world? It can only prove that he is not good at learning. One of the women was very stylishly dressed, but she had an ordinary appearance. When she said this, there was obvious sarcasm on her face. A frail young man wearing glasses couldn't help but adjust his glasses when he heard the woman's words. It's true, but let's find a chance to investigate. Investigate? No way? Do you still want to avenge Scar? Why not? The main god's monitoring system will soon find out that the reincarnated person dies. At that time, the main god will definitely issue a task in this regard. Solving this kind of task will generally lead to high points. If we can grasp the first-hand information, it will be much easier to complete the task. Damn, so it's for points? I thought you were doing it for brotherhood. The frail boy's words made the woman's face even more mocking. Brotherhood? The frail young man said indifferently, we just went through 2 episodes together with him, how can there be any brotherhood? Besides, for the reincarnated who have entered the space of the main god, emotion is not a necessity. Don't be so straightforward, boy. A young man in black next to him suddenly smiled and said, at least we are still friends, aren't we? Friend. There was still no ripple on the frail young man's face, that's on the premise of not affecting personal life. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. The low-level reincarnators strive to survive in the copy, and the high-level reincarnators can kill each other. This is the iron rule of the reincarnation space. They cannot be violated. In other words, regardless of whether it is high-level or low-level, reincarnators live for themselves. Okay, let's not talk about this. Whether we want to investigate or not, we have to survive the next script before we talk about it. It's meaningless to say more now. That's right, Scar is dead, and there is no clue at all. The investigation alone will take a long time, and it can't keep up with our script this time. By the way, what is the name of the next script? Have you bought information? You have to ask the boss about this kind of thing? Besides the boss, who else has the courage to use the points to buy information about dungeons? Boss, what is the next dungeon? 3 Kingdoms. A copy of history. No, it's fantasy. What? Chapter 456 The Doomsday Contest begins. The boss of the reincarnators is the young man in black. His words surprised everyone. Because the stronger the power of the reincarnation, the higher the chance of surviving in the dungeon. But power is not invincible. So for reincarnators, the closer the copy's power system is to reality, the lower the difficulty. Such as cities, history, etc. But now it's actually the fantasy 3 kingdoms? The power system of this kind of world is second only to the existence of myth and prehistoric. With their strength, how many people can survive? The other side. Liu didn't care about the life and death of these reincarnated people in the urban plain. Anyway, he has already returned to the last days, and the main god cannot sense his existence. In his mind right now, he was also thinking about his next plan, and he had no time to deal with them at all. In the movie that Liu had watched before, there was a saying that was very good. People have dreams. If a person has no dreams, how is it different from a salted fish? Therefore, Liu is also thinking about his dream. At the beginning, Liu didn't have any dreams. I just want to be a salted fish and rich second generation, and live a life of extravagance and corruption as a rich young master. Going to school every day, making bubbles with beautiful girls or something. Later, when the system and the end of the world came, Liu's dream became how to improve his strength and survive Chu Feng. Later, he successfully killed Chu Feng, and his own strength changed drastically. At that time, Liu became a little dazed. In addition to continuing to kill the protagonist to improve his strength and make himself live a little better, it seems that life has lost its purpose. Now the known protagonist, the dead dies, the descending descends. His own strength has also reached unprecedented heights. So what should I do next? Alive? That is the dream of ordinary people. Have food and shelter, and protect relatives? That is the dream of ordinary awakened people. Power and beauty? That is the dream of top awakeners. And yourself? After killing Chu Feng, Xiao Fan, Su Chen, Tang Cheng, and Ye Bai, he already has the power to surpass all top awakened people. Get rid of Lin Chen, and get another chariot fortress that can move at will. Get rid of Ye Yang and Zhang Xiaodong and get 2 systems. Get rid of Lin Feng and get powerful subordinates. After killing Qin Feng, he got a large number of troops and an ability to cross 2 worlds. Today's self, strength, and influence are not lacking. If you don't find something else to do, wouldn't it be a waste of your strength? Don't worry about reincarnation beforehand, let's deal with the world, but it's too easy to do, and it's not interesting. Liu pondered for a moment, and muttered to himself, maybe it is a good choice to fight for world hegemony. Thinking of this, Liu took out his receiver. Ruobing, come here. It has been several days since Liu returned to the last days. Because after he came back, he just made an excuse of I left for a few days due to urgent business. So Lu Ruobing and the women didn't know that Liu had gone to the city plane these days. At this time, Liu was in the room of the chariot, and the chariot was parked at the military base. Hearing Liu's call, Lu Ruobing came to his room immediately. Are you looking for me? Have we known each other for almost a year? Why did you say this suddenly? Lu Ruobing blushed a little, and was also a little surprised, but she still said, don't worry, I promise to be your wife and I won't break my promise, besides, you didn't let me sleep with you during this period of time. I didn't mean that. Seeing that Lu Ruobing misunderstood the meaning, Liu smiled awkwardly, what I mean is, I want to restore the order of the Xia Kingdom, and I am going to recommend you to be the leader of the empire. What do you think? Hey? Restore the order of the Xia Kingdom? Elect me as the leader of the empire. Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing was dumbfounded. And soon realized the meaning of Liu's words. No. This is not acceptable, Liu. Lu Ruobing shook her head, and said hastily, I admit that you are very powerful, but restoring order to a country, or even a city, cannot be achieved by just a few people. You should understand this. And I'm not made to be a leader either. Liu was willing to help restore order in the country, and Lu Ruobing was very happy. But creatures like empire leaders are not determined by force value. Even in the last days, if you want others to be willing to fight for you, you have to win people over first. Lu Ruobing's personal combat power is indeed one of the best among all the awakened ones. But her prestige and popularity are not at the same level as Nangongling in Shanghai. Therefore, if she wants to follow Nangongling's path, it will be much more difficult than Nangongling's. What do you think of Wu Di's ability? Liu asked without haste. After Liu surrendered Wu Di before, he not only made him swear on the oath contract, but also changed the highest authority of his mechanical heart to himself. So Wu Di doesn't have any capital to betray Liu now. With the help of Liu, the military also learned about his abilities. His mechanical heart is more than sufficient for defense, but it is difficult to restore order in a country. What about Chu Feng's ability? Chu Feng? His ability is pretty good, but I don't know what's going on with him now. Speaking of this, Lu Ruobing paused for a moment, and asked tentatively, you won't kill him, will you? That's not true. I promised Shang Guanling Long not to kill him. How could I break my promise? But I know how he recruited those modern soldiers. Hey? You know. Let's go, while it's still early, I'll take you to a place. Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing felt a little puzzled. But still under the guidance of Liu, he drove to a modern base full of technology in the suburbs. The steel-like city gate opened. There are all troops, patrol cars, patrol teams, radars, police dogs, and tanks. Hundreds of soldiers lined up in 2 rows. Seeing Liu bring Lu Ruobing in, the leader of the soldiers had a loud voice. Stand at attention. Swish. As the lead soldier yelled the password, all the soldiers were in uniform. Salute. This is. Seeing such a shocking scene, why didn't Lu Ruobing know what was going on? He also uses alien technology, but this technology is higher than Wu Di's. Liu lied casually and explained, I left suddenly that day just to snatch this technology from him. Now, this power belongs to me. Ms. Lu Ruobing. Liu suddenly said seriously, from now on, you are the highest commander of the Red Police Base besides me. I will not stop you for whatever you want to use it for. Liu. Under Lu Ruobing's surprised gaze, Liu patted her shoulder lightly. Until Liu walked away, Lu Ruobing still hadn't recovered. After leaving, Liu slowly looked up at the sky. Struggling for world hegemony? This should be easy for me, right? Chapter 457 Monster Hunter. There is no doubt that Liu gave Lu Ruobing the Red Alert system, but he didn't give it all. Because the Red Alert system has the same function as the Doomsday Chariot, command authority can be set. This command authority has many levels. Liu only needs to set the highest authority to himself, and then transfer the construction function of the system to the computer at the Red Police headquarters, allowing Lu Ruobing to build buildings and recruit soldiers through the computer. What's more, the Red Alert system comes with the ability to cross 2 worlds. Liu gave it to her, what do I use for myself? So giving her command authority is the best choice. As for why Liu gave her this system, and not to others? Of course it's because of her military background behind her. The ability of each protagonist is very powerful. Liu can't make good use of any abilities that require energy and time to research. And Lu Ruobing, with the help of her father Lu Hongjun, can maximize the effect of this system. After Lu Ruobing got the system, he thought of his father as Liu expected. Although Liu said that Liu would not interfere with all the decisions she made, she still asked Liu for his opinion. Of course Liu didn't care about that. Thus, the road to rule starting from the capital city of Yanjing began in this way. We use the city wall to divide Yanjing into two areas, the inner city and the outer city. The army is stationed in the inner city, and there are exits in all directions, leaving a way for everyone to retreat. The civilians are stationed in the outer city, which is convenient for management and allows them to participate in the base construction. If you encounter someone with ulterior motives, give a verbal warning first. If the other party does not cooperate, we will take those tough measures. The so-called kindness does not control soldiers. After all, Lu Ruobing was a policewoman before the end of the world, so it's okay for her to be a pioneer or something, but it's obviously not suitable for her to be a marshal or general. But Lu Hongjun was different. Who can be named a general in modern society without a little blood? He himself knew what to do at this time. So with the help of Lu Hongjun, they only took 1 month to develop the base to a very considerable scale. In the second month, the city wall began to be built around Yanjing to gather survivors from other places. What kind of awakened group of heroes split up and became kings on their own? All these things are not enough to look at in the face of the military's steel torrent. Although the awakened ones do have the capital to compete with hot weapons, the military also has awakened ones. And they have more awakened people and are more united. What do ordinary awakened people use to play with them? The red alert system can earn points by hunting monsters. Points can also create soldiers. If you give it some reasonable running time, this system can easily snowball and let the human army fight more and more. Therefore, Luu decided to use it to flatten the end of the world. But don't look at Luu who has started to compete in the world now, but most of the survivors in the city are still hovering on the edge of life and death. These people are not even sure if they can see the sun tomorrow. It's just that more than a year of end-time experience has made them accustomed to this mode of survival. 2 months after Luu came back from the city plain. It is located in the southwest suburb of Yanjing City. A group of heavily armed men and horses with cold weapons were carefully searching for something. They are 4 men and 1 woman. The first person is a burly and strong man. He holds a shield in his left hand, a machete in his right, and a bow on his back. In front of him was a thin man. At this time, he was squatting on the ground, first touched the traces on the ground, then grabbed the dirt in front of him, put it under his nose and smelled it. Boss, judging from the traces on the ground, the giant silver-scaled python should be nearby. The person at the head was named Wang Dachuan. Hearing his brother's words, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. Very good, as long as we kill it, we can go to taste the delicious food there again. Everyone, be careful. This giant python has amazing defenses. If you encounter it, don't fight hard. You are responsible for attracting its attention. Let me kill the snake. Okay, boss. I'm the best at things like attracting firepower. Obviously, the end of the world has been coming for more than a year. Regardless of whether they were incorporated into the military base or not, other survivors also had their own way of life. Wang Dachuan and his teammates are one of the special ones. They make a living by hunting monsters. In layman's terms, it's monster hunter. In their team, there is a psychic who can track monsters. This supernatural person can not only track the monster, but also sense whether the monster's meat can be eaten. With his help, Wang Dachuan and others locked the silver-scaled python. The flesh and blood of the silver-scale python is not only edible, but also more delicious than ordinary beast meat. The most important thing is that its scales can be made into armor. Although they don't have a foundry, they can't make armor by themselves, but some basic crafts don't need a foundry. And they can also sell these silver scales to bases with foundries. An adult silver scale python can make at least 4 pieces of silver scale armor. And they only need to pay the price of 2 of them to get the other 2 complete pieces of silver scale armor. The silver scale armor can be worn by oneself, and it can also be exchanged for 100 caddies of mutated beast meat and 100 caddies of grain, which is also an important reason why they can survive in this way. As time went by, relying on their superb tracking skills, they discovered the existence of the silver-scaled python in a dense weed by the side of the street. However, hunting the giant silver-scale python was not as smooth as they had imagined. Because at the moment they are ready to do it. Hey! Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the jungle in the distance, and then a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 18 meters appeared in their sight. This is... Quick, find cover. Seeing this giant eagle, Wang Dachuan panicked. It didn't care about the silver-scaled python that was frightened and fled quickly, and quickly commanded his teammates to hide in place. The red flame eagle, the natural enemy of snakes. Although Wang Dachuan didn't know how powerful the red flame eagle was, he knew that the giant silver-scale python that required 5 of them to besiege and kill him was totally powerless against the red flame eagle. Just when they were looking for a good cover to avoid the scarlet flame eagle, something even more surprising happened to them. Fuck, boss, look at that eagle. There is actually a person on eagle's back? How is that possible? This eagle is trying to throw him off, he is fighting this eagle. My Nima. Boom. With a muffled sound, the giant eagle's head seemed to have been hit hard. The huge eagle lost its balance in an instant, and began to fall to the ground from a height of hundreds of meters. And what a coincidence, it just happened to hit them in front of them. Boom! The huge body hit the ground, and at the same time as it let out a roar, it splashed a lot of dust. On the back of the eagle is a handsome young man. He didn't hit the ground with the giant eagle, but fell to the ground with a light body. Immediately afterwards, he stretched his arms and said something that Wang Dachuan would never forget. Hey, it's a good thing there is Shangguan Linglong, otherwise this thing would be really hard to catch. Grasp? Did he deliberately catch the eagle? What's the situation with this man? As a monster hunter, Wang Dachuan's strength is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary awakened people. But he never thought about hunting monsters above gold. Because of his relatively calm personality, if he hunts monsters above gold at his current level, although he can win, he may be injured. It is very dangerous to be injured in the last days. So if it is not particularly necessary, he will not take this risk. But now, Luu, can you hear me? The handsome young man on the eagle's back is naturally Luu. In order to catch this eagle as a mount, he spent a lot of effort, not only searched for a long time, but also called Shangguan Linglong over. At this time, he was about to sign a dark contract with Jia Yenying, but suddenly he heard Lu Ruobing's voice from the wireless earphones. I can hear you, what's wrong? Haha, I broke through to Sapphire. Break through to Sapphire? Congratulations, breaking through to Sapphire without essence is not easy. Yeah, guess how I broke through? Besides fighting and practicing, do you have other methods? Let me tell you, the food in this small restaurant is simply outstanding. I didn't even finish my meal before I found myself breaking through. You wait. Before Lu Ruobing could finish speaking, Luu interrupted directly, you said. Did you break through by eating? Yeah. It's just that the food at this restaurant is a little expensive. The bowl of beef noodles I ate just now used my 5 silver crystal nuclei. Luu. This is. After being bored for more than 2 months, I finally came to live. Chapter 458 The Restaurant in the Last Days. It has been more than 2 months since Luu returned from the city to the end of the world. For more than 2 months, without the protagonist making waves, Luu's life can be said to be extremely boring. Except for returning to the city once a month ago, the rest of the time is basically with a few women, hunting high-level monsters, catching pets, and finding secret places in the last days. Luu has been staring at this red flame eagle for a long time. Because monsters above the dark gold level will start to have some territorial awareness. Therefore, his concealment of the abyss does not have much effect on the sapphire level scarlet flame eagle. When they met in the wild, the red flame eagle would still not attack Luu, but if Luu got close to it within a certain range, it would arouse its vigilance. The reason why he was able to catch it was due to Shangguan Linglong. Shangguan Linglong's ability is called Le Hun. The soul of music, or the soul of an instrument. All musical instruments can exert varying degrees of strength in her hands. For example, the guqin can release sound waves, and the flute can hypnotize. The direct attack effect is not particularly obvious, but in terms of attack distance and control ability, it is still higher than Qin Xiao's dark ability. With her help to control it with voice at a super long distance, Luu had the chance to get close to the red flame eagle. Where are you now? Hearing Lu Ruobing's words in the wireless headset, Luu asked casually while trapping the injured scarlet flame eagle with civil engineering abilities. In order not to affect work efficiency, he and Lu Ruobing acted separately. Lu Ruobing took Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiu along with the army in a chariot. Luu took the remaining women into the jungle to hunt. Because we are going into the jungle, we don't use chariots. And because he wanted to tame the scarlet flame eagle, he rode on the eagle and separated from those women. I'm not far from the chariot, you can find me by locating the chariot. Then wait for me where you are. After saying this, Luu hung up the communication, thinking about Lu Ruobing's words just now, a smile could not help but rise from the corner of his mouth. The dishes made by the restaurant can help people break through? Hee. Although the meat of mutated beasts can indeed help human beings improve their strength, even if ordinary people eat a little less, they can still be full of energy for a whole day. Mutated animal meat of the same attribute can even help people improve their abilities. But the effect of eating a boost is minimal. Help someone break through, that is even more impossible. Unless he's selling divine beast meat. But is the meat of a divine beast worth 5 silver crystal nuclei? Luu, who was familiar with all kinds of routine novels, immediately smelled the breath of the son of luck. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Luu first fixed a position with the receiver, and then walked slowly towards the injured scarlet flame eagle. Boom! The red flame eagle spewed fire directly at Luu's face. Its flame temperature was extremely high, and it lasted for a long time, soon enveloping Luu's whole body. Seeing this scene, Wang Dachuan felt that Liu was being careless. Qi Yanning also felt that he had a chance to escape. But as the fire dissipated, the figure in black armor appeared intact in everyone's sight. Not only Wang Dachuan was stunned, but Qi Yanning also showed surprise in his eyes. Who is this person? Why are you not afraid of fire at all? After being hit so many times with my spear, you still want to resist? Liu glanced at Wang Dachuan and the others, but ignored them, walked up to Jia Yanning and bent down. Forget it, since you are about to become my pet, I don't care about you. After saying this, Liu wiped a drop of blood on its wound and dripped it onto the dark contract. The familiar black light instantly enveloped the red flame eagle. The civil blocks that restrained it also slowly dissipated, and the red flame eagle became lively again. Liu, did you catch it? Caught it, you come to the direction I left, and I will take you to a place. It is good. That. Brother. Busy. It's all right, I just want to ask you, do you want to go to that restaurant that can help people break through? If so, I know where that restaurant is. How about we show you the way? After the end of the world, Wang Dachuan has been living a life of licking blood, and deeply understands what is most important in the last days. He didn't have a chance before, but now he has a chance. Liu can not only defeat the Red Flame Eagle, but also be immune to the Red Flame Eagle's fire attack, and even have treasures to turn the Red Flame Eagle into his own. A person with Liu's strength, no matter now or in the future, will definitely be at the top of the food chain. As long as he can get a little relationship with Liu, he and his team may become masters. In other words, even if he didn't get Liu's care, after Liu became a well-known big shot, he would have the capital to drink and brag with others. So he just hesitated for a moment, and stood up directly. Wealth are sought in insurance, take a gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Hearing Wang Dachuan's words, Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Do you know that restaurant? You know? Brother, you're not from here, right? That restaurant is very famous in our area. Yanjing City is very big, even if Liu travels, it is impossible to visit every corner of Yanjing City in such a short period of time. What's more, he still has his own things to do, so how can he have time to travel? Therefore, it is normal that he has never heard of this restaurant. But now, the food in the restaurant is not only delicious, but the owner's strength is also unfathomable. Wang Dachuan told Liu everything he knew. It made Liu more sure of the identity of the other party's son of luck. The shopkeeper's strength is unfathomable, and no one has ever seen what his real strength looks like. Meals are also ridiculously expensive, and they can only be bartered. Crystal nuclei are the most clearly priced exchange item. Although it is not impossible for you to exchange some mutated animal meat with natural materials and earth treasures, it is up to the owner to decide whether you can exchange them. The most important thing is that the owner of the store has such a good personality that he won't buy it from anyone. The guests have to abide by the owner's rules. Not only do you have a fixed amount every day, but you also have to wash the dishes after eating. There was once a base boss who relied on being a regular customer and wanted the owner to sell an extra serving of egg fried rice, but they were unwilling. There was once a person who didn't wash the dishes after eating, so he couldn't step into the small shop anymore. Roar! After Liu and Wang Dachuan finished understanding the situation, a woman with wheat-colored skin and strong hands rushed out of the jungle ahead with 3 giant leopard bear dogs. The pressure from the 3 giant monsters made Wang Dachuan and the others almost out of breath. But the 6 stunning beauties on their backs made them unable to bear to take a second look. So Qingyu, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Xiao Manli, Luo Kikai, Sheng Guanling Long. Each one is stunning. Liu. Husband. Let's go, I'll take you to an interesting place. 2 hours later, under the envious eyes of Wang Dachuan and others, Liu and several women came to a remote alley outside the 5th ring road of Yanjing City. Although it's past noon and there's no shop here, but there's already a long queue at the door of the shop. These people who lined up were not afraid of those monsters that appeared by chance at all, and they were obviously powerful awakeners. Liu looked up at the restaurant signboard. Chen's restaurant? The owner's surname is Chen. Chapter 459 Fire Wolf Troop. Chen's restaurant is located in a deep alley in the southwest of Yanjing. This small alley was quite lively before the end of the world. The whole street is full of restaurants, fruit shops, milk tea shops, small supermarkets, etc. When it's meal time, the place is full of hustle and bustle. After the end of the world, monsters strike. The shopkeepers on both sides of the street, those who died, those who fled, those who turned into zombies became zombies. In the whole alley, there was only Chen Chenan, the only survivor of Chen's restaurant. Chen Chenan was also a young man in his 20s. Since his parents passed away in a traffic accident 2 years ago, he has inherited the restaurant of his parents, where he eats, drinks and eats. He is not very handsome, but he is good at cooking. Seeing a large number of monsters suddenly appearing outside, he didn't have the slightest fear. All my relatives are dead, and I am the only one left, so what is there to be afraid of? The big deal is death. However, after he refused military assistance and lived alone for 3 months relying on the supplies stored in the restaurant reopened. Due to the remote location and proximity to the suburbs, a large number of monsters appeared outside from time to time, which made his restaurant welcome its first customer half a year after the end of the world. With the first guest, there is no need to talk about the following things. Through the particularity of the food, Chen's restaurant quickly spread to the surrounding survivor bases. If it weren't for the high price of food that discouraged ordinary awakened people, his restaurant would probably be even more popular than it is now. I'll go, these girls are so beautiful. A fresh face. Oh, I don't know which top powerhouse's pet it is. Yeah, I'm so envious. Hush, keep your voice down, didn't you see the army behind them? Fuck, people from the military? Isn't it? Liu left his battle pet around the chariot, and when he came here, it immediately aroused discussions among the survivors who lined up. Beautiful women, before the end of the world, were exclusive to the rich. After the end of the world, it is exclusive to the strong. The poor and the weak can't afford this level of beauties, and it seems that people have reached a consensus. Originally, with the looks of So Cangyun and the women, coming here would definitely cause some commotion. But Lu Ruobing, who was waiting here in advance, led the army to follow up, so that the awakened ones shut up wisely. The military has made a lot of noise in the past 2 months, threatening to rebuild the order and civilization before the end of the world. Although their bases have not yet been incorporated by the military, they have all been notified by the military. Therefore, they don't need to care about the awakened people in other bases, but in the face of the powerful military, they can only admit cowardice. The restaurant is closed, why are there so many people queuing up? Chen's restaurant is not open until mealtime. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the glass door of the restaurant was closed, but the door was still crowded with people. Seeing this scene, Yan Yun couldn't understand. In this last days full of violence and blood, when did the awakened ones behave so well? It is said that the food here can not only help people break through the bottleneck, but also delicious. Lu Ruobing explained, even if it's not in the bottleneck period, eating it will have a good effect on improving the body. So Cangyun was surprised, any level is fine. Any level is fine. How can that be? After Luo Kekai heard it, she was even more surprised. She knew a lot of things in her previous life, but after following Liu, she discovered that she had never heard of many things. There was Chu Feng before, and now there is another god of cookery. The world is big and full of wonders, otherwise why do you think they are queuing up for such a long time? Could it be a life-type power user? That shouldn't be it. Isn't the power that a life-type power user helps to improve is temporary? I don't know that. Gold-level powerhouses can no longer use the silver crystal core to improve their strength, but they can use the silver crystal core to come here to eat and improve their strength. After listening to Lu Ruobing's narration, Liu murmured in his heart. System. Yes, host. According to the routines I know and the information I learned from Wang Dachuan's mouth, the owner of this restaurant must be the protagonist of the system, and he should be invincible in this restaurant. If I go in so rashly, he won't find you. He will give me a second, right? No, host, this system has a very powerful concealment function, as long as the host is not in a dying state, even if the other party is a god, he will not be able to discover the existence of this system. Hearing the system's words, Liu subconsciously went through the experience of this period of time in his brain. It seems that your own system has not been discovered by other people or systems. Not to mention the treasure chest system and the live broadcast system. Even with such an awesome red alert system, he didn't discover his own system, and instead came to his own consciousness space to bind himself as the host? Thinking of this, Liu nodded slightly. That's good, as long as you can't find it, it's easy to handle. There are only 3 sons of luck who have an old grudge with Liu from the beginning to the end. Chu Feng, Xiao Fan, and Ya Yang who has the treasure chest system. They were the kind of people who had enemies with Liu or the Liu family before the end of the world. Even if Liu doesn't do anything, they still want to kill Liu. But other children of luck are different. Basically, before the 2 sides became mortal enemies, Liu preemptively struck. Liu had never been to Yanjing before. Therefore, the owner of this Chen's restaurant should be the second type. Your name is Wang Dachuan, right? Liu turned his gaze to the burly man not far away. As monster hunters, they have their own mounts, but they are all low-level wind wolves. After following Liu and his party here, they realized how awesome Liu was. It turns out that this guy is not only powerful, but also has a military background? Yes. Wang Dachuan stepped forward with a respectful expression. There are only 50 guests here for each meal, and now there are more than 50 people in line here. Do you have the ability to help me get 11 seats? No problem, wrap it on me. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachuan knew that Liu was giving him a chance, so he patted his chest to assure him. Liu nodded slightly, then you go and do it, and I won't treat you badly when it's done. Okay. Wang Dachuan quickly agreed, and got busy with a few teammates. Liu didn't stay any longer, and walked towards the chariot with a few women. Wang Dachuan seems to be well known around here, relying on Liu's backing, he left the top 10 position to Liu. It was 5 o'clock for lunch, and Liu came back here 3 minutes early. Just as he was about to lead a few women to jump in line, 20 or 30 swift mutant beasts rushed over from the corner of the street. The fire wolf is a wolf-type mutant beast that is 1 level higher than the wind wolf. The lowest level is silver. The huge body, with a lot of smoke and dust, stopped precisely at the entrance of the hotel under the control of a group of awakened people. They didn't do anything else after they came, they just started to drive people away. Today's meal is contracted by our fire wolf army, and other idlers leave immediately. If you don't want to leave, then you are making an enemy of our fire wolf army. The reputation of the fire wolf force seems to be great. Hearing that they were members of the fire wolf army, the awakened who originally wanted to resist could only leave their original positions with a look of unwillingness and anger. Hey, where did these chicks come from? Are they so handsome? Tisk tisk. Boss, hurry up and take a look, these few are of the highest quality. Several beauties, where are you from? Did you also come here to eat? Would you like to have a drink with my brothers? Ah. The people of the fire wolf army discovered the existence of Liu. As the leading man spoke, he wanted to put his hand on Lu Ruobing's shoulder. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Lu Ruobing's wrist was grabbed tightly by Lu Ruobing. If you don't want to die, you'd better be honest. Lu Ruobing's voice was cold, but she couldn't make these people feel afraid. Yo, still a hot girl? I like it. The man gave an evil smile, and when he was about to say something more, the glass door of the restaurant suddenly opened slowly. A lazy voice yawned. Ah, get out of the fight and stay away from my hotel door. Hearing this, everyone followed the prestige. Liu finally saw the legendary restaurant owner. The boss looks average, with many pimples on his face, he looks only better than Xiao Fan. And as expected, he is a child of systemic luck. I open a restaurant in the last days? A master chef in the last days. Chapter 460 Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. Chen Chenan is the owner of this restaurant. When he just opened the door, he looked impatient, but the women around Liu were too eye-catching. Not to mention those members of the Fire Wolf army, even he couldn't help but want to take a second look. Why are these women so beautiful? There are so many faces, waists, and legs that I can't even see them. The moment Chen Chenan was thinking, the conflicts on the street also stopped. Lu Ruobing frowned slightly, and let go of the man in front of her. The boss of the Fire Wolf army raised his hands and slowly stepped back. However, this is just the appearance. The sneer on everyone's face in the Fire Wolf army, and the undisguised evil eyes looking at the group of women around Liu. All prove their true inner thoughts. They are not afraid of the army, and they will not let go of what happened just now. These guys! Liu. Seeing this scene, several women around Liu also noticed the problem. Hurry up and take a step forward to help Liu and several assistants be vigilant. There are 10 women beside Liu now, including leopard girl Caroline. Among them, Lu Ruobing, Luo Kikai, and Caroline are good at close combat. Qin Xiao, Xiao Manli, and Shang Guanlinglong are long-range abilities who are good at magic, physics, and control. Xiao Xiu, Li Wanning, and Yan Yun are assistants. So Qingye belongs to the Soul System, and is also a natural disaster. The battle formation where 10 people gather together is 3 melee fighters with their pets, forming a triangle and surrounding the others in the middle. Everyone has a clear division of labor, and the combat power displayed is extremely exaggerated. Even without Liu, they can easily break through thousands of monsters. Although there is no battle pet at this time, they still set up a battle formation. It's okay, you go in and eat first. Liu sneered, I'll deal with them. Hearing Liu's words, the women looked at each other, and then slowly retreated into Chen Chenan's restaurant maintaining their formation. At this moment, Chen Chenan's displeased voice sounded again. I'll say it again, you guys have to fight and stay away from my hotel door. Liu glanced at Chen Chenan from the corner of his eye. This stuff fits well. Boss, don't worry, we'll just chat with this little brother, we never thought of fighting here. Before Liu could speak, the leader of the Fire Wolf army started to fight with Chen Chenan. Obviously, they knew Chen Chenan's strength, so they didn't dare to shout at him. So much the better. Upon hearing this, Chen Chenan said something coldly, but did not stay any longer. After opening the glass door completely, he turned and went back to the kitchen. Inside the hotel, he is invincible, but outside the hotel, his strength is just that. Therefore, these people insisted on fighting outside, and he really had no choice but to use the majesty he had accumulated on weekdays to frighten these diners. The others didn't know Chen Chenan's restrictions, and they were all in awe of him. Seeing Chen Chenan leave, the leader of the Fire Wolf army spoke again. Boy, which base do you belong to? Isn't it inappropriate to bring so many beauties around by yourself? There are so many beautiful girls, and you are only one person. How can you handle it? Do you want some brothers to help you share the burden? After Ma Jingxi finished speaking with a smile, he shouted to everyone behind him, Brothers, what do you think of my proposal? Not bad. Boss, this proposal is fine. Ha ha ha, the boss is mighty. Boss, 6666. I like being so direct. What Ma Jin said caused the younger brothers to roar with laughter. Some of them are echoing, and some are still whistling at several women in the restaurant. He didn't take Liu seriously at all. In fact, there are not a few people like them in the last days. Such a character cannot be developed in a day or two. Liu met a lot along the way and killed a lot. This isn't the first time, and it definitely won't be the last. You don't even know me, so you dare to talk to me like that? Your courage is commendable. Liu's playful voice sounded, Forget it, I don't bother to talk nonsense with you, so be smarter in your next life. What do you mean? Liu didn't talk too much about being ruthless, so Liu was going to do it directly. Hearing Liu's words, and then seeing the young man who should be afraid or angry, he looked calm. Ma Jin also sensed something was wrong. Just when he was about to take down Liu. Bang bang bang! A large number of spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared around the street. About 20 soldiers of the overtime air force appeared in everyone's sight with a large amount of smoke and dust. Some of them are on the street, some are on the roof, and some are on some broken walls. They are fully armed, holding technological space-time guns in their hands. After appearing, without saying a word, he attacked the awakened ones of the Fire Wolf army. Precise and fast. Buzz. A large number of space light beams instantly enveloped the entire street. 20 members of the Fire Wolf army were directly frozen in place by the space-time gun. This is... Fuck. Kill them. Oh shit. There are a total of 28 people in this Fire Wolf army, plus their mounts, it is equivalent to 56 combat units. The space-time gun of the Chrono Air Corps can't face multiple enemies at the same time. So they only need to use the remaining 36 combat units to kill the 20 hyperspace warriors before their companions disappear to save their teammates. It's just a Chrono Air Corps fighter, but you need dash points to recruit one. One is equivalent to 10 silver crystal nuclei, or 2 gold crystal nuclei. Will Liu give them a chance to kill the legionnaires? Of course not. The moment they launched the rescue operation, the pupils of a fire wolf suddenly changed color. The forward movement stopped abruptly. Pausing for no more than half a second, he turned around and bit his master. Roar! Hey, what the hell are you doing? You bastard, are you crazy? Ah, did I draft it? Facing the sudden mutiny of his mount, the member of the Fire Wolf army obviously didn't react. Before they could react, the second and third fire wolves betrayed their master one after another. For a while, there were scolding and screams, one after another. Damn it, it turns out that you are still a ruthless character. I misunderstood you. Go to hell. As the leader of this Fire Wolf army, Ma Jin responded very quickly. In an instant, it was known that the mutiny of these fire wolves was related to the young man in front of him. At this time, he no longer cared about Chen Chenan's warning. Adhering to the principle of catching thieves and catching kings, he picked up the saber in his hand and rushed towards Liu. In his mind, as long as Liu can be killed, all problems will be solved. This is true. Liu is the most powerful among them, as long as he can be killed, everything else is fine. But just as he was about to rush in front of Liu, a crack suddenly appeared in the space ahead. A crack in the pitch-black space opens. A black panther and a black bear stepped out of it. Ma Jin's complexion changed, and his body quickly stopped. The acting value soared to the limit in the next second. Boom! Boom! He knelt down on his knees, threw the machete in his hand on the ground without the slightest hesitation, and made a crisp sound. There is also a cry in the voice. Hero! Spare me! Hero! It's because I have eyes but don't know Mount Tai. Ma Jin kowtowed to Liu non-stop, apologizing to Liu at the same time. He was completely different from the fierce and arrogant leader of the Fire Wolf troop just now. Life is like a play, it depends on acting. If such a dramatic scene appeared on the screen, it should make people laugh, but now no one can laugh out loud. Even Chen Chenan, who had just entered the restaurant, frowned. What ability does this guy have? It looks so strong. Chapter 461 Awesome, my protagonist. There are many special arms in the Red Alert system. Chrono Legionnaires is just one of them. Such special arms are generally not used by the military. Therefore, the survivors of other bases did not know their existence. Majin is the boss of the Fire Wolves. He and several powerhouses of the same level established a powerful organization. Because this organization is strong enough, the core members of the base don't have a bottom line. So, they don't want the city to restore order. Getting used to that kind of unscrupulous life, let them give up their power and live under others? There is even the danger of being liquidated by the military at any time. How could they possibly agree? As a result, the two sides naturally became hostile relations. They have a large number of survivors as hostages, and even the military can't do much with them. Came here for dinner, and after seeing an army around, not only did they not take these soldiers seriously. On the contrary, there is a taste of deliberate provocation. In his mind, no matter how strong the people in the military are, would they dare to do something to him? Unless they can ignore the life and death of those ordinary people. It's just that he didn't expect that Liu didn't follow the rules at all. The fighters of the Space Air Corps, combined with the mind control he got from Tang Cheng, let him just stand still and issue orders with his mind, and he completed the unilateral crush. Forgive me. Liu glanced at the surrounding situation. Those who were hit by the space-time gun have not been wiped out. For the remaining combat units, since there were 20 more fire wolves than humans, at least half of them had already been bitten to death by those rebellious fire wolves. The rest of the people are struggling to die. As for Macon, keep one alive, and kill all the others. Liu's cold voice made everyone present shudder. When Majin heard this, his pupils also instantly grew bigger. When he encountered a strong enemy before, he always knelt down and begged for mercy, and then took the opportunity to fight back. It is really impossible to counter-kill, but also to seek a chance. After all, human hearts are fleshy. No matter how vigilant the other party is, it is easy to be negligent in the face of himself who has thrown away his weapon and begged for mercy. But I didn't expect that the young man in front of me would stop talking without any carelessness, and didn't give himself away to survive? Fuck you. At this moment, he wanted to pick up the weapon again to resist and escape. But as soon as the thought came here, the saber that was thrown on the ground earlier flew into Liu's hand inexplicably. Majin's complexion changed again. Before he had time to think too much, he turned around and fled. It's a pity that the black light leopard is faster than him. Ho ho! Majin K stood up and ran less than 5 steps when the black light leopard threw him to the ground. The dark demon bear followed. After several bites, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Majin instantly lost his ability to fight. Dying, he lay on the ground, looking at Liu who came over and looked down on him. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Drag them to the next street, don't dirty this eating place. Liu issued the order as if he had never heard of it. Almost at the same time, those who were frozen by the time-space gun all disappeared in place. In less than a moment, the entire Firewolf army followed Liu's instructions, and there was only one survivor left. The other members and those firewolves acted as if they had never appeared before. Even the blood and filth on the ground was cleaned up by a team of soldiers in military uniform. You all remember, my name is Liu, even if you go to pluck the beard of King Hades, don't mess with me. And you come here. Liu looked at the last person. Big brother. Look me in the eyes, go back and tell your boss. Facing the vicious Firewolf army. It only took Liu a moment to wipe them out. Watching Liu arrange the finishing work, he walked to his restaurant calmly. Chen Qianan couldn't help squinting his eyes. Don't you think it's cruel to kill so many people at once? Cruel? Do you think they shouldn't kill this? Liu didn't answer the question, instead, making Chen Qianan speechless. In fact, he didn't care about the lives of these people, but felt that Liu did not give himself face by doing so. Now that Liu said this, he couldn't say anything more. You don't want to receive us anymore. That's not true. Chen Qianan came back to his senses. The visitor is a guest. If you want to eat something, look at the menu on the wall. After saying that, Chen Qianan turned around and went into the kitchen. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of Liu's mouth. Hehe, this Chen Qianan is interesting. After walking to Lu Ruobing and the others and sitting down, he took a quick look at the surrounding environment. The area of Chen's restaurant is small, there are only about 6 rectangular tables in it. The one that can seat up to 6 people, Liu and everyone are divided into 2 tables at this time. Looking up at the menu printed on the wall, it also only has some fast food for 1 person and side dishes with soup. White rice, 2 black iron crystal nuclei. Dried radish, 3 black iron crystal nuclei. Egg fried rice, 8 black iron crystal nuclei. Vegetable soup, 12 pieces. Egg drop soup, 15 pieces. Nuclei can be paid with higher order nuclei instead. The conversion ratio is 5:1 from low to high. In other words, 5 low-order crystal nuclei can be exchanged for 1 higher-order crystal nucleus. Calculated according to the ratio, a bowl of beef noodles needs 125 black iron crystal nuclei. LUU. Seeing this menu, LUU didn't know what to say for a while. Although the more expensive the food, the more obvious the improvement effect will be. But repeated consumption, the effect will gradually decline. And how much it can improve, and whether it can break through the bottleneck with food, still depends on the talent of the awakened person. Boss, these things of yours are so expensive, can ordinary people afford them? Crystal nuclei are scarce materials at any time, and cannot be used as a common currency. The reason why LUU has many crystal nuclei is because of the fusion of the strength and team of multiple protagonists. How many meals can other people, even the top awakened ones at this stage, earn in a month? Don't come if you can't afford it. I didn't force them to consume. I wipe, awesome, my protagonist. When there is no system, are you so awesome? LUU, should we go to their base to see? You killed their fire wolf army, I'm afraid something will go wrong. Lu Ruobing's voice interrupted their conversation. Don't worry, let's talk after dinner. LUU replied calmly, boss, bring me a piece of Yangzhou fried rice. If you want to eat something, order it yourself. Is it okay to eat anything? So Cangyun smiled, as if she didn't take what happened just now to her heart. Of course. Then I want a fried beef river. Luo Kekai also looked calm. I, like Ruobing, want a bowl of beef noodles. I want to eat. As time went by, meals for 11 people were quickly ordered. After ordering some side dishes and soup, everyone started chatting. Seeing these women talking and laughing with LUU, Chen Qinan was very curious about their relationship with LUU. He is very accurate in seeing people, and he doesn't think these women are the kind of people who are easy to submit. But now, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly got busy in the kitchen. I don't know if there is a systematic reason, but he cooks very fast. In less than a moment, the food for everyone in LUU was ready. Stir-fried Niuhi is ready, come and get it yourself. Chen Qinan said coquettishly. It is also the rule in his shop to take the dishes and wash the dishes by himself. So a few women don't care about this. It's just that LUU was the first to order, but the last to take it. When all the women's dishes were served, it was his turn to serve Yangzhou fried rice. It was Li Wanning, who was 6 years older than him, who took the food for him. LUU took a look at the fried rice. The spoons and plates used to hold the rice were just average in appearance. LUU, yours. Thank you. Why are you being polite to me? My god, isn't this too delicious? Boss, your cooking is simply a masterpiece. I have never eaten such delicious food, boss, your cooking skills are really amazing. Hearing several top beauties complimenting her cooking skills, Chen Qinan unconsciously smiled. After all, who doesn't like to hear beautiful words of praise for themselves? It's just that LUU, who heard these words, was a little confused. Is it so delicious? Of course, brother LUU, try it if you don't believe me. LUU picked up the spoon and took a bite of the Yangzhou fried rice on the plate. It is indeed delicious. But next second. Ding, a weak homologous force has been detected, which is affecting the host's sensory system, and the purification function is activated. Chapter 462 Li Wanning was shot? LUU was a rich second generation before the end of the world, and he has never been short of supplies since the end of the world. Later, he won the chariot and returned to the magic capital, and he was able to travel north and south with a large amount of supplies. Therefore, even if the food he usually eats is not as exquisite as before the end of the world, he will not be unable to distinguish between good and bad food. The Yangzhou fried rice cooked by Chen Qinan was delicious, and LUU swore that he had never eaten such delicious fried rice. But with the appearance of this system prompt, LUU took another bite of the fried rice in front of him, and immediately felt nothing. It's not so unpalatable that you can't eat it, anyway, it feels similar to the 10 yuan roadside stall before the end of the world. I see. LUU knew it in his heart. The ingredients are still the same ingredients, and the taste is still the same. It's just that Chen Qinan used the system to deceive the diner's senses, making them feel that the food here is delicious. Generally speaking, it is not a serious crime, but LUU does not appreciate this kind of behavior very much. Food can help people improve their strength, why use the taste of food to confuse customers? Seeing everyone eating with gusto, LUU didn't stop them, but just looked at Chen Chinan's script in his mind, thinking about whether to deal with it. Like Wu Di, Chen Qinan is a hidden protagonist. He was drawn out by Lu Ruobing, Qin Xiao, and Xiao Xiu, 3 special heroines. But he is different from Ye Bai in the secret realm. I haven't had any relationship with these 3 women yet, and the 2 sides haven't had any conflicts yet. Moreover, some special ingredients are used to make food to help awakened people improve their strength. There are also such people in other places. They are similar to alchemists. Although they are very rare, they are not the only ones. If it wasn't for Liu, other people would only think that he is a powerful person who has awakened the ability of the life department, and would not think that he used the system. For such a hidden protagonist, Liu should have focused on subduing him. But this guy is the protagonist of the system? The protagonist of the system is the most uncontrollable. Liu, why don't you eat? Yan Yun's curious voice interrupted Liu's meditation. The food is so delicious. Liu sat there in a daze after eating 2 bites. What is the principle? Hehe, suddenly I don't have any appetite. You can eat. The food has lost its taste, but it still has the effect of helping people improve and break through. But the grades of the ingredients are different, the prices are different, and the effects of improvement and breakthrough are naturally different. Because monsters will give birth to wisdom when they reach silver, so the later the strength, the harder it is to find crystal nuclei and essence to improve breakthroughs. After Liu slept with Qin Weiwei, it was Sapphire Intermediate. Now 2 months later, apart from the Scarlet Flame Eagle he just caught, he had hunted and killed 2 Sapphire-level monsters in total. Plus the mutated animal meat, the spirit grass from Luo Kikai's Jade Pendant Space, and picking up attributes, picking up treasure boxes and so on. Liu's current vitality is just at the high level of Sapphire. This Yangzhou fried rice did not improve him as much as he had imagined. My god, can such delicious food not arouse your appetite? Aren't you exaggerating too much? Liu, you are not usually a picky eater? Why today? Dude, is there something wrong with what I made? Seeing Liu's performance, not only the women around, but also Chen Qinan, who was greeting other guests, couldn't help asking. The food in his store is not just as simple as improving strength. Of all the customers who come in this store, which one is not full of praise for the taste? It was the first time he saw Liu in this situation. There's no problem, it's just something that suddenly occurred to me. Liu said something that was half true and half false. After saying this, he immediately thought of why Chen Qinan wanted to use the system to change the taste of the food. The meals here are for the strong. If the taste is not changed, those people will not come again if they feel that they cannot continue to improve their strength after eating it for a period of time. And now, as long as they eat it once, they will definitely not be able to forget the feeling brought by the food here. Chen Qinan can naturally collect crystal cores openly. Hearing Liu's words, Chen Qinan was still puzzled, but didn't say anything else. Liu also took the opportunity to scan the current attributes of the girls. The effect of attribute improvement is general. The things ordered by several people are more expensive, and the meal price for one person is about 5 silver crystal cores, and the total attribute improvement is only about 10 points. People who are equivalent to bronze level use a bronze crystal nucleus. There are a total of 11 people here including Liu, and nearly 60 silver crystal nuclei are needed for food alone. 60 silver crystal cores can recruit 6 hyperspace fighters, or 20 ordinary tanks, or 600 conscripts. The improved attribute is not directly proportional to the value of the crystal nucleus paid. But it's good for breaking through. No matter how bad your luck and talent are, you can almost break through after eating 2 or 3 times more expensive food. So in the end Liu came to the conclusion that, for me, this system is very useful for breaking through or collecting money, and collecting crystal cores, but if you want to use this thing to improve your strength, it's similar to the attribute picking and treasure chest system. So it's not worthwhile to pay for the crystal core, it's king to eat for free, free. Thinking of this, Liu instantly had an idea in his mind. Others didn't know the specific strength of Chen Qinan. So no matter where Chen Qinan was, they didn't dare to have any thoughts about Chen Qinan. But Liu is different. With the villain system, Liu knew Chen Qinan like the back of his hand, and it was very easy to deal with him. But Chen Qinan was invincible in the restaurant, even if Liu wanted to deal with him, it was impossible to do it in the restaurant. First, use the red alert system to scan all of Chen Chinan's information. Then he took all the girls and left his hotel without making a sound. That night, Liu took out a bunch of high-definition cameras. Called a few hyperspace fighters. Commander. You guys, install these cameras around that restaurant, try to stay away from that restaurant, and install them in a hidden way, so that he won't find out. This kind of camera is produced by Wudi's refuge. Not only the shooting distance can be zoomed, but also the clarity is the same during the day and at night. Yes. The hyperspace warrior respectfully took the camera from Liu's hand and disappeared in place. Artificial intelligence. Commander, what are your orders? Help me monitor the target life form, as long as he leaves the hotel, notify me in time. As per your order. Invincible in the restaurant? Then I'll wait until you leave the restaurant before I do it. I don't believe you will never leave that restaurant for the rest of your life. After saying this, Liu took a deep breath and disappeared into the night. 2 in the middle of the night. Liu returned to the chariot covered in blood. Looking at the rows of rooms on the chariot, he hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door of Li Wanning's room. Lu, are you injured? How could I be injured? This is someone else's blood. Did you kill someone? Those people during the day. Okay. Quickly, take off your clothes and I'll wash them for you. I'll wash the clothes tomorrow. I'll take a shower first. Take a bath. Li Wanning was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly understood what Lu meant. Then he said with some embarrassment, Lu, I'm afraid I can't do it tonight. What's wrong? Auntie is here. It's not that my aunt is here, but my aunt is not here. Why not come? Before Lu finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, and looked at Li Wanning in disbelief. When was the last time you came to my aunt? A month and a half ago. I'm going. You won't get shot, will you? What do you think? Who told you not to wear it every time? Lu. Chapter 463 5 Moon 6 Circles. In the last days, it is very troublesome for a woman to become pregnant. Because pregnancy affects a woman's bodily functions. Even if you are an awakened person, your physical strength will drop significantly. Under such circumstances, it is difficult to deal with various emergencies in the last days. At the very beginning, Lu was also cautious, and every time he played happily with them, he tried his best to take safety measures. However, after killing Chu Feng and Lin Chen and gaining abilities and chariots, Lu began to become a little swollen. Not to mention other women, when he was with Li Wanning, he never wore that thing. After all, she is just an enchanter, she doesn't need to travel around with the team, even if she is pregnant, it doesn't matter. So it is completely reasonable for her to be shot now. I don't wear it, isn't that on purpose? Hearing Li Wanning's complaining tone, Lu couldn't help laughing. It doesn't matter whether it's decent or villainous, and it doesn't matter whether it's a peaceful world or the end of the world. As long as you are a normal person, you all hope that you can have some offspring. Although in these last days, children can be regarded as a burden to most people. But not for Lu. He is capable and powerful, and can take good care of his women and children. Are you okay to say that? Why should I be embarrassed? But since you've made sure, you really can't mess around. Lu said, bowed his head and pondered for a while. During a woman's pregnancy, especially the first 3 months, the fetus is not finalized. Strenuous exercise at this time is prone to problems. The ones who say there will be no problems are because they are too short. Lu. Have you ever thought about how to deal with our relationship? Hey? What does that mean? This world is completely different from the previous world. Li Wanning adjusted her glasses and said seriously, I also said that I would not stop you from having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but even the emperor in ancient times only had 1 wife. You should understand what I mean, right? I see. Hearing Li Wanning's words, Lu instantly understood, you mean, you want me to choose one of you to be your wife? Hehe, in fact, in my heart, everyone's status is equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. But there are no rules, and men are not as delicate as women, so it is really necessary to choose a wife. Speaking of this, Lu paused and then looked at Li Wanning, who do you think is more suitable? You have to ask yourself this kind of thing? How can I give advice? Alright, let me think about it. What are you going to do tonight? Do you have an ulcer in your mouth? If not, I won't go next door. You. Hearing Lu's words, Li Wanning understood instantly, and her face turned red immediately. You boy, you don't have a regular shape at night. Lu acted as if he didn't hear it, then what do you say? Wash and clean up. Li Wanning turned her head aside, her face became redder. When Lu saw this, how could he stand up? He took off all the bloody clothes, raised Li Wanning's chin and said with a wicked smile. Ha 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 ha, you don't need to remind me of this. When Lu came to Yanjing this time, there were not many women with him. It seems that there are 10, but in fact, only 5 have had a relationship. Such a number of women, let alone compared with the ancient emperors. Even compared with the leaders of some small and medium-sized bases, they are not at the same level. But okay. The quantity is not enough, the quality comes together. Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Xiao Manli, Luo Kikai, So Qingyu. 5 women, 4 heroines. Just pull one out, and it can instantly kill the existence of those celebrities and internet celebrities. Therefore, Lu is not interested in ordinary women now. If he must choose a regular wife, he must choose from these 5 women. Just who to choose, this needs more consideration. As time goes by, the hours of a night are fleeting. Early the next morning, Lu was still lying in the chariot, sleeping with Li Wanning in his arms. A major event happened in Yanjing City. In a certain villa base, everyone was silent, and in the surrounding bases, many strong men came to inquire about information. After listening to the witnesses telling the facts, Everyone showed incredible expressions. What? Boss Liang is dead? How is this possible? Bro, are you kidding me? Boss Liang is so awesome, why did he die like this? Why am I lying to you? Not only Boss Liang, but all 103 core members of the base died overnight. When I came here in the morning, their blood hadn't dried yet. My god, who did it? Isn't it the military? That's not true, let me tell you, you can't tell others. Don't worry, can't you trust my character? Let me tell you. In a moment. What? Luu? Alone. Conversations like this spread quickly in the relatively safe Yanjing. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. In a few days, it spread to all the survivor bases in Yanjing City. No one knows what kind of existence Luu is. I don't know how Luu wiped out his opponent alone. But they knew that with Luu's strength and means, even if they offended the military, they definitely could not offend this guy named Luu. Damn it, why is that kid who came that day so awesome? He killed so many Boss Liang by himself. Night after a few days. After closing the shop, Chen Qinan lay on his bed and muttered to himself. In his mind, the Fire Wolf army was already a powerful awakener. Boss Liang is the top group, but that kid can easily crush them. System, didn't you say that my current strength is already considered the top group? That kid, what's going on? System. The system really wanted to answer Chen Chinan's question, but it couldn't find the answer to this question in its database. You know, after the end of the world, all human beings have returned to the same starting line. Although everyone's means of transportation are different, but for the top batch, the gap cannot be too big. A one-on-one victory is already a big deal. Luu's situation is obviously a little unreasonable. You don't know either? Forget it, I'm not familiar with him, no matter how awesome he is, he won't affect me. After saying this, Chen Qinan looked out at the moon in the sky through the window. Today is the 16th day of October in the lunar calendar. As the saying goes, the moon at 15 is 16 round. The moon after the end of the world is not only round, but also much bigger than before. He thought for a while, then turned around and rummaged through the boxes. Let's go out and try the sword skill we just got. As Luu said, this is the end of the world, and it is impossible for Chen Qinan to stay in the hotel for the rest of his life. His system is the kind that can issue tasks. Completing system tasks can not only unlock new dishes and expand the scale of the store, also get some gibberish abilities. Every time he acquires new abilities, he needs to go outside to practice and become familiar with them. Just going out to practice during the day, it is easy for people to discover his identity as the shop owner, which will affect the invincible image he has established on weekdays. Therefore, he usually goes out at night. Mask, night clothes, chain mail, and my cold iron kitchen knife. After getting dressed neatly, Chen Qinan looked at himself in the mirror, who was completely unrecognizable, and nodded in satisfaction. When he came to the back door of the hotel, he carefully opened the door and looked around. After seeing that there was no one on the street, he couldn't help but took a deep breath. Then he closed the door and quickly disappeared into the dark street. Ding! The target life body is detected, it is moving outside the designated coordinate area, please issue the next command from the host. Chapter 464 Doomsday God of Cooking System. The Doomsday God of Cooking System is the name of Chen Chinan's system. Generally, a system like his that needs to interact with people has its own purpose. The purpose of Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast system before was to collect beliefs in parallel worlds. And this God of Cooking System is to make Chen Qinan the most famous chef in the last days, so as to collect more and more precious crystal nuclei and materials. The price of meals is set by the system, and Chen Qinan has no way to stop it. The system will take away 90% of the restaurant's daily income to buy ingredients and maintain the system. Chen Qinan didn't care about it either. Because the host and the system complement each other and achieve each other. He works hard to complete the system tasks, and the system can give him great power. I don't know what's going on in other cities, but the streets in Yanjing City are really clean. After walking a long distance, Chen Qinan, who didn't find a monster by the moonlight, couldn't help but complain. Monsters at this stage, except for some dense bugs and weird plants, basically do not pose much threat to the army. Because the military also has powerful awakeners. It seems that we can only go to the suburbs to see. Chen Qinan muttered to himself. His restaurant is already located close to the suburbs, so it won't waste too much time to go to the suburbs. Hey, Fire Wolf! As time went by, Chen Qinan quickly found a fire wolf that was looking for food under a street lamp. This fire wolf seems to have been domesticated by the fire wolf army before. Luu's mind control is only temporary. After controlling them to eat back at their master, let them kill each other. The pain of biting will free them from Luu's mental control. So they die in the end, and flee. Although it's only high-level silver, it's enough for practicing swords. The Fire Wolf troop was founded by Mr. Liang from the previous base. Boss Liang is not only a wolf-type transformation ability user, but also has the ability to domesticate wolf-type monsters. In the base, has the title of Wolf King. After awakening the power, he spent more than half a year building that base and this Fire Wolf army. Think. A troop whose mounts are all silver high level, or even gold level Fire Wolves, was easily wiped out by Luu. One can imagine how terrifying Luu's strength is. Therefore, Chen Qianan also tried his best at this time, not giving the Fire Wolf a chance to fight back. Swish! Under his control, the cold iron kitchen knife flew towards the Fire Wolf. One person and one knife cooperated seamlessly, and quickly killed the Fire Wolf to the ground. Blood stained the ground. Looking at the corpse of the Fire Wolf on the ground, Chen Qianan didn't have the slightest expression of joy on his face. Compared to that guy's ability, it's still a bit far behind. Thinking of Luu's ability to control a group of fire wolves to fight each other without moving like a mountain, Chen Qianan felt a little uncomfortable. People are competitive. A person with a good job and a high salary suddenly finds out that his inconspicuous relative has made a fortune one day. The mood will drop to the bottom all of a sudden. Chen Qianan is in such a situation now. But he didn't have time to think about it at all, because when he was about to leave to find more prey, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Da-da. One after another, like wood hitting the ground? Is this the sound of hooves? Looking in the direction of the sound under the moonlight, Chen Qianan frowned, and subconsciously tightened the cold iron kitchen knife in his hand. He has some night vision. It's just that, under the moonlight, a shadow appeared in that place. Even he couldn't see very clearly. But as time passed, two burning blue soul flames appeared in that shadow. Da-da-da-da. As the sound of horseshoes got closer, a headless horseman riding a skeleton horse and covered in black armor appeared in his sight. Fuck! What kind of monster is this? Seeing this terrifying creature that he had never seen before, Chen Qianan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But after all, he is a son of systematic luck, even though he was not disturbed when the skeleton war horse ran towards him. While dodging, he relied on his own ability to try to counterattack. His current real physical strength is dark gold mid-level, and with some special abilities and weapons, his overall strength can be stronger than that of Boss Liang. Fighting with this decapitated cavalry, you can gain some advantages. But... or two. When the headless cavalry general appeared from the other side of the street holding a huge horse spear, Chen Qianan admitted that he was a little panicked. He fought so hard as the first cavalryman with severed head. Then the second general, just looking at the size of the body and the size of the horse, the fighting power is not comparable to the first one. How do you fight yourself? At this moment, apart from running away, he had no other thoughts in his mind. Da-da-da. Two cavalrymen with severed heads, one large and one small, were chasing after him, while Chen Qianan ran desperately in front. Where did these monsters come from? Chen Qianan cursed in his heart, but he didn't have time to think too much, because two legs couldn't run with four legs. He had to use abilities, treasures and terrain to barely escape from the two cavalry. Being big has advantages of being big, and being small also has advantages of being small. It's just that Chen Qianan didn't notice at all that his current location was getting farther and farther away from the restaurant. It wasn't that he forgot that he was invincible in the restaurant, but that every time he wanted to go back, the cavalry general with severed head would just block his way. Sometimes he wants to take a detour, and when the general has no time to stop him, a black armored warrior will appear to help stop him. At last, after fleeing for a long time, Chen Qianan's physical strength was exhausted. Hey, hey! They seem to be commanded by someone. Who could it be? Hiding in a dark corner, Chen Qianan gasped heavily. As a child of luck, of course he could sense the abnormality of these monsters. But the protagonist also has a mocking aura. He offended quite a few people by opening a restaurant there, and he couldn't think of who did it for a while. At this moment, that young figure with many peerless beauties suddenly appeared in his mind. Is that guy? The power of these monsters is so terrifying, there can be no one else but him. But I have nothing against him. Why did he deal with me? Chen Qianan couldn't figure it out, and didn't have time to figure it out. Because a figure also wearing a mask and covered in a black robe suddenly descended from the sky. As soon as his complexion changed, he subconsciously wanted to attack the black shadow, but he found that he couldn't move his body. In the darkness, his shadow on the ground suddenly opened a pair of eyes. And this figure that descended from the sky took a deep breath. Roar! A loud lion's roar was deafening. Chen Qianan subconsciously covered her ears, but was still sent flying by this powerful sound wave. In the next second, the shadow disappeared. Reappearance has come before him. The opponent's speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge when he just stood up. Bang bang bang! Punch to the flesh. Every punch of the opponent sent some dark energy into his body. After a while, Chen Qianan's brain began to feel dizzy. Soon, he couldn't support his body and fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Please wait later during the mental test. The detection is complete, the swallowed host is not killed, and is currently in a coma. The host's mental power is 200% higher than that of the user of the same power, and the success rate of swallowing is 100%, and the swallowing begins. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 465 Luu is God? Why doesn't Boss Chen open the door today? It's almost 11 o'clock, isn't it? It is estimated that there were too many girls last night. He, it makes sense. With Boss Chen's strength, it's normal to have a few more beauties as company at night. Boss Chen is comfortable looking for beautiful women, what should we do now? Yeah, we're still waiting to eat his meals. Why don't you call him? What's your name? What's your name? Don't you know that Boss Chen doesn't like others to disturb his sleep? That's right, if Boss Chen gets angry, he won't open the door for a day. 11 o'clock the next morning. Outside the door of Chen's restaurant, a large number of awakened people have gathered here. Because the food in Chen Chen's restaurant is not only delicious, but also can help people improve and break through. So even if the things here are expensive, there are still many people who come to this restaurant to eat. It's a pity that the boss doesn't open the door now. They have no choice but to wait anxiously outside the restaurant door. At the same time, in the bedroom on the second floor of the restaurant. Am I going to die? No. Hey. Chen Chenin, who was awakened by the chatter outside, suddenly yelled, and then sat up abruptly from the bed. At this moment, he was panting heavily, his chest was heaving non-stop, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked around and found that he was now in the familiar bedroom environment of the dining room, his eyes were full of disbelief again. After an unknown amount of time, he calmed down. Why am I here? Chen Chenin couldn't believe his eyes, but he couldn't help but believe the facts before his eyes. Could it be that I was dreaming before? Feeling my body, it seems that there is not much difference. Quickly entered his consciousness space. System. Yes, host. The system's timely response made him heave a sigh of relief. What the hell is going on? I don't think this is a dream. Yes, host, this is indeed not a dream. The system affirmed Chen Chenin's statement, causing Chen Chenin to break out in a cold sweat. What? This system saved you? The system began to tell Chen Chenin about the facts of last night, and Chen Chenin quickly understood a general idea. Everything I experienced last night was true. It's just that after he fainted, the system used the emergency protection function to send him back to the restaurant. Although Chen Chenin didn't remember that the system had this function, in his heart the system didn't matter. So it's no surprise to have power in that regard. Thinking of this, Chen Chenin breathed a sigh of relief again. Phew, it's a good thing I have you. Without you, my life would be gone. Protecting the host is the obligation and responsibility of this system. Anyway, thanks. After Chen Chenin finished speaking, he wanted to recall what happened last night, but the chatter of guests downstairs outside the window interrupted his thoughts. By the way, the system. Is it time for dinner now? Lunch time, 11 AM to 1 PM, current time, 11:05 AM. But what if I don't want to open the door today? Chen Chenin was straightforward. After going through what happened last night, how could he even open the door to do business? Investigate the Black Shadow, whether Luu is what he wants to do most now. Unexpectedly, the system directly expressed its position. No. Such a direct answer also made Chen Chenin stunned. In the past, the system would not answer so decisively. Why? Because from now on, you need to practice your cooking skills hard. Practice cooking. Chen Chenin was a little speechless. System, what's the use of my cooking skills? When guests come to eat, wouldn't it be nice to have you? Once upon a time, Chen Chenin's cooking skills were passable. Not to mention how good it is, at least it is at the level of a star hotel chef. It's just that the emergence of the system made him completely give up his skills in this area. Because all the seasonings and food ingredients are directly given by the system, and they are all washed and cut. As long as he makes it according to the normal process, the food will become very delicious. Under such circumstances, who would want to study cooking? As a kitchen god in the apocalyptic future, of course you need to have your own cooking skills. In order to prevent the host from repeating the same mistakes, the host needs to make fundamental changes. Hearing what the system said, Chen Chenin couldn't help but fell silent. The experience of last night was still fresh in his memory. If you don't want to repeat the same mistakes, you can only work hard to improve yourself. Whether it's strength or cooking skills, is it better to rely on the system than rely on yourself? Thinking of this, Chen Chenin took a deep breath. Okay, I understand. After saying this, he quickly got up and went downstairs to the restaurant, ready to open the door of the restaurant to start business. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened the door of the restaurant, he saw several familiar figures appearing in the distance. Although they only met once a few days ago, there are a few less beautiful people in the world who came this time. But the strength of the man and the appearance of the woman really impressed him deeply. Why is this guy here? Didn't he do what happened last night? Whether it's you or not, and no matter how strong you are, as long as you come to my restaurant, I can ask you what I want to know. He is invincible in the restaurant. No matter how strong Liu is, it is impossible to be his opponent in this restaurant. So there is nothing wrong with what he said. Just ding, it is detected that the strength of the opponent is higher than that of the host. Please be careful with the host. What? This system prompt made Chen Qianan completely confused. Could it be that I can't beat him in the restaurant? Yes, host, this system cannot analyze the source of this person's power. Please be careful with the host. Hearing the system's words, Chen Qianan suddenly thought of the scene where Liu ate his Yangzhou fried rice that day. Other diners who come here to eat, regardless of their strength or status, are full of praise after eating, but this product will not eat after 2 mouthfuls? This is totally against common sense. Adding the words of the system at this time, does this mean that Liu will not be affected by the power of his system? In other words, his power is still above the system? Power over the system? What the hell? Is Liu a god? Having reached this conclusion, Chen Qianan was completely dumbfounded. The way he looked at Liu was also different from before. Boss Chen, hello. I'm a little late today, can I join the team? Cutting in line? What are you kidding? Before Chen Qianan could speak, the diners who didn't know Liu immediately retorted and said, Chen's restaurant has always had the rules, no matter who you are, you have to queue up. The captain of my Flame Soul base has to queue up. Why do you jump in line? That's right, hurry up and line up behind. Little brother, everything has to be said on a first come, first serve basis. We've been queuing all morning. That's right. Boss Chen, hurry up and say something fair. These survivors have all heard Liu's name, but have never seen Liu himself. Seeing that Liu was going to jump in line, they all started to stop him. In fact, Liu's behavior is also normal. Because there are not a few people with status, and strength these days. Naturally, there are many people who want to take advantage of their privileges to jump in line. In the end, of course, it goes without saying that Chen Qianan pretended to slap her in the face, and then obediently queued up. This kind of thing is also a joy to see and hear for them. But this time, want to jump in the queue? Of course you can, not only you, but also your people don't have to queue when they come over. What? Chapter 466 I am the master of my sight. Hearing Chen Qianan's words, all the survivors around showed incredible expressions. What's up with this Nima? What about the restaurant rules? Did you agree not to compromise with anyone? How now? No, Boss Chen, what do you mean? Why can they jump in line? Is this against the rules? Yes, Boss Chen, everyone has to obey the rules, didn't you say that? Chen Qianan's words aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. They seemed to want to know why Chen Qianan compromised with Liu. It's just that Chen Qianan didn't want to talk to them at all, and looked at the crowd and replied quietly. This is my shop, and the rules are naturally set by me. If you think it's unfair, you can choose not to eat it. After saying this, Chen Qianan turned around and went back to the kitchen without giving anyone a chance to refute. I am the master of my territory, this is what Chen Qianan wants to express. In this end time where essence is countless times scarcer than crystal nuclei, not everyone has the strength of Liu to pull monsters into groups. Not everyone has the hidden abyss, and can ignore monsters to search for Cangyun. An awakened person often needs to pay a huge price if he wants to break through the physical limit and the bottleneck of abilities. Especially when people haven't researched specific cultivation methods. Most of them can only fight those monsters in small groups, and it is common for people to be injured and die. Now only some low-level crystal nuclei are needed here to allow oneself to break through, which is something that can be encountered but not sought for any awakened person. So, even though they were very unconvinced when they heard Chen Qianan's words. But due to Chen Qianan's strength and the efficacy of the restaurant's food, most of the awakened ones could only grit their teeth and persevere. Compared with the dissatisfaction of everyone, the women around Liu looked at Liu with admiration. My god, Liu, why does Boss Chen allow us to jump in line? Yes, Liu, do you have a good relationship with the boss? Have we only come to eat once? It's incredible. I don't know what's going on. Liu stroked his chin a little narcissistically, maybe. It's because I'm so handsome, right? Women, There is no doubt that Chen Qianan's system is now owned by Liu. Although Chen Qianan was invincible inside the restaurant, his overall strength outside was about the same as Lu Ruobing's now. Although under normal circumstances, the heroine cannot be stronger than the hero. But Lu Ruobing's strength and potential were originally second only to the protagonist. Now with the help of the villain Liu, she can naturally grow to the level of strength of an ordinary protagonist. This kind of strength is completely enough to deal with other people, but to Liu, it is not worth mentioning. Not to mention that Chen Qinan was exhausted by the Dark Warrior and the two Headless Horsemen, even if he was in full condition, he could not be Liu's opponent. Therefore, it was only natural that Liu could knock him out. It's a pity that this god of cooking system can only be used to break through and collect crystal nuclei. It is impossible for Liu to become a restaurant owner, and he does not have a suitable heir to the system. So after Liu knocked him out, not only did he not kill him, but he also modified some settings of the system and returned it to him intact. The purpose is just to have one more free cook. Chen Qinan didn't know that his system had been tampered with by Liu, but he had to listen to the system's suggestions. After Liu came over, the system told him that this person was stronger than the system, and asked him to establish a good relationship with the other party. He even released a special mission to get closer to Liu. So this scene happened just now. At this moment, it didn't matter whether Liu was the one who knocked Chen Qinan unconscious last night. Because Chen Qinan would not ask, and Liu would not admit it. Both parties can say that their hearts are like mirrors, but they are both tacit. Chen Yang, Wu Di, Chen Qinan. Looking at Chen Qinan who was busy in the kitchen, Liu smiled. This is the third hidden protagonist who becomes his subordinate. Hehe, I really hope this kid can unlock it soon and break through the epic dishes. Master Chef System, you need to complete tasks to unlock new cuisines. The level and direction of improvement for each dish are different. Some increase attribute points, some increase supernatural power, and some specialize in helping people break through. At present, the highest level of breakthrough dishes is beef noodles that can help people break through from dark gold level to sapphire level. Chen Qinan hadn't unlocked the dishes from sapphire's breakthrough to epic dishes. Yuner, what do you think of the items in this store? Eating is delicious, and the improvement effect is quite good, but I can't come here often. Why? Because it's too expensive. Crystal nuclei are such a valuable thing, you need so much for a meal. It's okay, you can come whenever you want in the future, and we are not the kind of people who lack crystal nuclei. Liu said very casually. After solving Chen Qinan, he has 4 subsystems. Live Broadcast System, Treasure Chest System, Red Alert System, Chef God System. Moreover, the Mother System has also been strengthened by devouring these systems. In addition to the rewards for strengthening the heroine, there is also a newly strengthened power subsystem resource sharing. The owner of the subsystem can directly transfer the things produced by the subsystem to the parent system. For example, after Nangonling bought the crystal core in the live broadcast system with points, she didn't need to hand it over to Liu in person. Instead, use the system transmission directly, send it to Liu's system, and Liu copies it and then transmits it back. No need to be as troublesome as before. Now this restaurant does the same. Although this restaurant does need a certain amount of energy to maintain its operation, it doesn't need as much as 90%, at most it needs 20%. So Liu's people can not only jump in the queue when they come here to eat, except for 10% of Chen Qinan's salary and 20% of maintenance, the rest of the income is also secretly absorbed by Liu's main system. This made Liu, who had no shortage of crystal nuclei, richer. However, Nangonling needed to take the initiative to contact Liu, and Chen Qinan became Liu's exploitation target without knowing it. That can't be too wasteful. Boss, another fried rice with tomato and eggs. Yanyun, dot. Kikai, are you sure Kyunjimu is nearby? When Liu and Yanyun were having lunch in the restaurant, 30 kilometers northeast of Yanjing City. In the wild jungle, Luo Kikai was carefully searching for something with 2 women, Caroline and So Qingyu, and 3 war pets. Hearing So Qingyu's question, Luo Kikai nodded slightly. It shouldn't be wrong. Thousand Machine Tree is the heart of a man-eating tree. It needs to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. This absorption process can easily affect the surrounding plants. So, in general, the more lush the vegetation, the easier it is for this special wood to appear. The surrounding vegetation growth environment is very similar to the growth environment of the Thousand Machine Tree, so it should be near here. Is that so? So Qingyu looked around vigilantly, but why do I have a bad feeling? I also smelled a dangerous breath. What? You smell it too? Hearing what the two said, a look of surprise appeared on Luo Kikai's face. So Qingyu is a 9-tailed fox, and her perception of danger is stronger than that of ordinary awakened people. And Caroline is an orc. In terms of jungle experience, it is above her and So Qingyu. Now that both of them said that, of course she would be surprised. Caroline didn't answer her words, but just crouched down slightly and checked the soil on the ground. The blood here, the smell of blood is still fresh, everyone be careful. Look at the grass over there, are there a few bird feathers? Luo Kikai looked in the direction of So Qingyu's finger. Not only saw some scattered feathers, but also a pool of fairly fresh blood. This is blood raven feather. Blood crow? The kind from gold to dark gold level. My god, what kind of monster is it that can kill a blood crow? At least the same level as the red flame eagle. Why don't we withdraw first? Go back and tell Liu the situation here. That's too late. Before So Qingyu could finish speaking, Luo Kekai interrupted her. Hearing the seriousness in Luo Kekai's tone, So Qingyu subconsciously looked towards Luo Kekai. It didn't matter that it didn't matter, it made her back break out in a cold sweat. Sizzle. The densely packed poisonous snakes twisted their long bodies and quickly crawled towards the three of them. The poisonous snakes were spitting out letters, which were colorful and different in size, which made the scalp of the third daughter go numb. The most important thing is, there are several giant pythons whose specific lengths cannot be seen in the snake group. Qingyu, run quickly. Chapter 467 Nonsensical Challenge. The scorching sun is shining brightly, and insects and birds are singing together. It is now November, and the sun is not as fierce as it was in the previous summer. In the northeast of Yanjing City, in the dense jungle 30 miles away, the three of Luo Kekai seem to have come to the poisonous snake island. There are colorful poisonous snakes all over the mountains and plains. Luo Kekai was originally a reborn person. The wish after rebirth is to protect his mother and survive in this last world. But the appearance of Liu changed her survival route after rebirth. In the last days, powerful men have the absolute right to speak. It is not uncommon for women with insufficient strength to rely on powerful men to gain power. Together with Liu and his team, her mother received the utmost care in Nanxi. So, having experienced the darkness of the last days, she didn't care how many women Liu had around her. After following Liu to Yanjing to kill Chu Feng, Lu Ruobing left the team with two girls, Darkness and Light. With these two girls around, the combat effectiveness of the army can be maximized. And as the only female god of war left in Liu's team, she certainly couldn't be idle. It was she who proposed to come out to look for Qunjimu. Liu got 2 weapons forging books in the secret realm. The name of the material in the artifact forging book was very special, and she didn't know what it was, but the Qunji wood on the soul-fixing bow was no stranger to her. So she came to this jungle with 2 other women. It's just why she didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this jungle. Hey Shui, you are behind me. Xiaojin, He Guang, cover their retreat. Luo Kekai snarled, and her momentum rose instantly. Boom boom boom. 7 or 8 fireballs with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly appeared out of thin air, and quickly smashed towards the group of snakes. It is good. Caroline didn't hesitate much either. The volley turned into a vigorous cougar and landed steadily in front of So Qingyu. Qingyu, come up. As a team, they have a general understanding of the abilities and personalities of their companions. So seeing Caroline turned into a cougar, So Qingyu wasn't too surprised, and just rolled over and rode on Caroline's back. Roar! Caroline let out a lion's unique roar from her throat, leading So Qingyu to break out towards the weakest area surrounded by snakes. They came out this time with 3 pets, Xiaojin, He Shui, and Black Light Leopard. The Black Light Leopard was summoned by Liu. This summoning ability should not have been displayed in front of everyone. But paper cannot contain fire. So after solving Chu Feng, Liu used the reason of found a summoning scroll in the secret realm to explain the source of this power. Except for Luo Kekai and Xiao Xiu who had seen it with their own eyes, no one doubted the authenticity of Liu's words. Come to my sight, still want to leave. Deep in the jungle, behind the trunk of a huge tree, a figure with terrifying vertical pupils was looking coldly at the 3 fleeing women. He didn't open his mouth, just said in his heart. Stop them, don't let them run away. Sizzle. The group of snakes seemed to be able to understand his telepathy, and began to surround the 3 women from all directions at an extremely fast speed. Snakes are tough creatures. Although humans have become resistant to general snake venom after they become awakened. But most snake venoms are still very deadly to humans. Such a vast number of snakes is enough to swallow 100 awakened troops. On the other side, Chen's restaurant. Liu came here today not just to eat, so he didn't leave in a hurry after eating. There are 4 women beside him, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Xiao Manli, and Shang Guanling Long. At this time, the other guests had almost left, but the 5 of them stayed. To be honest, after solving Chen Chenan, it didn't have much impact on Liu's strength. Just one more system and a stable source of income. If you insist on strength, might be invincible in a restaurant. This kind of power is very useful to Chen Chenan, but to Liu now, it can only be regarded as a good retreat, not a real strength. Boss, are you sure you won't charge me for meals in the future? Looking at the list of materials in his hand, and then at Chen Chenan who was sitting across from him, Liu wanted to laugh but couldn't. Although he couldn't continue to use the system, he could see the tasks the system gave Chen Chenan. The god of cooking system has changed to a dog-licking system. Didn't this guy notice it at all? Of course, you help me provide these ingredients, and I will give all your people free orders. It's fair, isn't it? You're right, thanks. You are welcome. The ingredients are just some very common ingredients after the end of the world. Even with the processing of the god of cooking system, the power to increase after eating it is very limited. So for Luu, it was just a matter of one sentence, and it didn't bother him at all. But just when Luu and Chenchen had settled and were about to leave the restaurant with the four women, a young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes suddenly walked in from outside the restaurant. The entrance of Chen's restaurant is not big, and it can only accommodate up to 3 people to enter and exit at the same time. If there are 4 people, there will definitely be physical contact. Originally, the 5 of Luu wanted to go out, and the man wanted to come in alone. In this case, no matter what, the other party should make way first. But this young man didn't. Not only did he not give in, but he also said 2 words expressionlessly, "Go away." There were 4 stunning beauties behind Luu. He didn't look at them, but stood straight in front of Luu. Hearing the man's words and feeling the sharp aura emanating from the man, Luu couldn't help squinting his eyes. "What are you? Let us go." Xiao Manli said this. She used to be a gold digger, but now her favorite thing to do is stand up for Luu. After all, with Luu's identity in place now, it is impossible for Luu to do everything by himself. Hearing this, the man gave Xiao Manli a cold look. Just this one glance made Xiao Manli take a step back with a pale face. "You can't even stop my murderous intent, what right do you have to shout in front of me? You. They are weak, but you are strong." The man completely ignored Xiao Manli, stared at Luu with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's all because of you that she dares to be so arrogant? Dare to accept my challenge?" "Challenge?" The man had a storage ring, and when he heard Luu's reply, he took 2 steps back, took out a Chu Feng sword from the ring, and handed it to Luu. "If you win, my life and this thing belong to you. If you lose, just give me one of your treasures." The man is very straightforward and speaks directly, as if he has long been used to this way of speaking. Faced with such a nonsensical challenge, Luu should have refused. Because he never fights without reason. "Wouldn't it be nice to go back to exercise with my sister when I have this time?" But when he saw the Chu Feng sword in the man's hand, even he couldn't help but froze in place. This is weapon type, sword. Weapon name, Yishan sword. Weapon grade, dark gold, energy value 103/100000. Explanation, the Yishan sword is Cao's saber during the Three Kingdoms period. It is as famous as the King's sword and is called the Peerless Twin Swords. They are all owned by Cao. Yitian sword? Can it be upgraded after reaching dark gold? Chapter 468 Kneeling Wrong, can you kneel again? The man is about 28 or years old, with a tall and straight figure and extraordinary martial arts. His handsomeness is different from Luu's. Although both belong to the kind of handsome guy with the masculine beauty of a man. But Luu belongs to the more restrained type of people. The smirk on his face at any time made people feel that although this person is very strong, he still has the possibility of talking. And the man in front of him was just like the previous Luokikai. His face was expressionless and as cold as frost. Standing there is like a sword in his hand, sharp and hard to approach. Of course, Luu cared more about the sword in his hand than the man in front of him. In this end time full of opportunities, everyone's opportunities are different. Luu didn't care where the opponent got this Yishan sword. What he cares about is, why can the opponent's sword continue to be upgraded? From the end of the world to the present, Luu has seen many powerful mutant weapons. The ancient ingot knife, the yellow dragon hook sickle, the green sword, and the Liquan gun are all very good weapons. But these weapons, the limit of mutation is dark gold level. Why can this sword continue to be upgraded? Could it be because the previous host was different? Isn't that right? The King's sword and the Yishan sword are both Cao's swords. How could there be a saying that the hosts are different? Although I don't know why you challenged me, you managed to arouse my interest. Luu came back to his senses and grinned. Hit. How do you want to fight? No matter what ability you use, as long as you can defeat me, you will win. After the man finished saying this, he stopped entering the restaurant and threw the Yishan sword in his hand aside. Call out, boom. The Yishan sword flew towards the wall beside the street at an extremely fast speed, and inserted the scabbard into the wall. A puff of green smoke rose from the wall, half of the scabbard was sunk. Seeing this scene, Luu narrowed his eyes. Control the sword with chi? No wonder this guy is so confident, so his strength has reached this level? But... okay, come on. Luu didn't say much anymore, and directly wiped his right hand on the storage ring. The King's sword was unsheathed. You also use a sword? Very good. Seeing Luu using a sword, the man couldn't help being a little surprised, but he didn't show much expression. He just grabbed his right hand into the air next to him. Where his right hand was, there was a burst of spatial fluctuation. Along with this space fluctuation, there is also a sword with a lot of cold air. As soon as the sword was released, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped by 2 points. My god, this person looks like Sister Ruobing. It's able to lower the temperature of the air before it's turned on. Looks great. Can you beat Liu? How is it possible? If Liu doesn't use his abilities, maybe he still has a chance, but there are no rules now. Looking at the two standing on the street ready to fight each other, the three women whispered. Only Shang Guanlinglong did not participate in the discussion. After all, her relationship with Liu is not as close as the other three women. He didn't care much about Liu's affairs. Swish. While everyone was discussing, Emily took the lead in attacking. Sword chi seems to have become a standard equipment for his profession. But the moment Liu dodged the first sword chi, he could clearly feel the chill from the sword chi. Ice sword chi. Emily. Male, 29 years old this year. The awakened ability is the sword spirit, which is the ability of the Lang family base, the wind and thunder sword master Nangongbao. However, he is different from Nangongbao in that he not only brings a frost sword with him, but also awakens other auxiliary abilities. For example, concentration, courage, ice and snow abilities, etc. Concentration allows him to do things without distraction, so as to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Using it to develop the soul of cold weapons can greatly speed up the development progress of abilities. And courage is similar to Liu's villain's heart. It can keep him calm at any time, and he will not be timid in the face of monsters. As for the ice and snow ability, of course it was to match his frost sword. Like Lu Ruobing's Fire Phoenix sword, the frost sword contains very powerful elemental power, and it will be automatically unlocked after reaching a certain level. Therefore, Yaishan sword is of no use to him. Ding ding ding. Swish. Bang bang bang. The two people on the street fought as soon as they said they wanted to fight, and soon they fought together, and the sound of metal clashing kept ringing out. The overflowing sword energy cut out countless deep ravines on the surrounding ground and walls. Liu's figure was as fast as lightning, and ordinary people could not catch it with their naked eyes. What a fast speed, what a sharp sword move. The two sides only fought briefly, and Emily felt the gap between the two. With his current level of strength, ordinary awakened people are definitely not his opponents. Even in the face of the top awakened, he can still occupy a certain advantage. But in front of Liu, he could only be beaten passively. The sword energy didn't touch the corner of Liu's clothes at all. The cold air was dispelled by Liu's fire. The exquisite sword move was easily deciphered by Liu. In the case that the supernatural power didn't play a big role, Liu's physical fitness, moves, and speed were all completely crushed by Liu. What did he hit? Clang! Liu's sword-breaking move sent his frost sword flying. The moment Emily subconsciously wanted to withdraw his weapon, Liu had already pressed his green sword against his chest. You lost. Liu smiled playfully. I lost. Emily admitted generously, without any expression of disappointment on his face. Seeing this scene, Liu was rather curious. Your strength is good, even if Ruobing wants to take you down, it's not so easy, but why are you? Boom. Before Liu could finish speaking, Emily knelt down on one knee. Boss Chen, Emily, am willing to admit defeat. From now on, my life is yours. But before that, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Boss Chen. Hearing this, Liu was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly understood, brother, did you recognize the wrong person? Wrong person? Hearing this, Emily frowned slightly, how is it possible? A young boss with unfathomable strength, who else can have besides you? Liu didn't bother to pay attention to him, and turned his head and shouted in the direction of the restaurant behind him. Chenchenan, I'm looking for you. Find me. Chenchenan, who was watching the battle outside, was thinking about the gap between himself and Liu in his mind. Thinking about whether the man in black that night was Liu again. Hearing Liu's words, he didn't react immediately. This person is looking for yourself? What's the situation? I don't know this person myself, so how could I come to find myself? After thinking about it, Chenchenan came out with a puzzled expression. What are you looking for me for? Looking at Chenchenan's ordinary face in front of him, Emily was a little dazed. Are you the owner of this restaurant? If it's a fake replacement, then who is he? His name is Liu, he came here for dinner. Emily, I kneeled wrong, can I kneel again? Chapter 469 The Talking Tiger. Realizing that he was kneeling to the wrong person, Emily, who was always serious and cold as ice, felt his cheeks burn. But at this time, he didn't have time to care about these. Because his purpose of coming here was to save his first wife. As the saying goes, All human nature is ugly. In this last days when food is scarce, the ugliness of human nature will be infinitely magnified. It can be said that it is not uncommon for people to entrap their compatriots and abandon their companions for food and their own lives. But there is no absolute in everything, and there is good in human nature as well as evil. In the last days, people can occasionally see some brilliance of humanity. While such brilliance is rare, you can't deny its existence. Mo Li's wife's name is Shui Yao. The two have been childhood sweethearts and childhood sweethearts. After graduating from university, Shui Yao stayed in China, while Mo left abroad. They didn't break up like other couples, though. Instead, while cleansing oneself, it has always maintained contact with the other party. After Mo Li returned home, they got together as a matter of course. After the end of the world, the relatives and friends of the two died and scattered. They are also dependent on each other, sharing joys and sorrows, no matter how difficult and dangerous they encounter, they never abandon and give up on each other. It can be said that absolute trust has been established between them. After being treated unfairly at other bases, they left their original bases to live alone. Depending on their abilities, living alone can definitely be better than living in other people's bases. But in the last days, it's not just the two of them. A month ago, after Mo Li went out to search for food and returned, he found that Shui Yao had disappeared. He searched all possible corners, but found no trace of Shui Yao. You came here because you want Boss Chen to find someone for you. Liu took the Yishan sword into his pocket, and Chen Qianan didn't embarrass Mo Li, and invited him back to the hotel directly. After the store closed, Liu asked his doubts. He was very interested in this man named Mo Li. Because this guy not only has the Yishan sword that can continue to be upgraded, but also is not the person in Chen Qianan's plot. Why did you come here to look for Chen Qianan? Yes and no. Mo Li spoke bluntly. After this period of investigation, I found that Shui Yao was probably captured by Lei Xiong, but the other party refused to admit it, and I had no evidence, so I could only come here to ask for help. These days, many things can only be relied on by oneself. Not to mention the end of the world, even in peacetime, it is extremely difficult to find a missing person. So Liu was not stupid enough to ask him why he didn't seek help from the army. Lei Xiong? Who is it? The boss of the survivor base in Ning County. Ning County? The Ning County outside Yanjing City. Yes. Even your strength can't handle it. If it's one-on-one, he's definitely not my opponent, but not only are they crowded, but I'm not sure if it's him. So, in the name of a challenge, you want to come over and see if Boss Chen has the strength to help you. Yes. Having said that, Mo Li looked at Liu with some embarrassment. When he was looking for Shui Yao in Yanjing, he happened to hear about such a magical restaurant. The restaurant owner's strength is unfathomable, and he is young and promising. Before coming here, he happened to meet diners who came here for dinner. I learned from the diners that the restaurant is now closing time. Are you still staying in the hotel at closing time? There is still a young man with a strong aura on his body, who else but Chen Qianan? Therefore, he took Liu as Chen Qianan for granted. Just didn't expect it. Your name is Molly, right? Don't blame me for throwing cold water on you. Liu said calmly, your wife has been missing for a month, even if she is found, it must be a disaster. This is the end. Missing for a day may become a corpse. Let alone missing for a month. This is impossible. Hearing Liu's words, Mo Li denied it categorically. Shui Yao and I once went to a secret realm, and we got a pair of diamond-shaped crystals in the secret realm. This pair of diamond-shaped crystals can let us sense each other's life breath, so I can be sure that Shui Yao is not dead yet. Oh? Is there such a thing? Boss Chen. Liu raised his eyebrows, and was about to say something more, when the signal light on his left wrist watch suddenly lit up. Liu. What's the matter? Cangyun has been poisoned, hurry up and bring Yuner over to cure the poison. What? Hearing Luo Kikai's anxious voice from the communicator, Liu couldn't help but frown. Damn, didn't expect to let those three women run away. To the northeast of Yanjing, in the jungle 30 miles away. A man with terrifying vertical pupils cursed angrily as he walked back. The man's name is Yu Liang, and he is 170 centimeters tall. He was originally just a standard Kaiwu officer. What is Kaiwu? No car, no house, no savings, no looks, no education, no skills. Such a person naturally doesn't have a girlfriend. If it wasn't for being too ugly, he might have become the protagonist of a party just like Xiao Fan. But there is no if in reality. After the end of the world, he did not awaken too powerful a power. Life is no different from before the end of the world, being looked down upon and bullied by others all day long. Those high-level awakened people let him eat shit and bark like a dog. He has no choice but to obey in order to survive. Later, because of some coincidence, he got a powerful ability. So he naturally embarked on a road of blackening like Xiao Fan. Those who bullied him were brutally tortured to death by him. The women who used to despise and look down on him were also tricked out of the base by him, and after they were raped thousands of times, they were then cut to pieces. In his mind, the more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious her heart is, the more she deserves to die. So, after seeing those 3 women trespassing on his territory, he didn't hold back at all. I just didn't expect it, or let them run away. Hopefully they came here by accident. Yu Liang muttered to himself, and after saying this, he couldn't help but stop his steps. It turned out that without knowing it, he had walked several kilometers and came to the deepest part of this jungle. In the depths of the jungle, clouds and mist shrouded it. Even from the sky, you could only see the tip of the iceberg in this jungle. The location where Yu Liang is now is an open space, and there is a towering tree in the middle of the open space. The flowers and trees around the big tree were countless times more lush than the ones Luo Kekai had seen before. Yu Liang knew that this miraculous phenomenon must be related to this towering tree, but he did not know the reason after researching for a long time. Fatty? Fatty? Fatty, where are you? Yu Liang's doubtful voice quickly spread in the open space. Fatty was a survivor he caught 2 months ago. I remember that he was driving a car with a strange shape and appeared in his sight. Seeing him running for his life in a panic, Yu Liang saved him without saying a word. And with a special ability, brought him to the cave deep in the jungle, and stared at the magical towering tree in front of him for him. This guy won't get any treasures, so he ran away by himself. Yu Liang was puzzled, but felt that it was impossible. The jungle after the end of the world is infinitely more dangerous than the city. Snakes, insects, mice, ants, birds, and animals, everything is fatal to humans. Without his Yu Liang to help guide the way, even the fat man's tortoise shell is hard, it is impossible to get out of this jungle. With doubts, Yu Liang quickly searched around the open space. Soon, relying on his own ability, he found the figure of the fat man by a stream 300 meters away. It's just that the fat man at this time has become a corpse. A white and colorful tiger, eating his internal organs? Damn it, this is... A breeze blows. The smell of blood and stench drifted into his nostrils, making Yu Liang frown. Bai Hu also seemed to have noticed Yu Liang's existence, and after he stopped eating, he looked at Yu Liang and said, "Another human. What? Tigers can still talk." Chapter 470. The stream is clear and sparkling. By a stream in the jungle, lay an obese corpse. The rocks on the ground were covered with blood, and internal organs were also scattered all over the place. The fat man who died was none other than Chen Han, the tortoise-capable man who had followed Ye Bai and Qin Feng before. At the beginning, Qin Feng wanted to kill Liu with spies and hyperspace fighters, so he took the lead in letting Fatty evacuate the base. The fat man didn't think too much, and ran away in the car. Although the fat man's escape was discovered by Liu in time. Liu also asked Wu Di to intercept immediately, and Lu Ruobing and He Shui to pursue. But the fat man escaped in a multi-purpose infantry vehicle. The multi-purpose infantry vehicle is small in size and fast, and it is basically impossible for them to catch up in a short time. Later, he was rescued by Yu Liang, and Lu Ruobing lost his track. She and He Shui had no choice but to return without success. It's just that no one thought that the fat man who escaped Liu's pursuit twice would die in the mouth of this white tiger. Looking at the majestic white tiger in front of him, Yu Liang had a look of disbelief on his face. In the past, although he was just a small person, but his experience in the last days is also rich and colorful. But even he had never seen a talking monster. Why does this white tiger in front of him talk? This unscientific. What kind of monster are you? Monster. The majestic and deep voice of the white tiger actually brought a touch of disdain. How dare you compare this king to a monster? Court death. After saying this, Bai Hu let out a low growl, and directly made an attacking gesture. Grinning his mouth and baring his teeth, his eyes showed a fierce look. Its size is not very large, and its length is only about 3 meters without the tail. The back is at most 1.5 meters from the ground. Such a size is naturally much larger than the beasts before the end of the world. But compared with the mutant beasts after the end of the world, it is not enough. Even He Shui and He Guang can beat it in size. But Yu Liang didn't dare to neglect the slightest, while being wary of the other party, he roared in his heart. Fuck, don't think that I'm a vegetarian, little ones, get rid of it for me. Sizzle. Following Yu Liang's order, the poisonous snakes all over the mountains crawled towards this direction without fear of death. Sensing the approach of a large number of poisonous snakes, the white tiger also became extremely vigilant. Still the same sentence, everything in the world generates and restrains each other. It doesn't have to be a high level to be able to crush. A sapphire level enhancer, if he does not have a sacred body immune to toxins, will still feel dizzy after being poisoned even if he does not die. At that time, it may not even be able to beat the gold enhancer. The same is true now. The level of the white tiger can already crush Yu Liang and these poisonous snakes. But a good tiger can't stand a pack of wolves. Without sufficient interests and certainty of victory, it will not fight these snakes. You're not human. Stop talking nonsense, suffer death. Yu Liang let out angrily. Boom. A huge cocky python thicker than a wash basin suddenly broke through the ground and bit the white tiger with one bite. The white tiger moved swiftly, and had already made a dodge before the opponent broke through the ground. The giant python bites empty. The body of the fat man next to it was pushed aside by its huge head. Roar. The white tiger was obviously enraged by the giant python's attack. After a roar, he raised his palm and clapped. Call, swish. A gust of wind picked up. 3 paw prints, like sword energy, cut dozens of poisonous snakes in front of them into countless pieces in an instant. The snake-tiger war kicked off. The other side. He looked at the multi-purpose infantry vehicle that disappeared at the corner of the street, and then at the frightening giant eagle in the sky. The surprise on Mo Li's face can no longer be described in words. What's the matter with this person? Not only is it so powerful, but it can also use high-tech electronics? Where did he get all these electronic equipment? Boss Chen, who is stronger between you and him? This should be him. Although he didn't want to admit it, Chen Chen still touched his nose in embarrassment. In his mind, the system is the supreme existence. Even the system has been confirmed, what else can he say? Even you say that. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Mo Li muttered to himself. He didn't know Chen Chen before, and he knew Chen Chen from other people. Not to mention fighting Chen Chen. Therefore, having experienced Lu's strength, he felt that Lu was the most unfathomable one. No matter how strong Chen Chen was, he couldn't be much stronger than himself. At this time, Chen Chen's words also confirmed his guess. It's just the two of them, who don't know at all. If Lu hadn't devoured Chen Chen's system, 10 Lus wouldn't have been able to defeat Chen Chen in the restaurant. That's the truth, what can I do? Chen Chen paused at this point, and then decisively changed the subject. Okay. Don't talk about this, tell me about your fiancé's situation in detail, let's study the countermeasures. It is good. Mo Li came to find Chen Chen, of course Lu wouldn't pick on a mouse. Knowing that So Qingye was poisoned, he summoned the Red Flame Eagle with a dark contract before he even had time to ask why the Yishan sword could continue to upgrade. Among his several women, only So Qingye was an old acquaintance with him. When he went out, he also promised Mr. Su that he would take good care of So Qingye. If something happened to So Qingye by her side, it would not only be a matter of face. With tanks, shelters, and a red alert system, Lu's team naturally has a lot of modern communication equipment. With these communication devices, Lu could easily find Luo Kikai. But just half an hour after Lu found Luo Kikai, in the jungle kilometers north of Yanjing City, a pitch-black giant python is moving rapidly towards the east. Its body is very large, as thick as a water tank. The body is also very long, at least more than 30 meters. But it is not the same as the general python. Because not only are its scales all over its body stronger and more shiny, but it also has a pair of slight bumps on its forehead. It even has a human consciousness. According to the information provided by the lion just now, the big tree with special power should be not far ahead, right? The black python moved forward while thinking in his mind. Yes. The consciousness in its body is not a snake, but a human. Since coming to this world, Zhang Chen has always existed in the form of a snake. At first he was just a cauliflower snake the size of a thumb. Such a cauliflower snake is not even an ant in this last days where mutant beasts are everywhere. Other beasts wanted to kill it, just like killing an ant. But fortunately, it has human intelligence. Relying on its higher IQ than other birds and beasts, it survived without any danger. And its growth rate far exceeds that of other mutant beasts. It only took more than half a year to grow into the overlord of the forest. Hey, I don't know if that tree has any fruit. If I eat it, can I evolve a powerful ability? Devouring evolution is a function that most mutant beasts have. But its devouring ability is somewhat special. Not only can it evolve its own physical strength, but it can also evolve the ability to be devoured by monsters. Hey, that's the Red Flame Eagle. Zhang Chen, who was walking through the grass, saw the giant eagle in the sky through the thin white fog in the jungle. Eagles are the natural enemies of snakes, even in this last days. Therefore, it immediately stopped its actions. Although it is very powerful now, the Scarlet Flame Eagle is not necessarily its opponent. But it is not necessary at all. The purpose of its trip is to seize the treasures of heaven and earth, and there are usually other powerful mutant beasts participating in the competition around the treasures of heaven and earth. So it needs to preserve its strength to fight for the treasure it wants. Just. My mother, why is this Red Flame Eagle similar to my movement route? Is it also for that thing? Chapter 471. Looking at the moving direction of the giant eagle in the sky, Zhang Chen was a little incredulous. But on second thought, this is normal. Tiancadabao has a fatal attraction to mutant beasts. Mutant beasts' perception of heaven, material, and earth treasures is also countless times stronger than that of humans. So, it looks like it's going to be a tough fight. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, but he didn't care too much. After all, he has enough strength to deal with other mutant beasts. Strength is confidence. After the scarlet flame eagle flew away, it also quickly crawled towards the target direction. For a terrifying existence like it, ordinary birds and beasts would have to make a detour when encountering it. Not to mention attacking it, it is already lucky not to be attacked by it. Therefore, this journey was smooth for Zhang Chen, and Zhang Chen was used to this feeling. The law of the jungle, the law of the jungle. This iron law also applies to the present human world. The last days are very cruel to most ordinary people. But for some awakened people, it is a kind of enjoyment. Because they not only have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, but also gain strength and power that they didn't have before. Strength and power, only those who have had it will know how addictive they are. The feeling of controlling other people's life and death at will, and having a group of people cheering and hugging wherever you go, ordinary people can't understand it at all. However, it is not so easy for the awakened ones to maintain their status and identity. In this last days where strength is the most important thing, if you slack off a bit, you may be replaced by someone else. Being replaced by others before the end of the world is nothing more than losing a job and a little money. After the end of the world, people will be replaced, but people will die. Therefore, ordinary awakened people are desperately practicing their abilities and fighting skills, trying to obtain more training resources to improve their strength and stabilize their status. As for high-level awakened people, in addition to improving themselves, they also need to find a lot of treasures. Treasures are not only found in secret realms. The treasures of heaven and earth that mutated before the end of the world and those produced by fusion of other worlds are all indispensable treasures. Swish! In the jungle, a wind blade flew out, and a poisonous insect the size of a fist was cut in half by the wind blade. The black panther jumped out from the grass. It looked at the dead body of the poisonous insect, and then walked forward without looking back. The young man in black armor quickly followed with 3 women. Is the group of snakes you're talking about just ahead? Well, there are a lot of poisonous snakes there, most of which are highly poisonous. Fortunately, I have some spiritual herbs here to cure snake venom, otherwise Cangyun may not be able to support you. Along the way, Luo Kekai was telling Luu about the previous situation. The red flame eagle that Luu caught before was a high-grade blue jade, with a wingspan of more than 18 meters, and it can normally ride 4 people weighing less than 150 kilograms. After Luu asked Jianyun to rescue So Qingyu, he asked a team of hyperspace fighters to protect their safety. And he himself brought Luo Kekai and Caroline back. Since So Qingyu needed to recover from her injuries, Shang Guan Linglong took her place. If it weren't for your ability to be strong enough, how can I rest assured that Qingyu will follow you? But I still haven't protected her well. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Luu said slowly as he walked forward, for some things, just do your best, not to mention that Qingyu is fine now. It's true to say so, but… Hey! What's wrong? Luo Kekai didn't answer, but quickly looked around. After a while, he flew up again, observed the situation in the jungle, and slowly landed in front of Luu. Luu, something is wrong. What's wrong? The vegetation around here is too lush. Hearing this, Luu glanced subconsciously. After the end of the world, animals and plants have mutated, so there is no road in the jungle now. Green weeds as tall as a person are everywhere. The grass is also full of various dangers. If it weren't for the fact that both of them have wood-type abilities to open the way, it would be difficult to move an inch. But… Didn't you say that the growth environment of Qinjimu is like this? No, this is even more exaggerated than I thought. Luo Kekai pointed to the front, look at the leaves of the tree in front of you. That kind of tree is called li shu. It is a very common tree after the end of the world. Its leaves can only grow to the size of a palm at most, but look at it now. Luu looked in the direction of Luo Kekai's finger. A thing that looked like an oversized camphor tree came into his eyes. The tree is several times thicker than usual, and the leaves seem to be thicker. Slap your palm into a wash basin. Even with the influence of Qinjimu, it is impossible for it to grow to the present level. She was covering the retreat of the other 2 before, so she didn't notice this strange phenomenon. Seeing it now, she realized that things were not that simple. Luu also noticed the abnormality, and after thinking for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "You mean, there might be treasures around here that are more powerful than Qinjimu? That's what I mean. Hehe, no wonder you will encounter snakes around here. So that's what happened? Come, you all come to me, let's play a big game." Playing a big game? Luu, Can you stop making such jokes at this time? Hearing Luo Kikai, Liu was stunned instead, and then quickly reacted. Luo Kikai, I said that your thoughts are too dirty, do you believe it? I became like this, isn't it because of you? Okay, come to me quickly. After saying this, Liu didn't wait for the three women to answer, and directly summoned the red flame eagle with a dark contract. Then took out the tank receiver. Ruobing, what are you doing? Thinking of you. Liu. You little girl, when did you make such a joke? I really miss you. Lu Ruobing corrected him solemnly, I just killed a dark gold rank Scarlet King Kong. I was thinking that if it was you, it would be a few seconds faster than me. I didn't expect your call to come. Okay. Let's get down to business. Liu didn't have time to chat, I need your fire support now. I'll send you a location later, and you pull all the missile vehicles in the base to me. Missile car. That's right, the coverage area. Liu hesitated for a moment, and then continued, just a radius of 10 kilometers. Raise all this place with a radius of 10 kilometers to the ground. Lu Ruobing was silent for a moment, then let out a long breath. Locate the chariot. After saying this, she hung up the communication directly. Then he picked up the communicator in the center of the command center, and shouted out loudly. Notice, let all the missile troops gather at the playground within 2 minutes. Yes. 3 minutes later. The missile force is assembled, please give instructions from the chief. Depart immediately, destination northeast of Yanjing City, Shimin District. Yes. Chapter 472 covered by firepower, kill everything. The Red Alert system is a very powerful system. Although it can't help Liu build a strong player like the live broadcast system. It is also impossible for Liu to have unlimited supplies like the treasure box system. But it allows Liu to have very powerful technology and a vast army. After Liu gave this system to Lu Ruobing naturally gave it to his father Lu Hongjun. Usually these troops are also commanded by Lu Hongjun. Apart from 10 multi-purpose infantry vehicles, 20 hyperspace fighters and 100 soldiers with guns, Liu himself has no other troops. Originally, at this time, Liu was not suitable to directly dispatch these troops. After all, he has chosen to delegate power to Lu Ruobing. However, Lu Hongjun is still in the stage of integrating the survivor base in Yanjing City. It is impossible to use missiles as weapons of mass destruction against other survivors. Therefore, the missile force is currently idle, and Liu can dispatch it any time he wants. The full name of the missile unit in the game is V3 Missile Vehicle. The price of this kind of car is the same as that of ordinary tanks, and requires 3,000 points. Why do missiles cost the same as tanks? That's because the weakness of this weapon is too obvious. The movement speed is slow, the precision parts are easily damaged, and it cannot attack the enemies in front of it. In the end of the world, where encounters are basically all battles, it is necessary to keep a distance before attacking the enemy. This is like a tasteless existence to any army. Chu Feng also made some before, but they didn't have much chance to use them. So it is not as expensive as expected. Under Liu's prompt, hundreds of V3 missile vehicles headed towards the northeast of Yanjing City. 2 hours later, outside the jungle in the northeast of Yanjing City. Dressed in a military uniform, the heroic Lu Ruobing said calmly. Artificial intelligence. Yes, General. According to the coordinates given by the Commander-in-Chief, calculate a radius of 10 kilometers, and then immediately carry out fire coverage. Yes. Lu Ruobing used to be a policeman, and she was also from a military family. Because he was influenced by his family since he was a child, his patriotism is particularly serious. After the end of the world, she was almost trapped to death in the police station by a group of thugs. It was Liu who appeared in time and saved her life. Originally, she thought that those thugs were just exceptions, and the nature of others was not so evil. But in the end she still lost to reality. Human nature in the last days is more complicated than she imagined. For food, for treasures, there are not a few people who kill each other. For power, for strength, betray friends, relatives, and even sell yourself. If it wasn't for Liu's strength to be strong enough, he would be calm enough in case of trouble. With her style of handling things, she was already framed by others, how could she still be here today? So now that she has been with Liu, she has gradually learned not to ask Liu why he does things. After receiving Liu's order, she didn't even hesitate much. Shhhhhhh. With the completion of the artificial intelligence calculation, a large number of V3 missiles flew towards the jungle where Liu was with a long tail flame. All the people and mutant beasts were collectively stunned at this moment. My mother, what is this? Missiles? Are you kidding me? Zhang Chen, who turned into a giant python, was dumbfounded when he saw the densely packed missiles in the sky. What is happening? Isn't most of human thermal weapons unusable? Why are missiles still available, and why are you dropping missiles here? Why? At this moment, he was in such a state of confusion that he felt like he had lost his ability to think. Fuck. At this time, the battle between Yu Liang and Bai Hu had already ended. Neither side tried their best. But after seeing these missiles, he was also confused. Especially when the aftermath of the missiles destroyed the fog and there were 2 missiles flying in their direction. As a modern person, Yu Liang certainly knows the power of missiles. At this moment, he had no time to worry too much, and hurriedly looked for a suitable bunker around him. Bai Hu didn't have time to ask Yu Liang, and quickly ran towards a possibly safe place. Human weapons don't seem to be weak, so we must leave here first. Boom boom boom. Huge explosions followed one after another, and the terrifying flame shock wave covered a large area of the jungle. Although the game is different from reality, the number of missiles in the missile vehicle is not unlimited. But this kind of missile vehicle has a stock of 12 missiles per day, and it will be refreshed after 12 o'clock. Every time a missile is launched, it only takes 1 minute to fill the second one, and the space wormhole technology is used to fill the missile. So the number of missiles is high. Hundreds of missile vehicles have thousands of missiles. Each missile can cause terrifying damage with a radius of more than -meters. In the face of such a huge firepower coverage, a large number of trees were destroyed, and a large number of birds and beasts were affected by the explosion. It doesn't matter if you're black iron or bronze, and it doesn't matter if you're silver or gold. As long as you don't have strong armor and special life-saving means, you can't escape the end of death. Why are you doing it this way? In a 10-meter deep trench, the overwhelming sound of explosions was heard outside. Luo Kekai asked with some doubts. With Luo's current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter legendary creatures, there shouldn't be any problems. Where is such a thankless method needed? Of course it's for convenience. Luo lay in the corner, looked at the smoky sky and murmured, "This jungle is so big, if we want to find the treasure, what year and month do we have to find? After this wave of fire coverage, the weak creatures and plants will all die. Wouldn't it be better to deal with the remaining monsters and plants? You are damaging the ecological environment." Ecological environment? Haha, there is almost no place for people to live now. Tell me about this. Well, what you said makes sense. That's it. Let's go, it looks like the fire coverage is over, let's go up and harvest the battlefield. Luo calmly led the girls into the trench. Looking around, the lush jungle before has turned into ruins, and the smell of gunpowder is everywhere. The jungle fog has almost disappeared, and the field of vision has become much wider. Snakes, insects, rats, ants, and the corpses of birds and beasts can be seen everywhere. Luo turned a blind eye, slowly picked up the communicator and said, "Ruobing, you should have the escort of the missile force by your side, right?" "Have. Let the ground troops cooperate with the rocket pilots to carry out a carpet search. If you encounter monsters that cannot be dealt with, please notify me in time." "Clear." Snapped. With a snap of fingers, the Dark Warrior, Crypt Spider, Abyss Giant, Dark Demon Bear, and Black Light Leopard came out of the crack in space one after another. Xiaojin, Heishui and Qi Yanying also rushed to Luo's direction again. Kill all these so-called creatures. Chapter 473 Stupid Humans. The Red Alert system is very strong. Not only can it provide a large number of troops, but it can also provide a large number of weapons of mass destruction. Having it is equivalent to having a future. However, how strong the system can be depends on the people who use it. The strength of the host is not enough, no matter how much the army develops, there will still be certain weaknesses. Just like Chu Feng before. It is just an enhancer in itself. When he encounters more powerful monsters, it will be difficult for him to deal with them. He can only fight steadily one step at a time, for fear of losing too many troops. And now, this system falls into Luo's hands. This speed of development is astonishingly fast. Although the monsters hunted by Lu Ruobing, Lu Hongjun, and others will not be counted as points. But Luo and his summons are fine. The lethality of any one of these combat summons is higher than that of Chu Feng. Therefore, the jungle bombed by missiles has become a paradise for Luo to collect points and treasure boxes. 10 points for black iron, 50 points for bronze, 100 points for silver, and 500 points for gold. Most of the black iron and bronze monsters were directly killed by missiles, and the points were directly credited. Silver and gold are basically seriously injured even if they don't die, and it's almost enough to make up a knife. As for the dark gold and sapphire, maybe they can withstand Luo's fire coverage, but their combat effectiveness will definitely be affected to a certain extent. Roar! Go to hell! 2 3-meter-tall cyclops rushed towards Luo from behind a scorched tree. They were wearing animal skin skirts, covered in blood and mud, and wielding a large wooden stick in their hands. While running, he yelled strangely at Luo. Judging from their shapes and running movements, they should have been injured in the bombing just now, but they were not fatal. Liu didn't even bother to look at them. Clang! The Dark Warrior and the Abyss Giant waved their long knives and maces to meet them. Although both sides are at the Dark Gold level, the Abyss Giant has even just reached the Dark Gold level. But the crushing of combat skills, equipment and state made Cyclops not much power to fight back. After a moment, "Hey, hardened skin? That's all." Liu looked at the corpses of the two Cyclops and said with disdain. Cyclops have hardened skin similar to that of the Corpse King. Although it is worse than the tempered skin of the Corpse King, there is no problem at all for the Dark Gold level to block a bullet, which is why they survived the previous bombing. It's a pity that in front of Liu's team, they are not enough. The Giant Blade and Dark Erosion ability of the Dark Warrior happened to be their nemesis. So 2 rounds, the battle is over. These two Cyclops gave Liu a total of Dark Gold Treasure Chest 1, Dark Gold Crystal Core 2, Copy Dark Gold Crystal Core 4, Red Alert System points 2000 points. The Dark Gold Crystal Nucleus is recovered in the Red Alarm system, and it costs 10,000 points per piece. In other words, these two Cyclops alone gave Liu 42,000 Red Alert points. If so Cangyun was here, he could even absorb their souls. Unfortunately, my Abyss summoning slot is already full, otherwise I can make a sacrifice. Liu said something regretfully. It is normal for Liu to use one corpse for multiple purposes, but this time he is just talking. Because this world lacks everything now, but there is no shortage of monsters. If you want to obtain a monster corpse as a sacrifice, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After killing the Cyclops, Liu led the team to move forward. Da-da-da. Several armed helicopters appeared in mid-air, helping Liu search for living creatures in the jungle. Fire wolves, iron-backed lizards, iron-backed rhinos, and steel-haired porcupines all became Liu's points and resources. Everyone be careful. Advance steadily, don't worry. Visible danger is not danger, but invisible danger is. Pay attention to those poisonous insects that are dying and struggling under your feet. Understand? Be careful behind you. This is a silverback gorilla. Damn it, kill it. Why is the defense of this thing so high? Need fire support, need fire support. Hurry up. Fire. Commander, a suspicious beam of light was found in the eastern jungle, and Falcon is going to investigate. Falcon is going to investigate. Be careful. Understand? My god, why is there a tree here? There are trees in the jungle, isn't it normal? No, the vegetation around this tree has been damaged to varying degrees, but this tree doesn't seem to respond. You mean, that tree held the missile? Are you kidding me? I can't believe it either, but it's true. Falcon beware. Before the pilot of the armed helicopter finished speaking, he heard an anxious reminder from his companion. Don't wait for him to react. Boom. A loud bang. A cocky giant python suddenly broke through the ground. Ding ding ding. The huge and hard snake head is as strong as metal. It hit the helicopter's propeller, sending out bursts of sparks, and the armed helicopter quickly lost its balance and fell towards the ground. Boom. The helicopter exploded and the pilot died. Asshole. The pilots of the other helicopters couldn't help cursing angrily when they saw this scene. But that appears to be just the beginning. 30 seconds after the helicopter was shot down by the yellow python, the terrifying black snake came out of nowhere. Boom. A mass of fire, as hot as magma, spewed out from its mouth. Instantly melted the 3 soldiers with guns not far away. Drafting? If it weren't for my rough skin and quick reaction, I would have been almost killed by your missiles. Zhang Chen cursed angrily. After killing the 3 soldiers, he didn't stop too much, and quickly ran towards the big tree. It relied on the soil ability to get underground to avoid the missile attack just now. Otherwise, no matter how strong its scales are, it will definitely be affected by missile bombardment. At that time, it will affect the combat effectiveness, and it will be a little bit better. This black snake. My god, this is too big. Don't be dazed, fire. Da-da-da. Ding ding ding. Seeing this giant black python, although several conscripts nearby were terrified, they still blocked it with their AK-47s. A large number of bullets hit Zhang Chen's body, and there were bursts of flames from metal impacts. Get away from me! Zhang Chen roared angrily, one flicked his tail and slapped several people flying, one swooped down and killed one and killed several people. Although he still thinks that he is human and he doesn't know how to eat people, killing people is commonplace. These people wanted to kill him, of course he would not show mercy, even if these people were wearing military uniforms. Only. Baba, what the hell does this smell like? Why does it feel weird? Forget it, let's talk about it first. Zhang Chen subconsciously spat out the soldier he bit. After he turned into a snake, of course his various bodily functions also underwent some changes. The smell on these soldiers was a little different from those he had killed before. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly crossed the army's defense line and rushed towards the big tree. At this time, the big tree is not far away. Yuliang, who directed the yellow python to kill the helicopter, panted heavily. Hey, it's a good thing there is a pre-made snake hole next to it, otherwise I would have died just now. Hey, what happened to that tree? Seeing the big tree in the open space before, not only was it not destroyed by the missile, but it actually gave off a faint halo? Yuliang was stunned. At this moment, he felt the emotion of the yellow python. What's wrong, rhubarb? Sizzle. Rhubarb spat out the letter, and there was excitement in the terrifying golden vertical pupils. Yuliang was taken aback for a moment, then surprised. You mean, the 3 fruits on that tree are about to mature, and you can evolve after eating those fruits? Sizzle. The huge snake head kept lighting up. After receiving this news, Yuliang also reacted. Could it be that the white tiger just came here for these 3 fruits? Yuliang just finished speaking. Ho ho! A tiger roar resounded through the entire forest. The white tiger jumped out from behind a boulder before, and the low and majestic voice resounded faintly. Stupid humans, the earth spirit fruit is mine, you'd better stay away from that tree. Damn it, why are you such a tough white-haired bastard? Even missiles can't kill you. Stop talking nonsense and die. Chapter 474. The jungle bombed by missiles is full of traces of war and gunpowder smoke. Centered on Lu's location, within a 10-kilometer radius, it was scorched black, and people were devastated. Only the towering tree in the clearing deep in the jungle was not affected much. The trunk of the big tree is very thick, thicker than those of the 1,000-year-old locust tree. The height is also very high, at least 30 meters or more. The whole tree has 3 branches in total, and a coconut-sized fruit hangs on the top of the 3 leafy branches. These 3 fruits were originally green like the leaves. Hidden under the dense foliage, it is difficult to be found. But now that it was blown up by the missile, it actually glowed a faint red light. Wait a moment. Seeing that the white tiger was about to attack him, Yuliang shouted hastily. From the words of the white tiger and the earthy yellow python, Yuliang knew that this thing was called the earth spirit fruit, and it had a fatal attraction to mutant beasts. But it's obviously not worth it to fight the white tiger for this kind of thing. As for Fatty's life? I'm sorry, Fatty is just a tool man to him, he dies as soon as he dies, it doesn't matter at all. What's wrong? Are you scared? Bai Hu stopped subconsciously, but his tone was mocking. Humph, human beings are indeed a group of creatures who are greedy for life and afraid of death. No, I just want to say that although your strength is very strong, I also have rhubarb. It is not so easy for you to kill me. How about we coexist peacefully? What do you mean? There are a total of 3 fruits on this tree, why don't we each have one? There is no need to fight to the death. Hearing Yuliang's proposal, Bai Hu couldn't help thinking. In a moment. What you said makes sense, but I want 2 earth spirit fruits. Bai Hu compromised, but still wanted to get the best benefit for himself. Beast was originally synonymous with cruel and violent. Their actions should also be arbitrary and full of blood. But like Zhang Chen, it has human wisdom. So I can clearly distinguish the good and bad of Yuliang's proposal. What Yuliang said is right, although its strength can crush the opponent, but with the existence of that big yellow snake, it is not so easy for it to kill Yuliang. When 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. When the time comes to let others reap the benefits of being a fisherman, it will not be worth the loss. You can do it. Anyway, this thing doesn't work for me, so rhubarb needs it. Bai Hu is stronger than him and Wang, if they really fight to the death, they are definitely not opponents. So in order to appease Bai Hu's emotions, Yuliang could only temporarily choose to compromise. It's just that the ground spirit fruit is an alien spirit fruit, and its attraction to any animal is fatal. There are not only a few animals in the jungle that can withstand missiles without dying. They want to coexist peacefully, and other mutant beasts will not give them a chance. Roar! Just as the 2 sides were making a compromise and waiting for the fruit to ripen, a golden-haired lion suddenly jumped out from the grass beside it. Its IQ doesn't seem to be as good as the white tiger's. It doesn't know that the ground spirit fruit can only exert its due effect when it is mature. After rushing out, it rushed towards the spirit tree directly. Another one. Boom! A white afterimage flashed, and the white tiger slapped the lion with one claw. Idiot, get out of here! The lion is the king of the prairie, and it is slightly inferior to the tiger in a one-on-one fight. In the circle of these mutant beasts, there is even more blood pressure. So where is the golden retriever lion's opponent? With just one slap, he was sent flying by the white tiger. Roar! The lion rolled on the ground and let out a low growl at the white tiger. The white tiger also roared. At the moment when the 2 sides wanted to fight again, those leopards, wolf kings, scorpions, and centipedes who had escaped the missile bombing due to various reasons also sensed the situation of the spirit tree here, and rushed over one after another. It's just that they seem to have a certain fear of the white tiger, and they didn't directly attack the spirit tree like the golden-haired lion. Instead, he hid in some scorched black trees, rocks, and weeds, staring at Bai Hu and Yuliang covetously. Damn, I didn't expect this thing to be quite popular. Seeing so many powerful monsters appearing at the same time, Yuliang couldn't help cursing angrily, thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind. Incapable of rivalry, we can only outsmart them, let them kill each other first. Yuliang already made up his mind. His ability is to control snakes, but most of the poisonous snakes were killed by Lu's previous carpet bombing. Therefore, if he wanted to stand out from these monsters, he couldn't be as reckless as before. It's a pity that just when he wanted to leave the place and look for an opportunity to grab the fruit, a sound of breaking through the sky suddenly sounded. Call out! A missile, with a long tail flame, hit this side again. What's up with this Nima? A missile again? Grass. All the mutant beasts were collectively stunned at this moment. But they had no time to think about it, and used their housekeeping skills one after another. Some rely on special abilities to burrow into the ground, some rely on extreme speed to escape, and some rely on energy shields to defend. In short, run if you can run, and block if you can. Boom! The loud explosion was deafening. Shrapnel, steel balls, flames, and a lot of mud splashed around. Some mutated beasts that were already injured couldn't withstand the second wave of missile impact, and were directly killed on the spot. But most of the mutated beasts were still sent flying by the flame shock wave. No, we can't kill each other, we must kill that group of humans first, otherwise none of us will get the spiritual fruit. The white tiger is a missile that resists with its own strength. After the aftermath of the missile was over, it was the first to recover. Roar! Ho ho! Other beasts do not have as many minds as humans. Hearing what Bai Hu said, he immediately agreed to Bai Hu's proposal. But before they could take action, a golden sword with lightning flew out from the direction of the jungle. Its speed is extremely fast, and it seems to have a predictive nature. A big black centipede with a length of 7 or 8 meters was pierced through the head by this golden sword and nailed to the ground as soon as it made a dodging movement. The big black centipede was suffering from pain, and frantically twisted its terrifying body covered with thin feet, trying to get rid of the golden sword's control. But the golden sword was nailed very deeply, no matter how hard it struggled, it would be of no avail. Gradually, the extent of the centipede's struggle became smaller and smaller, and its consciousness became more and more blurred. Seeing this scene, the other mutant beasts immediately became vigilant and looked towards the direction where the golden sword was flying. A handsome young man in black armor and 3 women soon appeared in their sight. Earth Spirit Tree? Earth Spirit Fruit? Ha ha ha, I never thought there would be such a treasure here. Howl! As soon as the young man's laughter fell, a loud eagle's voice reached the ears of all the beasts. Immediately afterwards, monkeys, dogs, bears, leopards, warriors, and giants appeared behind him in sequence. Liu didn't care about Yuliang and Huang, nor did he care about the white tiger who could only talk, and he didn't care about other mutant beasts. His eyes were on the spirit tree from beginning to end. Because Earth Spirit Tree, a spirit tree that contains the essence of wood, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, can produce plasma fruit. Word of Nature Forging Book, Artifact. Materials required, essence of gold 1, essence of wood 1, essence of water *1, earth. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 475 From Cauliflower Snake to Ancient Dragon. Plasma Fruit, originally known as Earth Spirit Fruit, it is named Plasma Fruit because it turns as bright as blood when it matures. This is a kind of alien spirit fruit that can evolve all animals except humans. The scope of evolution includes physical strength, special abilities, bloodlines, and breeds. Note, the higher the intelligence is turned on, the better the evolution effect. This is all the information about the Earth Spirit Tree that Liu saw with the villain's eyes. Doomsday, it's not so much the end of the world. Rather, it is the recovery of spiritual energy after the fusion of the two worlds. Because after the end of the world, human beings have not only awakened supernatural powers, but also a lot of unknown energy in the Earth space. Most of these energies can also be absorbed by the awakened ones. What is the difference between this and the legendary aura? It's just that there are a lot of monsters in other worlds, and they are not very friendly to the original Earthlings, so it is the end of the world. Of course, Liu is not in the mood to ask about spiritual energy, spiritual tree, or spiritual fruit right now. What he cares about is that this tree actually contains the essence of wood. Essence of wood, one of the materials used to create artifacts. Using it to assist in the cultivation of all wood-type abilities will have a multiplier effect with half the effort. The Natural Language Forging Book, Artifact, is the ultimate secret treasure he obtained in that super-secret realm in Nanxi. This is a sword artifact. The required materials are the essence of the 9 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Liu only knew the names of these materials, but he didn't know where to get these essences. He originally came here only to avenge So Qingye by solving the snake group, and took Kyunjimua by the way. Never thought I'd come across this stuff. The essence of wood is the material used to create the sacred artifact of the word of nature. In addition to being used to make artifacts, it can also be used to assist in cultivation. The degree of preciousness is far beyond the comparison of Kyunjimu. Seeing this thing in front of his eyes at this time, even Luyu's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Humans? You put those things that exploded just now. Seeing Luyu appearing here with several women and a bunch of mutant beasts, Bai whose eyes were full of fierceness. There was also a low growl unique to tigers from his throat. Non my family, its heart must be different. It didn't like humans at all, but it was bombed by human missiles in 2 consecutive waves just now. Therefore, seeing Luyu appearing here with 3 fully armed women, it immediately became murderous. Yu Liang, who was about to leave to look for opportunities, saw Luyu appear, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. Aren't those 2 women the 2 who were hunted down by him at noon? Could it be that they are? Damn it! What's the situation? A tiger can actually speak human language. Hear the white tiger make a human voice, and still speak the language of Xia Kingdom? Surprise flashed across Shangguan Linglong's pretty face, and Luo Kikai also froze in place. Even Luyu looked at Beihu with surprise. They have been close to the Earth Spirit Tree for a long time, just for the sake of safety, they didn't walk from the sky, and they didn't come here at the first time. On the ground, although it has been bombed by missiles, there are still many obstacles. Therefore, except for the centipede and the yellow python, Luyu had no chance to read the information of other monsters. When sneak attacking, he could only find the centipede king who was closest to him. After coming here, his eyes and attention have been on the Earth Spirit Tree and system information, and he hasn't had time to look at other things. Hearing Beihu's words at this time, he subconsciously glanced at it with the villain's eyes. Name, Bai Linghu, Cub. Level, Epic level. Explanation, tigers from other worlds are holy beasts, their innate intelligence is not inferior to that of humans, even if they are just cubs, they still possess very terrifying power. Bai Linghu? Holy beast? Epic level. Seeing Beihu's information, Luyu was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. Hehe, finally there is one that can be watched. Yes, we released it. Court death. With a roar, Beihu rushed towards Luyu directly. Beasts are ferocious. Revenge doesn't need too many detours either. I think it's you who is looking for death. Seeing the white tiger rushing towards him, Luyu's fighting spirit soared to the extreme at this moment. Raise your hand and stretch it in the direction of the centipede king. Call out. The king's sword that crucified King Centipede returned to his hand. Since the fusion of the power of several protagonists, Luyu's strength has also increased day by day. Apart from Chenchenan, a protagonist who is invincible under certain circumstances, Luyu has no opponents. As long as he didn't want to die, let alone other awakened ones, even monsters and swarms would find it difficult to kill him. Therefore, during the recent period of time, he has been in a state of invincibility and loneliness. They also do it casually for trash fish like the Fire Wolf army, and they don't have much interest at all. At this moment, seeing that the white tiger was at the epic level, he suddenly regained his spirits. According to what Luo Kikai said, although there is no distinction between elementary, middle, and high-level powerhouses above the human epic level, there is a certain difference in the combat effectiveness of the same profession. In the past, if the enhancer of the dark gold level had no fighting skills and weapons and equipment, the melee combat might only be a little better than the enhancer of the gold bottleneck. This little bit may have a certain impact on the outcome of the battle, but the process of the battle is definitely very long. The epic level enhancers are different, they can hang and beat sapphire level enhancers. Because if you want to be promoted to an epic creature, you need not only have physical fitness, but also need to have a certain understanding of your own strength. If an enhancer does not cultivate combat skills to a certain level, even if his vitality is sufficient, he will not be able to break through to the epic level. Therefore, seeing that the white tiger is epic, Luyu not only did not flinch, but became even more excited. Leapfrogging monsters is the protagonist's patent. I have integrated the power of so many protagonists. If I can't beat an epic cub, how can I still be a basket? Baihu did it right away as he said, without much hesitation at all. Seeing this, other monsters rushed towards Luyu one after another. Although the intelligence of these beasts is not as high as that of the white tiger, they all know that they were almost killed by Luyu just now. When would it be better not to take revenge at this time? So, Lingian Leopard vs Black Light Leopard, Giant Scorpion vs Crypt Spider, Earth Bear vs Dark Demon Bear. In this way, a camp melee kicked off. Seeing the scuffle in the open space, Yu Liang subconsciously wanted to take rhubarb out of here. It seemed that it would take a few minutes for the fruit to ripen. It was obviously not a wise choice to join the melee at this time. But the moment he turned around, the cold, short-haired woman holding an ancient ingot knife appeared in front of him with a gloomy expression. It was you who controlled the snakes to hunt us down before, right? How do you know? Luo Kikai's voice was cold, and Yu Liang was surprised. From the beginning to the end, he never showed his face in front of these women. What's the matter with this woman? I can feel the familiar breath in you. Luo Kikai pointed the ancient ingot knife obliquely at the ground. You still have this ability. Stop talking nonsense and die. Boom. Boom. Booms from two different directions sounded at the same time. The head of the giant yellow python hit the ground where Luo Kikai was, and Luo Kikai dodged quickly. The red flame eagle in the sky sprayed fire in time to intercept. Luo Kikai is the heroine, so of course Yu Liang can't beat her single-handedly. But he had more than one giant python under his hand, so it was difficult for Luo Kikai to stop Yu Liang immediately if he wanted to leave. Commander, a giant black python is approaching rapidly in your direction, a giant black python is rapidly approaching in your direction. Liu, who was fighting, suddenly heard an anxious voice from the headset. And repeated it twice. It took less than 3 seconds to finish speaking. Boom. A loud bang, deafening. Zhang Chen shattered a huge rock, and came out from the depths of the jungle while spitting out a message. Yo, it's quite lively. Fortunately, it's not too late. Ding, congratulations on discovering the new protagonist Zhang Chen, the plot is being read, please wait later. Ding, the plot is finished reading, please check with the host. Liu. From the cauliflower snake to the ancient dragon. Chapter 476. Another one. The sudden black python brought the battle in the open space to a brief standstill. Liu, who dodged a shock wave from Bai Yueguang, subconsciously glanced in the direction of the sound. After reading the information about the black python, he was completely speechless. It's no wonder that when he finds Cangyun, he can always meet monsters like Bai Yueguang and Yu Liang. It turns out that there is still a protagonist here? From cauliflower snake to ancient dragon? Damn, aren't these protagonists even human? Liu didn't have time to read its script, so he quickly distanced himself from Bai Yueguang. Is the protagonist of the last days strong in battle? Of course strong. It doesn't matter what type of protagonist they are, and it doesn't matter whether the golden finger they get is early or late. In their own circles, they are the strongest existences at the same time. But after the end of the world, everyone's starting line is the same. So no matter how strong the protagonist is, he will encounter opponents who are as strong as himself. Some opponents are even stronger than the protagonist, but they die in the protagonist's hands only for some special reasons. Like some corpse kings. Although the strongest corpse king is Tang Cheng, the average corpse king is not much weaker than Tang Cheng. When protagonists like Xiao Fan, Su Chen and Ye Bai encountered these corpse kings, if they didn't use team fighting, they wouldn't have much chance at all. At this time, Bai Yueguang and Yu Liang also belonged to this kind of existence. Bai Yueguang is an alien creature from the same world as monsters like lizard people. The number of ethnic groups themselves is not very large, but the power they possess is very amazing. Even without much practice, an adult Bai Yueguang can easily grow to the terrifying level of holy rank. It's just that due to the cracks in the Earth's space, the strength it can withstand is limited, so those top creatures are still unable to survive. This white spirit tiger was also accidentally teleported to the Earth by a space rift because of his playfulness. Of course. As the cub of the holy beast, its strength is definitely not low. It is said that birth is epic. As for Yu Liang, his situation is a little bit special. His current strength is probably at the elementary level of dark gold. The reason why he survived under Bai Yueguang's hands was entirely due to an accident. It was a sunny morning and Al-Qaeda men were out searching for food. Yu Liang was treated as cannon fodder by the senior management of that base. His survival instinct allowed him to escape from the monster. In the end, in order to avoid being chased by monsters and base awakeners, he strayed into a cave. The cave is full of poisonous snakes. Not only did he not die, he also received the inheritance of the Snake King. Just like Takata received the inheritance of the Necromancer before. The inheritance of the Snake King not only gave him the ability to control snakes, but also gave him the snake nature in his body, and he has a strong affinity for snake creatures. And it also gave him the talent to heal the wounds of other snakes. Relying on these abilities, he successfully subdued 2 sapphire-level pythons as his subordinates. A rhubarb from the bottleneck of sapphire, and a small green from the high grade of sapphire. 2 sapphire-level giant pythons, plus a vast number of bronze, silver and even gold-level poisonous snakes, gave him a strength no less than that of the protagonist, and became the king of this jungle. Of course, obtaining great strength in a short period of time requires paying a huge price. The previous Takata became an undead. But now he has become a monster who is neither human nor snake. The topic is a bit far away, and the camera returns to the middle of the battlefield. The previous scuffle stopped temporarily because of Zhang Chen's arrival. Yu Liang, who originally wanted to run away, didn't go far after seeing Zhang Chen. When he thought about it, if the opponent was a snake, maybe he could take advantage of it. After Zhang Chen arrived, he didn't immediately attack Liu and other monsters. Instead, he coiled up the long snake body and observed it from a distance. Liu. Luo Kekai flashed back to Liu's side, looking at the situation in the open space with a serious expression on her face. Every monster present is terrifying in strength. Even she had to cheer up. It's okay, the fun has just begun. Zhang Chen's arrival not only did not make Liu retreat, but made his fighting spirit more and more intense. It's been a long time since he's tried what it's like to go full fire, and today might be a good day. Just you and Ling Long, together with Jia Yenying, will deal with the snake-controlling guy, and leave the rest to me. Boom. After saying this, Liu squeezed his fist, and his momentum rose instantly. The terrifying wind and thunder energy carried a large amount of wind and sand, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. When Liu came out of Chen Chenan's restaurant, it was already close to 2 o'clock. Plus the time to find So Qingyu, Lu Ruobing to gather the team, and the bombing. It's almost 6 o'clock now. At this point in time, with so much wind and sand, the light in the entire jungle has become worse than before. The monsters noticed Liu's unusual strength. Except for Zhang Chen, Bai Hu, and Da Huang, they all subconsciously took 2 steps back while being wary of Liu. The 3 women and his battle pet also dispersed involuntarily. Liu didn't have time to ask them, so he replaced the King's E-sword in his hand with the Laquan sharp gun. Buzz. Almost at the same time, several space cracks slowly opened. The cold atmosphere spread across the audience in an instant. Clatter, clatter. 3 summoned creatures of different shapes walked out of the space crack with light or heavy steps. This is... It's so cold. Is that the guy? Seeing Liu using his summoning ability, Luo Kekai and Caroline were not too surprised. Only Shang Guan Linglong looked at Liu in horror. What kind of monster is he? The few creatures that Liu summoned, except for the headless cavalry general who left a deep impression on her. There is also a skeleton monster covered in a black robe holding a bone staff. It was this skeleton monster that dropped the temperature of the surrounding air by 2 points. Just like Mo Li's frost sword before. It's just that one is pure air cold, and the other is gloomy and cold. Hey, hello, my research is at a critical moment, why did you summon me? The ethereal voice resounded in Liu's mind. Of course it is urgent to call you. Liu's expression was calm, and he was alert to the telepathy in front of him, help me stop that black snake. Black snake. Hearing Liu's words, the necromancer was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly saw Zhang Chen on the edge of the battlefield. What are you kidding me? It's so big, how can I stop it? If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. After Liu finished speaking in a cold voice, the topic changed suddenly, I believe you can do it. You. The necromancer wanted to curse, but at this moment he didn't have time to think too much, you bastard, buy me some time. General, the task of gaining time is entrusted to you. Follow orders. Today. The headless general picked up the reins, rode the skeleton warhorse, and took 2 steps towards Zhang Chen's direction without fear. Headless rider. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen was a little surprised. Because it can feel the horror of the power inside the headless general. This guy, what's going on? Can he actually summon such a powerful dark creature? Whoosh, roar. Just as Zhang Chen thought of this, Liu's figure had already disappeared into the wind and sand. The white tiger in the field also let out a roar. Boom. With a terrifying electric current, the Laquan sharp gun hit a layer of tiger-shaped energy shield with extremely strong defense. The huge airwave centered on the impact point of 1 man and 1 tiger, and spread rapidly in all directions. Liu's excited voice also reached Bai Linghu's ears. Bai Linghu? I just need a mount here. Chapter 477. Mount? Roar. Hearing this word, Bai Linghu, who was already suffocated, became even more angry. With a roar, he raised his paw and patted Liu. Bai Linghu's ability is very similar to Lu Ruobing's psychic warrior, but every move and style has the tiger's own characteristics. With 1 claw shot, there are several claw blades. The claw blade is like a sword energy with extremely strong cutting ability, not only fast, but also wide in range. The moment the tiger-shaped shield disappeared, it flew in front of Liu. It has to be said that Bai Linghu's fighting ability is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. Just such a simple claw blade blocked all Liu's escape routes. Ordinary awakened people can't escape when encountering such a situation. But Liu is not an ordinary awakener. He just used the surrounding airflow to push his body while moving sideways, just avoiding the sharpness of the claw blade. Boom. The moment Liu dodged the claw blade, he took advantage of the opportunity to insert the Laquan gun into the ground under his feet, and exerted force with both hands. Rise. Boom. A huge rock with a diameter of at least 2 meters was easily picked up by the silver spear under the influence of Lu's soil system ability. He flew directly towards Bai Linghu. On this level of attack, Bai Linghu looked disdainful, and easily dodged the boulder with one leap, and the boulder fell heavily to the ground with a muffled sound. It also thought that Lu was going to use some big move, but he didn't expect it. That's it. This kind of attack with a slow speed and a small range, who can it hit? It's not over yet. Lu smiled coldly, and stepped on the ground with his right foot with terrifying energy. Rumble. A huge roar came from the ground, before Bai Linghu could react. Boom, 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 boom. The earth walls about 20 meters long, 1 meter thick and 10 meters high appeared out of thin air. They are connected end to end, forming a square courtyard wall that encloses Lu and Bai Linghu. Because the wall was too high, the light within the line of sight of the two became dim. This is the arena. Lu bluntly said, to prevent you from running away. You are arrogant. Beast cage. Lu didn't care about it at all, he held the gun in his left hand and clenched his fist in the right, and slapped the ground suddenly. Whoosh whoosh. A large number of plants began to grow crazily, and they all rushed towards the white spirit tiger as if they had eyes. Since the arena was built in the jungle, there are many plant roots that can be used by Lu no matter on the wall or on the ground. And because the open space around the earth spirit tree is huge, bigger than the university playground, there are only Lu and Bai Linghu in the arena. So the battle of one man and one tiger officially kicked off. Damn, what's the matter with this guy? With the rise of the arena, battles in other places also broke out one after another. Looking at the arena in the distance, then at the red flame eagle in the sky and the chaotic battlefield, Yu Liang gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine for those three women to enter the jungle if they have the strength, but what the hell are they related to the military? Even if it has something to do with the military, how can so many missiles be transferred? It's fine if the missiles can be transferred, but a young man with such terrifying strength who knows how to summon is actually brought along? Now, how should we play? How about, shall we withdraw first?" Sensing that the current situation is not good, Yu Liang already has the intention of retreating. Although he thought he was not weak, he was not arrogant enough to be tough with the military. Especially when Lu's strength is above his strength. Withdraw? Where to withdraw? Don't you want your companions to evolve stronger power? The moment Yu Liang was about to use the snakes to evacuate himself, a young man's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this voice, Yu Liang couldn't help being taken aback. Who's talking? While talking, Yu Liang quickly scanned the battlefield with his terrifying vertical pupils. Lu entered the arena with Beihu, but he couldn't see anything. The other beasts fought with the giants, and there was nothing to see. Although most of the creatures that can survive in the abyss are ruthless characters. But these monsters that survived the missile bombing are also the kings of their respective groups. The strength of the two sides is not much different, and they basically use hand-to-hand combat. Even if they release 1 or 2 energy attacks occasionally, they can be easily cracked by the opponent. Therefore, if they want to decide the outcome, it will not be possible for them to do so in a short while. The only thing that interested him in the entire battlefield was the battle between the headless cavalry general and the black python. A large amount of black smoke enveloped most of the battlefield. Countless white skulls kept rolling in the black smoke. The giant black python was shrouded in black smoke, and every time it tried to lean on its body, the skull would hit its head. Then, it will be attacked by the headless horseman. "It's me!" Zhang Chen yelled angrily, and while shaking the smoke away from the skeleton, he said to Yu Liang, "Hurry up to stop that skeleton ceremony and save that white tiger, or we will have no chance. You can also talk." Hearing Zhang Chen's sound transmission, Yu Liang was stunned. Although he has been an awakened person for a long time, he has never seen a mutant beast that can speak before. Even the 2 giant sapphire pythons under his hands communicated through induction. "Didn't expect to see 2 at once today? Stop moaning, hurry up. Why should I? Why should I listen to you?" This is what Yu Liang wanted to say in his heart. Since possessing the inheritance of the Snake King, no matter how powerful other snake monsters are, they are all extremely docile in front of him. Why is this black python ordering him? However, the battlefield is changing rapidly, and there is not much time for him to be arrogant at this time. Quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. Rhubarb's evolution is equivalent to his own evolution. If you don't work hard at this time, you will definitely regret it in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Liang already had a decision in his heart. Damn, it's all over. He has a total of 2 sapphire pythons under his hands, 1 versus the red flame eagle, and 1 vs. Luokikai. After the remaining snakes were bombed by missiles, there were not many left. But what is left is not nothing. After making this decision, he immediately controlled the few poisonous snakes and crawled towards the necromancer. The necromancer is rapidly drawing the summoning formation at this time. This magic circle is huge, and it takes a long time. He doesn't have extra energy to deal with these poisonous snakes. As long as they can interrupt his summoning ceremony and drag it until the Black Python defeats the Headless Horseman, they might really have a chance. As for the subsequent Earth Spirit fruits, how should they be divided? That's not something he should be thinking about right now. It's just that Yu Liang has more subordinates, and Liu also has them. When the snake group is within 10 meters of the necromancer. Beep. The melodious flute sounded instantly. Shangguan Linglong was still wearing a fluttering white dress, but after entering the jungle, she added a set of special soft armor against poisonous insects inside the dress. At this time, she was holding the white jade flute in her hand. Like a fairy in the sky, the sound of the flute spread throughout the battlefield. The sounds of battle in the distance were too loud to hear the tune she was playing. But when the poisonous snakes who were close at hand heard it, they immediately stopped their crawling movements, slowly raised their snake heads, and swayed left and right following the rhythm of the flute. This woman is an asshole. Seeing this scene, Yu Liang gritted his teeth tightly, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He originally wanted to control the group of snakes to surpass Shangguan Linglong and attack the necromancer. But he didn't dare to risk himself. Can only control the group of snakes to try to attack each other. It's just that the number of his snakes is insufficient, and the sound of the flute is everywhere, so he can't break through Shangguan Linglong's line of defense at all. I don't know how long it has been. Boom. Finally, relying on his strong body, Zhang Chen dispersed the surrounding black smoke and repelled the headless cavalry general. It didn't say anything else, and ran directly towards the necromancer. Go to hell. Almost the same time. The huge summoning circle lit up with a strange red light. A monster with huge bone wings appeared in the center of the summoning circle. Boom. The huge body fell to the ground and made a huge muffled sound. Fuck. Seeing this huge monster, Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. This is a bone dragon. Chapter 478. Obediently be my mount. The headless cavalry general is the bottleneck of the Sapphire, and his combat effectiveness is very strong. Not only will he be able to use strange abilities such as soul judgment, but he can also use special skills such as heavy cavalry charge and spear thrust. But different monsters are good at different things. The ability that cavalry is good at is sprinting and charging, not defense. The most suitable geographical environment for sprinting and charging is the plain. In this jungle with complex terrain and overgrown with weeds, his ability could not be effectively utilized at all. Moreover, Zhang Chen not only has a strong body, he is also best at fighting in the jungle. So it wants to break through the defense of the headless general, but it will be a matter of time. Liu didn't expect him to drag Zhang Chen to the end, as long as he could drag the necromancer's summoning ceremony to the end. The final result is obvious, he barely completed his task. Should I draft it? Zhang Chen, who broke through the defense of the headless general, looked at the terrifying monster in front of him, and couldn't believe his eyes. When the necromancer appeared, it felt that this skeleton was not simple. At the moment when the opponent drew the formation, it even felt a little danger. Now, he finally determined where his danger came from. The creature in front of him is actually a legendary bone dragon? Zhang Chen's body is more than 30 meters long, and the bone dragon is about the same size as Zhang Chen. Moreover, apart from the bones all over the bone dragon, there is only a blue soul flame burning in the dark eye holes. There are no other redundant organs and tissues. After it appeared, it uttered a loud dragon chant, and rushed towards Zhang Chen directly. Boom! The two huge creatures collided with each other, making a deafening bang. It is clear. Among all the humans and mutated beasts present, there was only one child of luck, Zhang Chen, the Black Python. In its plot, there was no Liu in the first place. The villain this time is Yu Liang, who can control snakes, and has nothing to do with Liu. But fate is so magical. The roles of the protagonist and the villain's aura bring them together. The appearance of Liu also disrupted the original plot. Zhang Chen sensed the strength of Liu and the undead, so he could only unite with Yu Liang to fight the monster Liu. Bai Yueguang, who was supposed to become Zhang Chen's friend in this battle, was dragged into the arena by Liu. At this time, in the corner of the arena, a deep gully appeared at some point. Groundwater kept coming out of the gully. Bai Yueguang is also a little embarrassed now, but he still controls his vigorous body and moves around in the arena. While dodging the attacks of those plants, he paid attention to Liu, who was about to attack at any time. Boom! Liu saw the opportunity, took a wind and thunder afterimage, and shot the silver gun horizontally at Bai Yueguang. Bai Yueguang roared, and quickly used his energy shield to block. But the powerful impact brought by the silver gun still sent it flying. This kid! It's hard for Bai Yueguang to imagine that humans in this world are so strong. But it didn't have time to think too much at this time. The body twisted strangely in the air, using the unique body structure of cats to land firmly. It's just the strong inertia that still allows it to slide for several meters before stabilizing its figure. not waiting for it to move on to the next step. Whoa! A large amount of groundwater rose up under the control of Lu's water system abilities. Soon it condensed into a dragon-shaped water column in the air. Hey! The faint sound of the dragon chant made Bai Linghu fearful. Water dragon, destroy! Boom! The water poured down, and the white tiger faced the difficulties. The dragon and tiger collided together, filling the entire arena with fine mist. Water system attack on me! Hey! Before Bai Linghu finished speaking, he felt a sense of numbness coming from his body. There is electricity in this water. Not only electricity, but also. Luu smiled coldly and raised his hand to the air, ice. The water mist spewed out from Lu's hands quickly with a lot of cold air, combined with the mist produced after the impact of the dragon and tiger. In less than a moment, the entire arena was enveloped. After being drenched in water and paralyzed by electricity, Bai Linghu couldn't avoid it. I could only watch helplessly as my body slowly froze, and then was flooded by a large amount of water mist, forcibly restricting my movements. Be obedient and be my mount. How dare you? Despicable human, this king will never compromise with you. This is beyond your control. Luu clenched his spear tightly and rushed towards Bai Linghu again. Bump! The same lightning spear, the same energy defense. Only this time, Bai Linghu didn't have enough strength and speed to deal with Luu. Scattering spirit. Luu snarled, and the Liquan sharpshooter in his hand suddenly emitted a bright silver light. In the next second, Bai Linghu's energy shield dissipated. Pfft! The spear finally stabbed firmly into Bai Linghu's shoulder. One hit is a violent storm. Pick, stab, stick, sweep. Remnant shadow took the shadow of the spear and kept greeting Bai Linghu. In less than half a minute, it was beaten to death by Luu. Looking at Bai Linghu lying on the ground, Luu inserted the end of the spear into the ground, and then slowly took out the dark contract from the ring. What do you want to do? Knowingly asking. No. As Luu dripped Bai Linghu's blood on the dark contract, Bai Linghu let out an unwilling roar. 30 seconds later. Come on, call master to come and listen. Master. Hey, that's right, it's not good to fight and kill like before. All abilities, not everyone has them. As long as this ability is used well, it can leapfrog monsters. What's more, Luu has other powerful abilities. Sword and spear dual skills, all common combat skills, powerful sacred body, everything is a bug-level existence. Therefore, even if Bai Linghu was at the epic level, he still fell under Lu's gun. Looking at Bai Linghu who had completely lost his hostility towards him, Luu nodded very satisfied. His dark contract has a total of 5 positions. But after 2 of them were killed in battle on the way to Shanghai before, he always wanted to contract a cool mount. In addition to the 12 summoned beasts summoned by the abyss, it is enough. Therefore, these 2 positions have always been vacant. When he met Qi Yenying before, he couldn't hold back and used up 1 position, but now this is the second one. Rock Pattern Scorpion King, He Shui, Xiaojin, Red Flame Eagle, Bai Linghu. Both Zijin and the Rock Pattern Scorpion King are a bit weak. After looking at the information on the dark contract, Luu muttered to himself. Zijin is the Golden Monkey King that Luu subdued in the first secret realm. Although it is the Monkey King of the secret realm, its evolution limit is only gold. This level is barely enough to fight against ordinary monsters and ordinary awakened people, but in this time period, it is not enough to deal with the protagonist and supervillains. Therefore, in theory, Luu should replace it. But people have feelings. Even if Luu is a villain and has fought side by side with Xiaojin for so long, it is impossible to change him easily. And the Scorpion King is an existence that can be used as a transportation tool and a digging tool. This is a functional summoned beast, not a combat one. Forget it, let's pretend that these 2 positions don't exist. Anyway, these 2 combat powers are not lacking now. It's different in the past. Luu is now not only very strong, but also has many subordinates, so there is no need to replace them. But... what? Luu was about to leave the arena with Bai Linghu, but suddenly heard a beast roar? Before he could react. On the dark contract, Xiaojin's information has changed. Name, Demon Spirit Giant Ape. Level, Evolving. Chapter 479 Shangguan Linglong and number 039, S Choice. The sudden change in the dark contract made Luu stunned. Then he quickly figured out what was going on. With a light leap, he floated to the wall of the arena. The scuffle outside clearly came into his eyes. At this time, the fruit on the earth spirit tree was as bright red as blood, delicate and beautiful. Obviously it's overcooked. All the mutated beasts, like a hungry dog seeing a bone, ran desperately towards the earth spirit tree. It's just that most mutant beasts have their own opponents. They breathed on each other, biting wildly, not giving each other a chance to get close to the earth spirit tree. Only the golden-haired monkey is an exception. It did not participate in the battle between mutant beasts due to its lack of combat power, and because its strength was too low, no other monsters noticed it. Then, relying on its thin body and the monkey's powerful climbing ability, it overcame numerous obstacles and came to the Earth Spirit Tree. At this time, it was squatting on a branch of the Earth Spirit Tree, eating the last bite of fruit. Is this monkey stealing peaches? Looking at the golden snub-nosed monkey on the treetop that was glowing red and full of terrifying energy, Liu couldn't help muttering. The other monsters were playing a team, but the crystal was stolen by the monkey? Yes, yes, go. Exterminate that black snake for me. The latter sentence was said by Liu to Bai Linghu. Why did Liu solve Bai Linghu first? Why not deal with Zhang Chen first? Of course it is because the protagonist is not so easy to solve. Even the protagonist's level is lower than Bai Linghu's. Be aware that non-human protagonists generally evolve faster than human protagonists. If you want to deal with Zhang Chen first, you will definitely spend a lot of time, which is very disadvantageous for Liu. It's different to get rid of Bai Linghu first. Getting rid of Bai Linghu is equivalent to weakening an epic beast of the opponent and adding an epic strongman to one's own team. Under the ebb and flow, the balance of the battle will be tilted towards Liu in an instant. This is true. Seeing Bai Linghu appearing beside Liu but not attacking Liu, both Yu Liang and Zhang Chen sensed something was wrong. Damn it, how did this white tiger lose so quickly? There is no hope, let's go. Without a second word, they chose to retreat directly. Big Yellow and Little Green sprayed out a large cloud of purple poisonous smoke at the same time, and disappeared into the jungle clearing with the remaining light and the remaining snakes. Zhang Chen also used a powerful flick of his tail to force the bone dragon back, and then he burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Seeing this, the other monsters had no time to think about it, so they had no choice but to give up the fight for the Earth Spirit Fruit. It's just that most of the monsters didn't have the escape skills of Yu Liang and Zhang Chen, and at least two-thirds were pinned to death by Liu's subordinates. Looking at the place where Zhang Chen disappeared, Liu didn't chase after him. One is that it cannot catch up, and the other is that it is not necessary. For him now, the most important thing is to accept the essence of wood and the Earth Spirit Fruit. Return your gaze to Xiaojin on the Earth Spirit Tree. At this time, Xiaojin didn't have much energy around his body, and his body size and hair color didn't change. The only thing that has changed is the body. The originally thin body has become extremely strong. Golden-haired monkey turned into golden-haired orangutan. Name, Demon Spirit Giant Ape. Level, Dark Gold Advanced. Attributes, Gold, Dark. Description, evolved from a mutated golden monkey eating ground spirit fruit. The ground spirit fruit can not only strengthen the body, but also change the species and increase the potential. To some extent, it is even more exaggerated than the blood of the beast. It can be seen from Zijin's rank and ability changes. Dark Gold High Level? Still not enough to look at? But it's okay to evolve potential and species. Liu murmured a word of comfort to himself. The level is only temporary, and the evolved ability and level upper limit are the most critical. So Liu has nothing to worry about. Xiaojin, pick off the remaining two fruits, don't eat them again, it's useless to eat the second one. Okay, master. It is clear. Zijin has also evolved the ability to speak. His voice was like that of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He received Liu's order, and he quickly responded with his mind. Relying on his sensitive skills, he delivered the remaining two Earth Spirit Fruits to Liu in less than a moment. Hey Shui, this one is for you. Liu threw a ground spirit fruit to He Shui. When He Shui heard this, his dog's eyes lit up instantly, and he leaped in the air to catch the Earth Spirit Fruit firmly. After landing, he kept wagging his tail at Liu, thank you, master. You're welcome, the remaining one is for you. Liu handed the second Earth Spirit Fruit to Bai Linghu behind him. Are you really willing to give it to me? This move stunned the other battle pets, and also flattered Bai Linghu. Liu's summoned beasts are either orcs or undead, and there are even two ghosts. These creatures cannot use spirit fruit. But Black Light Leopard, Dark Demon Bear, and Crypt Spider can be used. And there are only 3 Earth Spirit Fruits in total. The first one was stolen by Xiaojin, and there was nothing they could do. The second Liu was given to He Shui, and they were also very convinced. After all, He Shui has been with Liu for a long time and is still very strong. But why is this white spirit tiger? Although it is very powerful, didn't it just join the regiment? Why can enjoy such treatment? Of course. Liu seemed to see their displeasure. Don't worry, there will be more such things in the future, but this Earth Spirit Fruit is the most suitable for it. The higher the intelligence, the better the effect. Of all the mutant beasts present, the one with the highest intelligence is Bai Linghu. The second is He Shui and Xiaojin, and the others are worse, so this thing is indeed the most suitable for Bai Linghu. Do you want? Although I don't know why you did this, thank you. After Bai Linghu said this sincerely, he opened his bloody mouth and snatched away the last earth spirit fruit. In fact, it was very upset when it was enslaved by Liu just now. It's just that due to the pressure of the dark contract, this emotion cannot be released. It believed that Liu had sensed its own mental activities, but it didn't understand why Liu still gave him the earth spirit fruit. Isn't he afraid that after eating the earth spirit fruit, he will be freed from the shackles of his dark contract? By the way, if you eat this, can you break through to the god level and become a real beast? How can it be that easy? It's just that there will be a chance to try to break through in the future. The conversation between Liu and Bai Linghu used sound transmission, but Bai Linghu was stunned before the sound was transmitted. This guy. Knowing that after eating the earth spirit fruit, it is possible to break through the holy rank and become a divine beast? Fuck, what's the situation? You know, treasures are also divided into grades. Some are artificially refined, and some are naturally raised. But most of the treasures cannot pose a threat to those super strong. Like a dark pact. It is impossible for an ordinary person to sign an epic monster with it. Even if this monster is on the verge of death. It is impossible for Liu to contract a divine beast with it. Not to mention divine beasts, even some unsystematic monster-type protagonists, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no problems. Therefore, as long as Bai Linghu's strength reaches a certain level, he can get rid of Liu's shackles. And Liu not only knows the name of its race, also know that it may break away from the control of the Dark Pact. Under such circumstances, he still chose to give the Earth Spirit Fruit to himself? Is that so? That's fine. Liu didn't care what it was thinking. After giving it the Earth Spirit Fruit, he walked towards the Earth Spirit Tree alone. He didn't collect the essence of wood immediately, but first looked at Shangguan Linglong who was not far away. Linglong, how do you feel about today's battle? Shangguan Linglong heard the words, looked at Liu seriously, and then slowly spit out a few words. Chu Feng. It's not wrong to lose. What do you mean? Why are you talking about this now? Isn't this trying to adjust the tense atmosphere on the battlefield? Do I have any other options? Hearing Shangguan Linglong's words, Liu's mouth raised a playful smile. No. Chapter 480, The Essence of Wood. Shangguan Linglong is the heroine, the kind with rewards. It is easy to get the basic reward of the heroine, just killing her is enough. But it is not so easy to get the extra reward from the heroine. Not only do we need to get rid of the heroine corresponding to the heroine, but we also need to make the heroine fall in love with Liu from the bottom of his heart. Even if this love is only a little bit. Ever since Chu Feng lost to Liu, Shangguan Linglong was forced to join Liu's team. It's just because human beings are used to the rhythm of life in the last days. She neither needs to rely on Liu to survive like Cangyun in the early days, nor does she need to rely on Liu to rescue her relatives like Li Wanning. So she didn't feel that way about Liu. Of course. Shangguan Linglong is not the kind of tsundere woman who doesn't like Liu no matter how good he is. She just asked Liu to give her some time to think about it. And because Liu is surrounded by beautiful women, there is no need to force her to meet her physical needs. So there was the conversation just now. Seeing the smile on the corner of Liu's mouth, Shangguan Linglong didn't speak anymore, but turned her head aside and stopped looking at him. Do you want to ask her if she likes Liu now? Of course I don't like it either. It's not because Liu is not good enough, but because Liu is too good, and there are too many women around her, which don't meet her mate selection criteria, so she doesn't like it. Liu was not in a hurry, he walked forward slowly a few steps, and put his hand on the pole of the Earth Spirit Tree. The Earth Spirit Tree seemed to sense his spiritual power, and a burst of grass-green light radiated from his body. What are you doing? Shangguan Linglong was a little puzzled when she came back to her senses. Treasure hunt. Liu spat out a few words lightly. The essence of wood is a fist-sized emerald green bead. This kind of bead is like the crystal nucleus of a monster, specially helping the Earth Spirit Tree absorb the nutrients of the earth and the essence of the sun and the moon. The Earth Spirit Tree's ability to withstand the impact of missiles is also inseparable from this green bead. Liu wanted to take it out, but he couldn't use brute force, he could only rely on spiritual force to guide it slowly. The battle was over, and the entire battlefield returned to calm. Liu summoned Beast, the one who left, the one that evolved, the one that evolved. Liu is also preparing to collect the essence of wood. Meanwhile, the other side. Under the walls of a large base in the northeast of Yanjing City, a group of ordinary people are constantly busy. Although they are ragged and yellow and thin, they still do the hard work of moving bricks, carrying water, and building walls. Several burly men were watching them with whips. If someone showed the slightest slack, they would teach him a lesson. Hurry up! Pour all this water in. Don't dawdle, hurry up. The base does not raise waste, this wall must be finished before dark. Damn it, you guys are looking for death. Snapped. As soon as the whip was drawn, there was a bloodstain. The person who was beaten was a thin old man with a bulky figure. Facing the bullying of these guys, he dared not speak out. Because the base has high walls on all sides, and there are a large number of guards on the walls who take turns guarding them 24 hours a day. They can't fight back, and they can't escape. If you want to keep yourself and your wife alive, you can only let these rulers beat and scold you at will. Brother Biao, do you have any cigarettes? A young guard stopped the cursing man. Hearing this, the man named Brother Biao took out a pack of crumpled cigarette cases from his trouser pocket and handed it over. It's the last one, take it aside. Thank you, Brother Biao. The young guard took the cigarette with a playful smile, and was about to turn around and leave. But suddenly at this moment, something came to mind. By the way, Brother Biao, can I ask you something? If you fart, let it go. I think this city wall is enough to resist those monsters? Why do you need to make it taller and thicker? SHH, be quiet. The young man looked puzzled, and Brother Biao hurriedly stopped him when he heard the words. After saying this, he looked around, for fear that others would overhear. Seeing no one around, he was relieved. What happened? The man pulled the young guard aside and sat down under the shade of a tree, and said earnestly. Xiao Song, what do you think of our current life? I think it's okay. Xiao Song thought about it carefully, and then nodded. Although there are no electronic products before, there are many more things to play with. The most important thing is, the power that I didn't have before. Yeah, power. Brother Biao muttered to himself, without power, you and I couldn't even marry a wife based on the conditions we used to have. How can we have the glory we have now? Brother Biao. Hearing this, Xiao Song suddenly realized, you mean, these walls are reinforced to resist the official army? If not. Brother Biao didn't answer the question, and then explained, we have received reliable news that the military has obtained a large amount of supplies from nowhere. They want to rely on these supplies to slowly restore the order before the end of the world. If they succeed, then we will lose everything we have now. But, the military has mechanical cannons and rockets? It can't be stopped by strengthening the city wall. Mechanical guns and rockets. Brother Biao smiled disdainfully, do they dare to use them? Unless they don't care about the lives of ordinary people, it is impossible to use these large-scale weapons. That's right. Xiao Song nodded thoughtfully, and then he discovered something. Hey, Brother Biao, do you see what happened over there? Brother Biao followed Xiaosong's gaze and saw a man about 50 years old fainted on the ground where the ordinary people were working. The woman accompanying him was hugging his body and patting his cheek anxiously. Let's go and have a look. Zheng Yang, what's wrong with you, Zheng Yang? Don't scare me. Looking at her husband who had fainted on the ground in front of her, Wang Yun's face was full of anxiety. Although she and her husband were once rich, but the drastic changes in the world made them lose their former glory. Now she has given up her identity. For her now, as long as she can survive in this cruel end of the world, it doesn't matter if she suffers a little bit. But... come on, drag him down. Walking over slowly to see the scene, Brother Biao gave the order expressionlessly. Due to the shortage of food in the last days, ordinary people certainly cannot distribute too many supplies. Long-term nutritional deficiencies, coupled with frequent dirty work, fainting at work is common. Although Wang Yun was very reluctant to see Brother Biao coming, she knelt down in front of him and said, Biao brother, don't drag him down, please give us some more food and water. Zheng Yang must have fainted because he was too hungry, just give us some more food and water. Food and water. Before Wang Yun finished speaking, she was interrupted by Brother Biao's irritable voice, there are so many people in the base to support, how can there be extra food and water for you? Get out of here. In the last days, ordinary people are just animals. Only when people have food to eat can animals have soup to drink. When people have nothing to eat, the animals can only starve. With so many people in a base, the daily food consumption is a terrifying figure. How could he give his food to an ordinary person? Hearing Brother Biao's words, Wang Yun was a little desperate, but she couldn't care less about saving people, so she could only continue crying and begging Brother Biao to help save people. Brother Biao, please, just give me a little more food and water, and we will. Go away, if you don't go away, I will kill you. Brother Biao was impatient and was quickly angered by Wang Yun. But just as he was about to raise his whip to beat the opponent, he was stopped by Xiao Song behind him. Brother Biao, calm down, Brother Biao, calm down. What's wrong? You kid must be out of kindness, right? Looking at the actions of the young man in front of him, although Brother Biao was puzzled, he still stopped what he was doing. How is that possible? Seeing this, the young man still had a hippie smile on his face. I just think that you don't need to worry about this kind of thing, Brother Biao, or you can leave them to me to handle. Okay, then you can take care of it. I'll go ahead and have a look. This is a trivial matter, and Brother Biao didn't bother to ask. After saying this, without thinking too much, he walked directly towards the front of the city wall. Okay, Brother Biao, go slowly. Xiao Song quickly agreed, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After 3 or 2 evacuations of the surrounding crowd, he called 2 of his subordinates to join Wang Yun and carried his husband to the shade of a tree beside the city wall. Looking at the young man in front of him, Wang Yun felt a little uneasy. Because in her memory, this young man was not a good thing either. She once watched this young man and several other men kill a young woman with her own eyes, and threw the woman's body to the monster raised by the boss of the base. What good can such a person call himself over? It's just that Xiaosong's questioning made her froze in place. Ma'am, what's your name? My name is Wang Yun. I just heard you call him Zheng Yang. What's his last name? Surname Su. Surname Su. Xiaosong's eyes were slightly cold. Do you know someone named So Qingyu? Chapter 481 Moon Black Wind High Night. Xiaosong, whose real name is Ju Song. I am 25 years old this year, with an ordinary figure and an ordinary appearance. If you have to say it, he is actually a bit ugly. Triangular eyes, rosacea, acne. Such a person, before the end of the world, Wang Yun would never look at him more. But not now. Because Xiaosong not only has a good relationship with Brother Biao, but is also the team leader of the base. Not everyone can be the captain of the base team, relationships and strength are indispensable. So when he heard his question, Wang Yun didn't dare to hide anything. Anyway, it's just a name, and it's no big deal. But Xiaosong's last words made her a little unresponsive. Qingyu? What's the situation? How could he know about Qingyu? I don't know you. Although Wang Yun was in a daze, but after she came to her senses, her thinking speed was still very fast. The end of the world is unpredictable. She knows what her daughter looks like. She also knows what kind of person Xiaosong is. In this case, of course it was impossible for her to tell Xiaosong the truth. Don't know? That's a pity. Xiaosong stared at Wang Yun's expression and eyes, holding back such a sentence for a long time. You two come over to help and carry this man back. You don't have to work today. What? The latter sentence was addressed to Wang Yun. After saying this, Xiaosong got up and left directly, leaving behind Wang Yun who was once again in a daze. At this base, there is no food until the work is done. This is also the reason why Wang Yun was very scared when he heard that Brother Biao had asked Su Zhengyang to be dragged down. Now Komatsu also said the same, wouldn't that make their already malnourished bodies worse? Thinking of this, Wang Yun wanted to say something, but seeing the ferocious expressions of the 2 burly men, she could only swallow what she wanted to say. Over time, Su Zhengyang was carried back to the simple refugee dormitory by those 2 men. The 2 men left. Looking at the messy room and her fainted husband, Wang Yun fell into despair. Rather than living like this without dignity, it would be better to die. This idea has appeared in her mind more than once. But every time it came to a critical moment, she gave up. After all, it's not that there is no hope in life, who would be forced to commit suicide. Click. While Wang Yun was thinking wildly, the door of the dormitory was suddenly opened. Xiaosong walked in through the door with 2 bottles of purified water and several pieces of windwolf dried meat. The jerky is packed in a plastic bag. He looked at the dormitory where there were only 2 people left, walked slowly to Wang Yun and handed over the jerky in his hand. Take it and eat it. Although the meat of the windwolf is unpalatable, the effect of replenishing energy is better than ordinary food. You don't have to worry about me making a move on this. It's not necessary to deal with you. Why? Wang Yun looked puzzled. No why? Xiaosong didn't answer her question directly, but put the food in Wang Yun's hands and left again without saying a word. Wang Yun looked at the back of Xiaosong leaving, and then at the food in her hand. She could no longer control her body's instincts. But she still fed Su Zhengyang a few sips of purified water first, and then gobbled up the jerky herself. As for the taste of the windwolf meat, it doesn't matter anymore at this time. Old Pu, has the investigation been clear? Office of the base chief. A burly man with a tattoo on his neck asked solemnly, what is the origin of that kid named Liu? His name is Ma Qi, and he is the boss of this base. There are tens of thousands of people in this base. A person who can still serve as the leader of the tens of thousands of survivors' bases 1 year after the end of the world can be said to be quite skilled. Before the end of the world, he was the black boss who washed white. After the end of the world, he drew a clear line with the country and became the king here. That's right, self-reliance is king. Originally, he didn't have the idea of occupying the mountain as king. After all, Yanjing City is the city with the best law and order in the country, and if you don't pay attention, you will be suppressed by the military. But later he discovered that the army that had lost its electrical energy not only had a sharp drop in combat effectiveness, but also had very limited numbers of soldiers and food reserves. Thus, his ambition slowly grew. As long as he does not deal with the military, he is the local emperor here, and no one dares to disobey his orders. This feeling of being in control of other people's life and death is very refreshing. It's even more exciting than when he was the boss before, and people don't want to give up when they get it. But the military didn't know what was going on, and it actually asked all the base leaders to report to the military 2 months ago. And let yourself give up the power in your own hands, and be a law-abiding citizen from now on? Are you kidding me? The business empire I managed to build in the past, will it be gone if the end of the world comes? Now that you have managed to build up the power, do you want to take it away with just one sentence? There is nothing so good in the world. I don't have any clues at the moment. I only know that he is from the military, and his personal strength is very strong. Lao Pu replied truthfully, the Fire Wolf army was wiped out by him because a few women offended him. As for the cause of Boss Liang's death, old Pu paused, then said awkwardly, I can't find out how he died either. Damn it! Hearing this, Ma Chi cursed angrily, this kid doesn't act like a soldier, does he? Why can he mobilize the army? I don't know that. How is the outer wall built? City wall? Old horse, don't blame me for speaking too bluntly. This thing is actually useless. It's not like you don't know the abilities of supernatural beings. Why is it useless? Before Lao Pu finished speaking, Ma Chi interrupted him, not all supernatural beings can fly, as long as the wall is built higher, they won't be able to get in at all. Let's do it. Knowing that Ma Chi couldn't be persuaded, Lao Pu didn't say anything more, and left Ma Chi office after reporting his work. Ma Chi didn't care about him either, looking at the afterglow of the setting sun outside the window, he was thinking about the issue of the base quickly in his mind. Time passed by minute. After eating, Ma Chi fell asleep with his woman in his arms. For him, no matter how strong the military is, it will take some time to deal with him, so this should be a peaceful night. But not long after he fell asleep, he was awakened by a burst of shouting and killing. Kill! Go to hell! Kill these bastards! Shit! Don't let them get away! Go away! Give me death! Komatsu? 4. Why? The moon is dark and the wind is high at night, killing people and setting fires. Looking at the silver dagger piercing his heart from behind, Brother Baiao's face was full of disbelief. I usually treat Xiao Song well, so why did Xiao Song stab himself in the back? And the grade of this dagger is actually silver? Hearing this, Xiao Song, who gripped the silver dagger tightly, smiled coldly. Xiao Song? Who is Xiao Song? You. Puff. The dagger was pulled out, blood spilled all over the ground. Brother Baiao died on the spot. The same scene happened in every corner of the base. A large number of core members of the base were assassinated by their companions almost at the same time. Grass. Ma Chi sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape from the base. But as soon as he ran downstairs, he was caught by countless searchlights. A handsome young man with a white tiger appeared in his sight. Your name is Ma Chi. How about it? Let me introduce myself, my name is Liu. Do you know why I came to you? You are Liu. Ma Chi's eyes widened with disbelief. Liu was a little irritable, I didn't even eat dinner, so I rushed over here non-stop. You are good enough. How did I offend you? Come on, my young master will let you die to understand. When the two awakened soldiers heard this, they immediately trapped Ma Chi with their sealing ability, and escorted him to follow Liu. Liu took a few people and found Xiao Song who had been waiting in the office for a long time. After Xiao Song saw Liu, he didn't say anything else. Immediately made a standard salute to Liu. Commander. Liu turned a blind eye and sat on the office chair in the room, bring them here. Yes. Chapter 482. Looking at Xiao Song's attitude and address to Liu in front of him, Ma Chi was dumbfounded. Although he couldn't pronounce Xiao Song's name, he knew that this person was his subordinate. Why are my subordinates so respectful to Liu? Could it be that he was an undercover agent planted by the other party? Ma Chi couldn't believe his own judgment, but with the facts in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Ever since he decided to make himself king, he had never been afraid of the army. Because the army belongs to the country, there is a certain bottom line in everything. As long as he can't hold on, even the army can't do anything about him. But he was a little afraid of Liu. Because Liu not only has the strength to destroy Boss Liang's base and the Fire Wolf army by himself, but he doesn't have so many rules and worries in doing things. If he is really a member of the military, then he has to be careful and careful. For this reason, he also sent someone to inquire about Liu's information. He breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that the Fire Wolf army was wiped out because they offended him. Unexpectedly, the other party came to the door that night. On the other side, the refugee dormitory area. Looking at Xiaosong who came to look for her with a team of people, Wang Yun was very disturbed. She also heard the shouting outside just now, but she didn't know what happened. Not long after the shouts of killing outside disappeared, Xiaosong brought a team of people over. Captain, can I ask who wants to see us? In this apocalyptic world where people will die if they don't pay attention, if they are interviewed by the base's senior management, they may never return. So even if she couldn't resist, she wanted to die to understand. Komatsu didn't say much, he just spoke quickly. You will know when you go. Hearing this, Wang Yun didn't dare to ask more questions, and quickly helped Su Zhengyang beside him. In the afternoon, Su Zhengyang did faint due to hypoglycemia caused by insufficient food intake. But the meat of the wind wolf has plenty of energy. So now he is not only awake, but also barely able to walk. Wait a moment. Seeing this scene, Xiaosong frowned. He took out a wireless earphone and put it on his ear. Commander, their bodies look weak. The body is very weak? Forget it, you let them rest where they are, and I will bring them over. Yes. Xiaosong agreed, hung up the wireless headset, and kicked out all the other people in the dormitory. Su Zhengyang and Wang Yun were surprised to see Komatsu using the wireless headset. They couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the headset, and they didn't understand where Komatsu's communication equipment came from. But they could tell from Komatsu's tone that the identity on the other end of the phone was not simple. Over time. Blah blah blah. There was a sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. Hearing the footsteps, the couple became more and more nervous. With the light of a large number of lighting equipment, they subconsciously looked towards the door of the room. Soon, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in their sight. Cangyun. Looking at this beautiful figure, the two couples were immediately dumbfounded. Su Zhengyang even rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure if he was delusional. My god, are you Cangyun? This girl is % similar to her own daughter. But the obsequiousness emanating from all over her body made them dare not recognize each other. Besides, shouldn't her own daughter be in Shanghai? Dad? Mom? I'm Cangyun, I've found you guys. Hearing Su Zhengyang call out her name, and seeing the emaciated and tired appearance of the second elder, So Cangyun couldn't control her emotions anymore. Wet tears welled up in his eyes, and he threw himself into his mother's arms after speaking. Is it really Cangyun? The fragrant wind wafted into the nostrils and warmed the bosom, making Wang Yun stunned for a long time speechless. After a while, she came back to her senses and hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming out uncontrollably. Reunited after a long absence, both parties wept with joy. Even Su Zhenjiang's eyes were flushed at this time. However, after a brief touch, he quickly reacted. In such a dangerous place, where is the time to reminisce about the past? Cangyun, why are you here? These guys kill without batting an eye. Before Su Zhengyang finished speaking, he quickly shut his mouth. Because he suddenly realized that there was a little pine next to him. Although this Xiaosong saved them during the day, it still couldn't wash away the fact that he was once a thug. It's okay, Dad. So Cangyun wiped away her tears, looked at Su Zhengyang and said with a smile, Luu has already dealt with them. Luu. Hearing this name, Su Zhengyang felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Next second, Luu walked in with a few people. Uncle Su, come here and be safe. Are you Lao Lu's son? Hee, Uncle Su really has a good memory. He can still remember me after such a long time in the apocalypse. After saying this, Luu looked at Ma Chi behind him. Do you know why I killed you? I don't know. Young Master Lu, I didn't know they were your relatives. Ma Chi finally understood why Luu wanted to deal with him, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Luu raising his hand. Drag it down. Kill. No, young Master Lu, you can't kill me. Those who don't know are not guilty. I have never met you. How can you kill me because of this kind of thing? Young Master Lu, young Master Lu. Commander, we found a large number of human corpses in the dry well in the backyard. Commander, we found a lot of cages in Ma Qi Villa. Ma Qi hysterically wants to beg for mercy, but the report of two soldiers interrupts his voice. Cage. Luu raised his eyebrows, what is it for? In. Hearing Luu's question, the soldier paused in embarrassment, there are many naked women imprisoned inside. Oh? Hee, it's a fun game, isn't it? Luu looked at Ma Qi with a sneer, Ma Qi, what else do you have to say? Imprisoning women in cages and feeding them like livestock? Luu has seen this kind of thing more than once in the last days. Unexpectedly, this Ma Qi actually. Although Luu didn't need to find so many reasons for killing people, since he chose to fight for world hegemony, of course he had to establish a positive image for the public when doing such things. Otherwise, you will resist wherever you go, which is meaningless. Hearing Luu's words, Ma Qi, who was escorted to the door by 2 soldiers, clenched his teeth, and his timid eyes just now became gloomy and cold. I have nothing to say, but it's not that easy for you to kill me. Roar, boom. Ma Qi shouted angrily after saying this. Terrifying energy overflowed in an instant, and the 2 soldiers who were holding him were directly blown away. These 2 soldiers are not from the Red Police Base, but awakened members of the military. They have a special ability to seal other people's abilities. It was Liu who decided to attack this base, and the military specially transferred them to assist in the work. At this time, Ma Qi actually broke free from their shackles by relying on his own strength. But fortunately, Ma Qi also knew that he was not Liu's opponent. After breaking free from the shackles, he did not attack Liu, but turned around and ran out of the room. He had observed just now that Liu did not bring a few people here. As long as he could break through again, he would have a chance to escape. But in front of Liu, how could he escape? He ran out of the corridor just now, and was photographed back by a white shadow before running a few steps. Roar! With a low growl, Bai Linghu landed in front of him, opened his mouth and bit his neck. Chapter 483 Sit Up. Ma Qi ability is somewhat similar to that of Liu's subordinate named Luo Yin. It's just that Luo Yin is a wind tiger, and he is a lightning lion. The reason why he was able to break through the power seal was that he was strong enough, and the other was that the 2 soldiers were not skilled enough to control the sealing ability. Go away! Seeing the white tiger rushing towards him, Ma Qi shouted angrily. All the strength in the whole body was concentrated at this moment and burst out. Sound waves are overflowing, and lightning is thundering. Roaring skill plus electric field, the defense effect is instantly full. Such power is absolutely devastating to ordinary people. But to Bai Linghu, it was nothing. Humph, worm carving trick. Bai Linghu was disdainful in his heart, but just lowered his body. Boom. Whoops. The sound waves and arcs hit the white tiger's shield, making a roar and creak. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Ma Qi was a little surprised, but he didn't have time to think too much. Because the white tiger had already charged towards him again. Bai Linghu was very fast and powerful, and Ma Qi was no match for him when he got close. If the normal personal combat power levels of human beings are arranged in the order of SAB, the S rank belongs to the kind that can leapfrog the enemy. Then Liu now belongs to the SSS class. The power of several protagonists is integrated into one body, and it is easy to achieve leapfrogging and fighting monsters. The grown-up main character and some supervillains belong to the SS class. It is not easy to leapfrog monsters, but it is not too difficult, and occasionally you can complete the kill. Monsters and people like Bai Linghu and Lu Ruobing belong to the S rank. You can leapfrog the enemy, but if you want to kill, you must use explosive skills like Berserker. As for Ma Qi, at most, they belong to a level like Wei Jianjun and Luo Yin. A level of combat power can kill most monsters of the same level. It is already very good to be able to escape when facing high-level monsters. Want to kill the opponent? Almost impossible. At this time, Ma Qi physical strength was only at the middle level of dark gold. Facing the epic Bai Linghu, his energy attack couldn't even break Bai Linghu's energy shield. As for Bai Linghu's attack, every move and style was fatal to him. After a few rounds, Bai Linghu's sharp claws were like iron hooks, cutting through his chest and bringing out his internal organs. Die. No. Pfft. The sharp fangs pierced Ma Qi's neck, and blood slowly dripped down his neck. My god, this tiger! Seeing the king of the base, who usually stands tall and is surrounded by people wherever he goes, was bitten to death by Bai Linghu. Su Zhengyang and Wang Yun were already speechless in surprise. Due to the long-term closed life, the image of Ma Qi has been completely deified in their minds. For them, an ordinary strengthener is already a superhuman existence. Not to mention people with transformation abilities like Ma Qi. At this time, such a terrifying existence was actually bitten to death by one of Liu's pets? Then what kind of existence is Liu? Dad, Mom, you have suffered. So Cangyun didn't care about Ma Qi life or death at all, she just said something emotionally looking at her parents' looks now. Su Zhengyang and Wang Yun used to be healthy and ruddy. Both of them are full of richness and majesty. And now? They are dark-skinned and skinny. Compared with their previous appearance, they are at least 20 years older. It's okay, it's good to be alive, it's good to be alive. When Wang Yun came back to her senses, she quickly spoke to comfort her. Su Zhengyang also said, Cangyun, why did you and Xiao Liu come here? And Xiao Liu is here now. This. I will tell you slowly. So Cangyun looked at Liu after saying this sentence, Liu, I want to talk to my parents more. Okay, but don't talk too late, your body was poisoned at noon, talking too late is not good for your health. I see. Hearing Liu's concerned words, So Cangyun smiled. Laughed heartily. This smile is more charming than usual. Even though the two have had many physical exchanges, Liu couldn't hold back after seeing it. Shaked his head and stopped thinking. Let's go, 009, go and finish the finishing work on the base. Yes, Commander. Xiao Song standing beside him stood upright, and agreed with a respectful face. Obviously, Komatsu is a spy. And not only him, several managers of this base are spies. When Lu Ruobing wanted to borrow the doomsday chariot back to Yanjing, the reason why Liu came along was to help So Qingyu find her parents, besides taking a few women for fun. It's just because Su Zhenjiang's villa in Shanghai had already lived in many other survivors. The layout of the villa was also changed beyond recognition by this group of survivors. Therefore, Liu could not find their traces through the hunters. The city of Yanjing is so big, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack for Liu to rely on manpower to find Su Zhenjiang in the vast crowd. But after getting Qin Feng's red alarm system, Liu has a large number of special forces. Among these troops, spies are a very special existence. They can not only change the appearance of others, but also have strong psychological quality and terrifying intelligence-gathering ability. Less than half a month after Liu gave the system to Lu Ruobing, a large number of spies came into being. And with the help of the military, they infiltrated into the major bases in Yanjing City. They are asking for the military which bases are willing to follow the army to rebuild human civilization, which bases want to establish themselves as kings. The thoughts, capabilities, and base personnel deployment of these base managements were all recorded, and then reported to the military. Of course, this is just their superficial work. Behind the scenes, every spy has a special mission to help So Qingyu find her parents. It has been more than a month since Komatsu replaced the original Komatsu with the spy's ability to change. After realizing that Su Zhengyang and Wang Yun might be So Qingyu's parents, they immediately reported the news to Liu. Then this scene happened before. But those awakened who slaughtered their companions were not all spies. Most of them are ordinary awakened people who are dissatisfied with Maquis rule and can only compromise. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. After the spies have collected their information, they only need to do some tricks to instigate them easily. If the military does not come, they stand still. As soon as the army came, they could instantly turn into sharp blades to overthrow Maquis rule. Kikai, in your previous life, was the country unified? Night. After finishing the finishing work of the Maquis base, Liu called Luo Kikai to the office of the Maquis base. He had no ideals before, so he didn't care about this aspect. But his goal now is to fight for world hegemony. So he needs to know some information about this. Luo Kikai sat on the chair opposite Liu's desk and shook her head. No. This world is too chaotic. Every province, even every city that has not fallen has its own hero. No matter what the hero's identity was before the end of the world, after becoming a hero admired by all people, he will have some ideas of his own. Luo Kikai looked at Liu, just like you, if someone suddenly made you his subordinate, would you agree? Liu didn't hesitate, I definitely won't agree. Even if his strength is above mine. Isn't that what it is? Although there are some who will agree, people like you who disagree still account for the majority. With the existence of those monsters, it is destined that the difficulty of unification will be more difficult than in ancient times. In ancient times, wars can be easily fought for decades, let alone in this more chaotic apocalypse. Right. Hearing this, Liu nodded thoughtfully. 10 years sounds like a long time, but it's still too short for an era. What's the matter? You suddenly asked this, do you have any other ideas? That's not true. I just feel that you haven't seen this ability to summon modern soldiers in your previous life. Maybe I can use this ability to shorten the unification time. This is indeed a possibility. After all, you stayed in the apocalypse for 10 years in the previous life, and your combat power is far inferior to the present. Luo Kikai paused here, and then asked enviously, by the way, what kind of monster are you? Why can you master so much powerful power? You sit up and move yourself, and I'll tell you. Luo Kikai, Is this what you said? Don't go back on your word. I'm just kidding you. I'm not kidding you. Before Liu finished speaking, Luo Kikai supported the desk with her hands, and sat on his lap with a vertical leap. A pair of bandaged jade hands pushed towards Liu's shoulders. Lie down, I'll do it myself. Liu. Chapter 484 New Era. I was raped by my own woman, can you believe it? Feeling the warm and soft body in his arms, Liu was a little speechless. But such is life. Since you can't resist, you can only enjoy it to your heart's content. Hey Shui, Xiaojin, help me guard the door. Okay, master. Is it true that the army came to rescue us? That is really good. Woohoo, we are finally saved. When Liu and Luo Kikai were communicating in the office, the survivors saw a large number of troops appearing in the base, and one or two were moved and wept bitterly. In the last days, there are not a few people like Maquis. And the army is not without it. But due to the number of people, power, and food, the military can only focus on dealing with monsters. There is simply no time and energy to resolve human infighting. As long as the guards at the Machi base don't let them in, they won't be able to get in at all. Even if you can come in, it won't change anything in a short time. But now, Luo's Red Police Force combined with Luo Kikai's 10 years of end-time experience, coupled with the military's own background, gave them the capital to rebuild human civilization. It also allowed these isolated survivors to be liberated ahead of schedule. The next step is to continue to recover the lost land and rebuild the human homeland. The Red Police System is responsible for the offense, and Wudi's alien shelter is responsible for the defense. The army is incarnate as a law enforcement team, responsible for maintaining human order. 1 month after Luo found Su Zhengyang and his wife. Army headquarters, conference room. Luo looked at some dignitaries sitting there, and then looked at the structural diagram of a banknote on the laptop in his hand and said curiously. Several leaders, why are you showing me this? If you want to rebuild civilization, currency is essential. Naturally, I want to hear your opinion when I come to you. Hearing this, Luo understood a general idea. Other rules and systems can be modified on the basis of the rules and systems before the end of the world. But restoring civilization is not a temporary refuge, and it is impossible for Yanjing to continue to use the previous currency like the Nanshi military base. So, they need to develop a new set of currencies. For matters such as the establishment of a new currency, it is enough for you to inform me of your disapproval. Is it necessary for me to discuss it together? Of course it is necessary. You, Xiao Lu, have contributed to Yanjing's progress to where it is today. Ji Chongming smiled lightly, it's only natural to find you to participate in currency design. I haven't done any research on this aspect, so I can't give you any advice. You don't need to give advice, you just need to give this currency a name. Naming. Luo raised his eyebrows and glanced at everyone present. There are more than 50 people in the conference room, some are from the military, and some are in suits and leather shoes. These people are undoubtedly the backbone of restoring human civilization. The purpose of their coming to Luo was not simply to let him participate in the currency design, but to express their opinion to Luo. Let him stand on the same front with the country and get the power he deserves. Okay, since you say so, then I'm not polite. An era has a symbol of an era. Human beings can survive in the dark, which can be said to have opened a new era. Therefore, the name of the currency has been changed from the previous Xiao Yuabi to Jiyuan coin. What do you think? Era coins. Ro. New era, new era. That's a nice name. It's decided. Luo just said a name casually, and these high-level executives made a decision directly. It was obvious that he was showing his favor to Luo. However, the birth of Epic Coin also indicates that human civilization is about to enter a new era. The state has reactivated the printing presses using the red alert system and the way electricity is used in shelters. All the money printed goes to the treasury. Whether it is an ordinary person or an awakened person, there are some ways to obtain these epic coins. Ordinary people can support themselves by participating in jobs arranged by the state. Awakened people can also obtain more money by hunting monsters, obtaining training materials and building materials. With the passage of time, the business of the entire Yanjing began to operate normally. Merchants are back in business, workers are back to work. The name of the strengthener has become a warrior, and the name of a person with abilities has become an elementalist. Some of them became monster hunters, self-sufficient. Some people chose to join the army to protect this hard-won peace. Some people chose to enter the school to become teachers, teaching those children how to use combat skills and abilities. The biggest wish of the children is no longer to be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, but to become a martial artist and elemental master talent. Because warriors and elementalists have a pivotal position in society. As for the teacher, in addition to warriors and elemental masters, there are foundry masters, enchanters, alchemists, and so on. In short, this is a brand new era. Uncle Su, I will leave Yanjing's business to you. Don't worry, you Uncle Su can't do anything else, but in terms of business, even your father is no match. He, I still believe in this. Hearing this, Luo replied with a smile. In this early stage of civilization reconstruction, food is still the most important thing. With the treasure chest system and strong strength, Luo not only has almost unlimited food, but also a large number of crystal nuclei and top-quality materials to sell. It's just that Luo didn't have time to do business, so he could only hand over the business to Su Qingyu's father, Su Zhengyang. Sell food, use the money from selling food, buy and sell treasures, herbs, crystal nuclei, monster materials, weapons and equipment, etc. After arranging all this, Luo stood on the top floor of a building, looking at Yanjing City, which was gradually returning to life. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Look at Li Wanning, who has a slightly swollen belly beside her. Wan Ning, Have you made up your mind? Do you want to open an enchanting shop by yourself, or go to school and become an enchanting teacher? Let's talk about it after the child is born, but I still want to go back to be a teacher, after all, that's what I used to do. That's fine, but if that's the case, I'll let Cangyun be in charge of the communication between you two. To be in charge of liaison means to manage the harem. Li Wanning is too busy and has no time. Luo Kekai admired force, so she didn't bother to ask these questions. Yan Yun and Xiao Manli were too young to control the scene at all. So Lu can only choose So Cangyun, the charming nine-tailed fox. Well, I have no problem. Let's go, let's. Lu, can you hear me? Before Lu finished speaking, Lu Ruobing's eager voice came from the watch. I can hear you, what's wrong? I am possessed by the system. What? Ding, warn the host, please do not disclose this system to unimportant people, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 485 The Strongest Goddess of War System. The sudden show flashed Lao Tzu's waist. Lu Ruobing's sudden call to Lu to inform her made her system go down. Damn, what's the situation? Why would this woman tell anyone about her system? I'm afraid I'm not a fool, right? Shouldn't ordinary people be ecstatic when they get the system, and then complete the system tasks according to the system prompts? What do you mean by telling people about the system directly? Fortunately, the system responded quickly and sent her a system warning in time. Just an irrelevant person. Seeing this system prompt, Lu Ruobing frowned. Lu is my husband, not some insignificant person. Except for the host himself, everyone else is in the category of insignificance. Please don't play word games with this system. What if I have to tell others? The host may be punished in this way. Punishment? What punishment? Hearing the word punishment, Lu Ruobing's eyes gradually turned cold. Her system is called the Strongest Goddess of War System. Novice task: invite Wang Hao from Yanjing City Recruit Training Base to have breakfast once within a week. Reward for completing the task: long soldier proficiency, top level, blue wind spear, gold, *1. Mission failed, lost left hand sensation. This is the task given by her system, and Wang Hao's detailed information is below. The task is very simple and the reward is very good, but she doesn't want to complete it. Because she is a woman with very positive views and who knows how to repay her kindness. Although due to the special heroine, Lu hasn't touched her yet. But along the way, Lu's help and support to her has already surpassed that of normal couples. Therefore, whether it is for the national interest or for personal feelings, it is impossible for her to choose a man other than Lu. Besides, she wasn't sure if the system was real or not. It has been a month since the birth of Epic Coin. She, Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiu, and Yan Yun have all become celebrities in the military. And not just the army, many ordinary people who survived know their existence. Lu Ruobing is a hero, relying on her powerful strength to kill monsters and save her teammates on the battlefield. Qin Xiao is a monster terminator, her inexhaustible power allows her to destroy an entire army of monsters by herself. Xiao Xiu can dispel the darkness in people's hearts, and Yan Yun can save lives and heal the wounded. And this person named Wang Hao, she has never even met. Why should I invite him to breakfast? If you really treat him to breakfast, what will other people think? What would Lu think? She didn't want Lu to misunderstand, so she directly told Lu about the system. Depending on the host's violation degree, the punishment will be different. If the host is obsessed with obsession, it may be obliterated if the circumstances are serious. Erasure. Lu Ruobing clenched her teeth, and subconsciously clenched her fists. Just when she was about to say something more, Lu's voice brought her back to reality. Ruobing, talk, what's going on with you now? To be frank. When Lu Ruobing said the words system possessed just now, Lu didn't react. After recovering, Lu was still a little dazed. Was Lu Ruobing possessed by the system? How can it be? Isn't the system only possessing the protagonist? How could he be possessed by a special heroine like her? Could it be that she, like Luo Kekai, awakened and became the heroine? That's impossible. BA Zone, Dan Miai and Marisu are the most popular female videos. When did the protagonists of the system become popular? Even if it's a post-apocalyptic text, shouldn't it be given to the system? Lu. Me. Lu Ruobing hesitated to speak. The system said it would be wiped out, but she didn't dare to gamble. Although she is not afraid of death, if she dies because of this kind of thing, she is really aggrieved. Lu's keen nerves noticed Lu Ruobing's abnormality, and something seemed to come to his mind. Come out and meet, where are you now? At home. Wait for me at home. No matter what, after seeing Lu Ruobing, everything will be revealed. Lu now has his own villa, not far from the Red Police base. There lived him and several of his women. Several sheds were set up in the villa to house the contracted war pets. There are a large number of guards around, and some servants live around. After Li Wanning settled down, Liu boarded a multi-purpose infantry vehicle alone and drove towards Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing's home is in the former military district courtyard. Ever since she got the right to use the red alert system, she and Liu have been farther apart. Even when she participated in the Essence of Wood competition last time, she did not meet Liu. He just stayed on the Doomsday chariot and commanded the army to fight. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Lu Hongjun had already gone to the army headquarters, and her mother also went to the logistics department to help. Only 2 guards and Lu Ruobing's grandfather, Lu Zhenhua, were left at home. Little Liu, you're here. Lu Zhenhua, who was exercising in the yard, saw Liu coming, his expression became a little complicated. Fatty Chen and Ye Bai were good friends before. After Fatty Chen came back, he first told him about the super-secret realm, and then came together with Chu Feng. So he knew the grievances between Liu and Ye Bai. Ye Bai saved his life. And when Liu killed Ye Bai, it was equivalent to killing his savior. Well, I'm looking for Ruobing. You. Forget it, Ruobing is inside, go in and find her yourself. Lu Zhenhua wanted to say something, but finally heaved a helpless sigh. Ye Bai was already dead, and was killed by Liu in order to fight for the treasure. In this end-of-life world, no matter how uncomfortable he was, he couldn't say anything. It is good. Liu ignored him and walked directly into the other courtyard. As time passed, he soon saw that anxious figure at the gate of the other courtyard. Today Lu Ruobing is still wearing a tight black combat uniform. Black gloves, black boots, high ponytail, heroic. Ruobing, it's been a long time since you've become prettier. Come on, let your husband hug you. Liu. Seeing Liu's playful smile, Lu Ruobing pushed him away angrily. I'm almost dying of worry, can you still laugh? What is there to worry about? Being selected by the system means that you are also a daughter of destiny, and other women can't want it anymore. After Liu finished speaking with a smile, he took a closer look at Lu Ruobing. Tisk tisk, the strongest female god of war system? It really deserves its reputation. Among all the women I know, except for Luo Kekai and the current Nangong Ling, you are indeed the strongest. Don't make fun of me, I'm not. Hey? How do you know my current situation? You also know the name of my system. I know it's more than that. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, however, I haven't really studied your system. Is it the task flow or the evolution flow? Liu, you. Lu Ruobing was dumbfounded. Her system also went down again. What's up with this guy, seems to be very familiar with the system. Don't be surprised, look into my eyes and don't resist, answer my question carefully. Don't worry, it won't hurt you with me. What is evolution flow, and what is task flow? Evolution flow is to give you a condition for evolution. You can play whatever you want, as long as you meet this condition, you can become stronger. Task flow, of course, is to give you some tasks, and you can only become stronger after completing the tasks. Then I'm in the mission flow. What task did it give you? Let me invite a young man named Wang Hao to have breakfast. If I don't invite him to eat, I will lose consciousness in my left hand. Oh. Liu's eyes were slightly cold. Ding, due to the host's illegal operation, and it is a serious violation, the obliteration system is about to start. Ding, it is detected that the host of the system has given up resistance, and the system is being devoured. Ding, an invasion of the same source force was detected, and the erasure system was forcibly interrupted. Ding, it is detected that this system belongs to a subsystem, forcibly devouring it may cause the mother system to be alerted, it is recommended to change the swallowing system to modify system functions. Do you accept the modification suggestion of this system, whether? Mother-child system. Chapter 486 There is a problem with this system. Liu's system is very strong. Under certain conditions, even the red alarm system is completely powerless to resist. So the moment he saw Lu Ruobing, Liu knew that he could handle the system. It's just that Lu Ruobing is a big living person, and her physical strength is already at the sapphire level. Liu's mental strength cannot be 70% higher than hers, and he cannot directly swallow it. He couldn't stun the opponent like he did with Chen Qinan before. Therefore, Liu could only resort to hypnosis. Use the hypnotic effect of the villain's eye to invade her consciousness space and achieve the purpose of devouring the system. Lu Ruobing has absolute trust in Liu, and of course she will not resist. Then a series of system prompts appeared just now. The system wanted to kill Lu Ruobing, but Liu stopped it in time. But the last system prompt surprised Liu. Mother-child system? Liu is no stranger to this term. His villain system is the mother system, which, after devouring other systems, turns them into subsystems. It is equivalent to a large system with a group of small systems. Didn't expect Lu Ruobing's system to be the same now, And the strongest goddess of war sounds like such an awesome system, but it's actually just a subsystem? Liu didn't have time to think about anything else, so he hurriedly spoke. Yes, modify the system function. Ding, the modification of the system function is completed. Since the system is connected from parent to child, too many modified functions will still cause the parent system to be alert, so this modification is only a small scope. If you want to completely solve this subsystem, you need the host to solve the parent system as soon as possible. Solve the mother system? Okay, I know. Liu nodded slightly, and quickly exited Lu Ruobing's consciousness space. If the subsystem is swallowed or modified too much, it will arouse the vigilance of the parent system. And just solving the subsystem is not enough. If you want to solve it completely, you need to fix the mother system first. Liu, what's the matter? Lu Ruobing, who regained consciousness, hurriedly asked. Since she was hypnotized by Liu just now, she didn't know what happened, and she couldn't see the system prompts from both parties. It hasn't been completely resolved, but its obliteration ability and punishment mechanism are gone. Liu said something casually. In order not to be noticed by the mother system, Liu just modified the whistle-blowing function and punishment mechanism of this system. Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing subconsciously adjusted her own system. The system is still there, and the system tasks are still there. But the punishment mechanism after the mission fails is really gone? My god, how did you do that? The appearance of the system has already surprised her, and Liu's ability has refreshed her cognition even more. This guy can actually modify the system settings of the consciousness space? What the hell kind of operation is this? It's a long story, and I can't explain it to you for the time being. After finishing this matter, I will reply to you all. Liu didn't want to talk about the system and the Son of Destiny. But I promised to tell Luo Kekai before, and now the system is directly bound to Lu Ruobing? If Liu doesn't say anything, it seems that he can't justify it. Then what should I do now? Do I still need to treat that Wang Hao to breakfast? Of course not. Liu took it for granted. My wife, how can I invite other men to have breakfast? Who is your wife? Lu Ruobing blushed pretty, then curled her lips, and said with some taste, and what if I invite other men to breakfast? I don't even mind you being with other women. Although she has made a choice in her heart, which woman is willing to share her other half with other people of the same sex? But when she said this at this time, she was not regretting her decision, but complaining that Liu had too many women. It's different. What's the difference? Liu, I'm a double standard. You. It's the first time she's seen someone with a double standard admitting to being so generous. Okay, you can go to your own business first, leave this matter to me to deal with, and I will notify you when it is finished. Well, I'm really busy these days, but this is my home, won't you come with me? It seems that we should be together. Hehe, you bastard, let's go. Lu Ruobing smiled, took the initiative to take Liu's arm and came to the front yard. Grandpa, we are going out. Well, be careful. Understood. With the advent of the end of the world, special professions such as foundry, alchemist, and enchanter appeared among the awakened humans. These special occupations are also the key to human beings rebuilding civilization. In order to carry forward these professions, the military has established a place similar to the mission hall. Awakened people can buy what they want here, and they can also accept some high-reward tasks here. Lu Ruobing would occasionally come here to pick up missions. Following Lu Ruobing out of the military district compound, Liu couldn't help but fell into deep thought as he watched Lu Ruobing's leaving back. Even the subsystem is such a powerful existence as the strongest female god of war, the mother system is definitely not simple. Liu muttered to himself, it seems that we have to go and see what is going on with this Wang Hao first. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Liu has always adhered to this traditional concept when facing the protagonist. Otherwise, it is easy to capsize in the gutter. Just like Chu Feng before, if it wasn't for the world he traveled through, and the world connected to the live broadcast system happened to be the same, he might have escaped from under his nose. So before deciding to do it, you must not startle the snake. Liu wanted to find out about Wang Hao's situation here, so why didn't Wang Hao at the recruit training base think so? The recruit training base is actually just a civilian area. The military will occasionally come here to help civilians train, and select some excellent seedlings from them. However, Wang Hao was originally just an ordinary person. Because of his cautious character and the role of Yanjing's military, he and his companions survived the end of the world without any danger. However, after Yanjing City was rebuilt, people's status underwent a major reshuffle. The military and high-level national officials are the first echelon. The top awakeners who are willing to play for the country and the original bosses of those bases are the second echelon. The third echelon is merchants and high-level awakened people, and the fourth echelon is low-level awakened people. Ordinary people like him are lucky to be alive. How good have you thought about it? That's hardly possible. A month ago, he was beaten half to death by a bronze enhancer, and it was his companion who rescued him with all his life. Originally, his injuries at the time were fatal, but the appearance of the system saved him from death. At first, Wang Hao was very excited when he knew that he had a system. But there is something wrong with this system. Host, Wang Hao. Sex, male. Height and percent asterisk and. Weight, Yuan percent and. Age percent number. Except for the name and gender, the other characters are all garbled characters, and even the buttons are garbled. He had absolutely no idea what the system meant. He didn't catch anything until 3 days ago when a pair of beautiful twins came and gave him 5 black iron crystal cores each. Ding, percent Yuan number, percent Yuan mission completed, percent Yuan at number Yuan mission reward, fighting skills, top level, crystal nucleus suitability. This is the system prompt at that time. You know, this pair of beautiful twins not only have amazing looks, but also are extremely powerful. Even those strengtheners who usually bully others can only nod and bow in front of them. And when they gave themselves crystal cores, they actually completed the task by themselves. What's so special about this? Could it be that my own system does not need to do anything by myself, but only needs other people to complete the task, so that I can become stronger? I'll go, third child, look quickly, this woman is so beautiful. My darling, isn't this too pretty? Ferry, is this? Who can marry such a beauty? Can such a fairy poop? Damn it, get lost. The joking voices of several companions pulled Wang Hao back from his thoughts. Wang Hao followed the voice of his companion, and was immediately speechless by the amazement of this woman in the distance. Although the woman was wearing a white silk veil, she could see her vivid eyes exposed outside. With her hair tied up in a bun, hairpins, and a long white dress, she looks like a surprise. She also held a white jade flute in her hand, and every step she took gave people a feeling of being otherworldly. Such a top-notch woman actually appeared in this civilian area. It's unbelievable. Looking at the woman in the distance, Wang Hao muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, just after saying this sentence, the fairy walked up to them. Hello, do you know Wang Hao? Chapter 487 Stab the Beauty's Nest. Is she here to find the third child? Same as those 2 beauties a few days ago. Oh my god! Hearing the cold questioning voice of the veiled beauty, everyone present was surprised. Especially the brothers who were with Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao looks a bit handsome, he is just an ordinary person. Such an ordinary person, why would there be beauties coming to him one after another? When Wang Hao saw the beautiful woman in front of him, he also thought of something. I'm Wang Hao, what can a beautiful woman do for me? Hearing this, the woman looked Wang Hao up and down with her agile eyes. Displeasure flashed across his eyes, but he still asked in his heart. System, is he the target of my mission? Yes, host. As long as I give him that job, the previous system punishment will be erased. Not only will the system punishment be erased, but the host will also be rewarded accordingly. All right. Hearing the system's answer, the beauty gritted her teeth. Wang Hao, do you have a job now? Work. Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. No, I was injured before, and I only recovered half a month ago. I also looked for it recently, but I haven't found a suitable one yet. A friend of mine opened a material store in the former World Trade Center, and there was just a shortage of 2 employees there. Are you interested? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. What's up with this Nima? 2 days ago, there were 2 beauties who were twins who gave Wang Hao crystal cores, and today there is another beaut who is the best, introducing him to a job? What exactly is he, Wang Hao, capable of? Hey? This. I'll go, third child, what else do you have to think about? That's right, hurry up and agree. Don't hesitate any longer. Although everyone didn't understand the specific situation, but after Yanjing's order was rebuilt, only those with status could go to the World Trade Center. Even the employees there are of a higher level than ordinary people. What's more, this job was introduced by a superb beauty. Beauty, of course I am interested in such a good job, but we don't seem to know each other before? Why did you introduce the job to me? Wang Hao asked with a puzzled expression. In his heart, he had already guessed something. But he still wanted to know more, so he wanted to find out what the other party said. You don't need to know this, you just need to. Shangguan Linglong. The woman didn't want to answer this question, but before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a crisp voice. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a stylishly dressed beauty with a curvy figure appear at the entrance of the civilian area. I'll go, what's going on today? Is this stabbing the nest of beautiful women? The appearance of this woman once again caused a commotion among the crowd. Looking at the woman in front of her, Shangguan Linglong was also a little surprised. Qiao Manli? Why are you here? I still want to ask you. Qiao Manli walked up to Shangguan Linglong, looked at the woman in front of her carefully and said with some displeasure. As young Master Lu's woman, it's inappropriate to come to this recruit training base alone. Shangguan Linglong hesitated to speak, but also felt distressed in her heart. That's right. This veiled woman possessed by the system is Shangguan Linglong. It's just that her situation is a little different from Lu Ruobing's. The reason why Lu Ruobing was able to notify Liu immediately was because the moment the system gave the task. Without even thinking about it, she reflexively took out the communicator and called Liu. In other words, Lu Ruobing didn't give the system time to react. And Shangguan Linglong's system was possessed 3 nights ago. At that time she was taking a shower in the bathroom. The strongest music goddess system. This is the name of her system. When the system gave the task, she still felt that she was hallucinating, and when she figured out the specific situation of the system, she also subconsciously wanted to ask Liu. After all, in her mind now, Liu is omnipotent. If you encounter a problem that you don't understand, you can definitely ask Liu. But before she got dressed to get the communicator, the system popped up a punishment warning. Shangguan Linglong didn't believe in evil, and insisted on getting the communicator. The moment she picked up the communicator, she was punished by the system. Not a big penalty, just a warning. But Shangguan Linglong, who was punished by the system, did not dare to act rashly anymore. So this happened just now. Are you here to find Wang Hao? Qiao Manli glanced at Wang Hao, then at Shangguan Linglong's hesitant expression, and asked a question tentatively. Shangguan Linglong looked surprised. Could it be you too? I'm not as boring as you. Qiao Manli curled her lips and replied with some displeasure. She is the most sensible of all the women around Liu, but also the one with the worst background and personal role. Among the 5 that Liu brought with him, So Qingyu's appearance is higher than hers, and she was originally Liu's fiancé. Li Wanning and Yanyun came from the same school as her. Not only is Luo Kekai superb in appearance, but she is also extremely powerful in combat. Therefore, no matter how jealous she was, it was impossible for her to be jealous of these 4 women. But this Shangguan Linglong is different. She is not only beautiful, but also has no background, and was even Qin Feng's teammate once. Just such a woman, why doesn't she go to Liu's bed? Qiao Manli felt that this woman was pretending to be arrogant, so she was not very pleasing to the eye. Then what are you doing here? Young Master Liu asked me to come and take you back. What? Follow me. After Qiao Manli finished speaking, she left without looking back. Shangguan Linglong also dared to be negligent, and quickly followed up, leaving only Wang Hao and others in a mess in the wind. Liu. In a building far away in the civilian area. Looking at the handsome young man sitting on the chair, Shangguan Linglong dared not look him in the eye. Sit first. Liu pointed to the sofa opposite, but couldn't see any special expression. Shangguan Linglong looked sideways. So Qingyu and Li Wanning were still sitting on the sofa. So Qingyu patted the sofa next to her, motioning for her to sit there. She didn't say much, and sat next to So Qingyu. What's wrong with your face? I remember you didn't have the habit of wearing a veil before. Liu was straightforward. When Shangguan Linglong heard the words, her eyes immediately became a little dodgy. It's nothing. It's just that I was bitten by a poisonous mosquito last night. I didn't think it looked very good, so I covered it with a veil. Is it? Liu couldn't see any expression either. Didn't you ask Yuner to look at it for you? It's not too late yet. It's just right. I can also order the healing technique. How about I help you look at it? Can this work? Don't worry, my ability is not inferior to Yuner, and I can definitely cure you. Shangguan Linglong obviously didn't believe Liu's words. After all, the wound on her face was caused by system punishment. How can ordinary healing techniques cure it? But she couldn't disclose the situation of the system, so she had to let Liu try it. Liu got up and walked in front of her, and took off the white silk veil on her face. I saw a thumb-sized erythema on her originally flawless and delicate cheek. The erythema is not too dark, but not too light either. If you don't wear a veil, you can see it if you look a little closer. By the way, why did you come to see Wang Hao today? I still want to ask you, how do you know that I came to find that Wang Hao? You answer my question first. I'll introduce him to a job. A job introduction. Liu raised his eyebrows, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then you haven't finished talking about your work, have you? Manly, she hasn't finished talking about her work yet, why did you call her back? Ah? You didn't let me. Okay. Liu interrupted, and then looked at Shangguan Linglong. Go back and talk about work first. The poisonous mosquito that bit you has some skills, and I will help you study after you finish talking about work. Qiao Manli looked aggrieved, while Shangguan Linglong was confused. After Shangguan Linglong left, Liu's eyes gradually turned cold. Lu Ruobing, Shangguan Linglong, Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiu? This child mother system is really so frightening that it only picks the young girls around me? Don't you have your own heroine? Chapter 488 Pretending to be cool for a while, the whole family crematorium. Whether it is a heroine or a special heroine, they can all be regarded as the daughter of destiny. After Luoyu and Lu Ruobing parted ways, it only took a short time to get Wang Hao's information. The moment he learned that Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiu had come to look for Wang Hao, he immediately met his other women. Because the subsystem has been modified too much, it will arouse the vigilance of the parent system. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Luoyu did not modify their system like Lu Ruobing's system. Instead, he conducted some investigations quietly. After a short investigation, Luoyu has been confirmed. So Qingyu, Luo Kikai, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, and Qiao Manli didn't have a system on them. Only the 4 women just now have. Qin Xiao's system is called the strongest dark goddess system. Xiao Xiu's system is called the strongest goddess of light system. Apart from being heroines, these 4 women have the biggest thing in common that they are young girls. That is to say, before it was Luoyu who went to grab the protagonist's woman, but this time the roles were reversed. And the system knew that the protagonist couldn't be successful, so he directly adopted the method of compulsory tasks. Luoyu, what's going on with them? Why are they all looking for this Wang Hao? Seeing the coldness in Luoyu's eyes, So Qingyu came to his side. Controlled? What? Being controlled by someone? Hearing Luoyu's casual words, several women were very surprised. Who is so powerful, can control them? It's incredible. These guys, don't they know their identities? Luoyu, the person who controls them is not this Wang Hao, is it? Wang Hao? Luoyu chuckled, where does Wang Hao have this ability? According to my observation, he is just a puppet. That's right, Wang Hao is just a puppet. The person Luoyu has to deal with this time is no longer a simple protagonist. But the system. Hold the hand of the sun, and live together with the sun. This is the difference between Wang Hao's alphabet system and Luoyu's system. In Luoyu's system, the parent system is stronger than the subsystem. As for Wang Hao's system, there is a problem with the parent system, and it is necessary to rely on the hosts of these subsystems to complete tasks to restore power. In order to force the subsystem host to complete the task, it has a very strict secrecy and punishment mechanism. From as small as various diseases to as large as being directly obliterated. Under such a punishment mechanism, no matter how unwilling the host of the subsystem is, he can only follow the system prompts to complete the task. How can I fix it? Luoyu touched his chin and thought about it. Get rid of Wang Hao directly? Obviously not, Wang Hao is so weak, and the system is so loud, there must be some special protection mechanism. If it issues orders to kill or protect the master while protecting Wang Hao, it will be meaningless. Continue to modify the subsystem? It doesn't seem to work. You can modify only one subsystem at most. If there are more, it will definitely be noticed by the mother system. At that time, the mother system can also issue a kill command. Erase? Young girl. Luoyu muttered to himself, and after saying this, he glanced at So Qingyu and the others. It seems that this is the only way to do it. People are in the last days, my girlfriends have a system. This is the name of Wang Hao's script. This script is a bit special, in that the heroine is not found by Wang Hao, but arranged forcibly by the system. He also has no specific script. Even Luoyu couldn't see what the plot was in this script. But Luoyu didn't care about it, anyway, his goal was just the mother system. And if you want to kill the mother system, you can't bypass the host Wang Hao. With this idea in mind, Luoyu began to arrange things quickly. Because the purpose of the system is to let these heroines bound by the subsystems come into contact with Wang Hao, get to know Wang Hao, and finally fall in love with Wang Hao. Therefore, in the next few days, Wang Hao's life has undergone earth-shaking changes. Just the topic of top beauties coming to look for Wang Hao in the civilian area is enough to make him the focus of the entire civilian area. A few days later, the wind is sunny and the sun is shining. The recruit training base, which had been quiet for a few days because of Wang Hao's incident, became lively again. My god, what's going on? Is this beautiful officer also here to look for Wang Hao? No way. Seeing the goddess of war who appeared in the civilian area with a team of armed soldiers in military uniform, all the survivors were inexplicably surprised. A few days ago, it was fine with the appearance of those top beauties. Unexpectedly, even this female warrior. Wang Hao was brought to Lu Ruobing by 2 armed soldiers. A cold voice sounded faintly. You are Wang Hao. Facing this high-ranking woman with terrifying strength, even if Wang Hao had a system, he did not dare to neglect her at this moment. I am. My name is Lu Ruobing, come with me. What? Hearing Lu Ruobing's words, Wang Hao was a little dazed. During this period of time, relying on the system rewards and the crystal nucleus given by Qin Xiao's 2 sisters, he easily abused the bronze enhancer who beat him before. The pleasure of getting revenge for his great revenge made him unable to stop. However, according to the usual practice, the villain is endless. If you hit the small ones, the big ones will come, and if you hit the big ones, the old ones will come. That bronze-ranked powerhouse nicknamed Sharpay wouldn't be backed by this beautiful god of war, right? She knew that she had hurt someone, and then she came to stand up for him? Seemingly seeing Wang Hao's thoughts, Lu Ruobing explained in time. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you something. After saying this, she looked at the two soldiers beside her and said, take him away. Yes. Lu Ruobing turned and left, and Wang Hao followed under the escort of two soldiers. Two multi-purpose infantry vehicles, one behind the other, brought the two of them to a place. 5-star hotel, private room. A post-apocalyptic upscale hotel reopens. It's just that this is no longer a place where ordinary people can come. In the private room, good wine and good food. Besides Lu Ruobing, there were Shangguan Linglong and 3 unknown women. These 3 women are much different in appearance than Lu Ruobing and the other 2, but in the eyes of ordinary people they are already regarded as goddesses. Seeing Lu Ruobing brought Wang Hao in, 2 of the women quickly stood up. Hey, is this Wang Hao? Sure enough, he is a talented person. As expected of the talent that the chief favors, come, please sit down. Before coming here, Wang Hao was still wary, but when he saw that Shangguan Linglong was also inside, he immediately felt relieved. Shangguan Linglong not only introduced him to a job, but also gave him a system reward. There are various indications that this woman was bound by the system. With her here, I should be safe. And this Lu Ruobing seems to be just to treat himself to dinner? Could it be that she was also bound by the system? Thinking of this, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly sat down. During the dinner, the 3 women found various excuses to toast Wang Hao, and Lu Ruobing also said straight to the point. Wang Hao, you probably don't know your current situation, do you? What situation? Linglong came to look for you, which means you are in danger now. She didn't think about what to do to Wang Hao, she just told him about the stakes while inviting Wang Hao to dinner. For a beautiful woman like Shangguan Linglong, there must be many suitors. Regardless of whether Wang Hao has anything to do with Shangguan Linglong, if the two have been in contact, they will definitely be investigated. Hearing Lu Ruobing's words, Wang Hao felt a little scared. Pretending to be cool for a while, the whole family crematorium. He actually knew what Lu Ruobing said. But Shangguan Linglong's coming to him was arranged by the system, so what can he do? I know this too, but why do I feel so dizzy? After drinking for 3 rounds, Wang Hao felt a little dizzy in his head. Boom! After a whirlwind, he passed out directly on the dining table. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Linglong was a little surprised, but Lu Ruobing was as expected. She took a sip of the tea in the cup in front of her, and calmly looked at the other 3 women. Take him down. Yes. The woman in the lead nodded, and without saying much, she helped Wang Hao up with the other 2 women. Seeing this, Shangguan Linglong was even more puzzled. Ruobing, this is... I don't know what's going on, why don't you follow and see? What? Go. Shangguan Linglong suspected that she had heard wrong. Because of her system, the mission just released to her is to let her follow up to protect Wang Hao's safety. But with Lu Ruobing's consent, she didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly followed. The 3 women supported Wang Hao to the upstairs guest room of the hotel. Shangguan Linglong, who was following behind, was forcibly dragged into the next room by a pair of white jade hands. Xiao Manli? How could you? Stop talking, take off your clothes. Those children who call these chapters poisonous and can't bear it, abandon the book as soon as possible. This book is originally a contest between the protagonist and the villain. Isn't it normal for the villain to fall in love with the protagonist's woman, and the protagonist to fall in love with the heroine that the villain has robbed? If you feel that the villain has been greened even in the mandatory tasks of the system, it can only be said that you are very glass-hearted, have not received severe beatings from society, and are not suitable for reading this book. Chapter 489 Host, you need to calm down. Being suddenly pulled into the room by Xiao Manli, Shangguan Linglong was stunned. After hearing Xiao Manli's words, her head was even more confused. Take off your clothes. Hurry up. Xiao Manli didn't talk nonsense, I know you still have a soft armor inside, so go to the bathroom and take it off. No, why am I undressing? Shangguan Linglong couldn't understand at all. She and Xiao Manli didn't have much communication at ordinary times, and now she let herself undress in broad daylight? What are you doing? What do you think? Xiao Manli had a meaningful smile on her lips. Seeing Xiao Manli's gloating expression, Shangguan Linglong subconsciously glanced into the room. 5-star hotel rooms are large. The door is the bathroom, walking in is the hall and leisure area, and the innermost is the bedroom. At this time, the 2 were standing at the door, and she could not see the situation in the bedroom. Liu is inside. Okay. How could he be at this time? Ding, warning, the host cannot have sex with anyone other than Wang Hao, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Before Shangguan Linglong could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the system. This reminder also made Shangguan Linglong's eyes flash a little haze. System. What do you mean? What do you mean I can't have sex with anyone other than Wang Hao? The task of the system is step by step. When binding her, the system only asked her to introduce a job to Wang Hao, but did not tell it the ultimate task of the system. That's why she endured her inner displeasure and compromised the system. Just now she understood Jiao Manli's words, and the image of agreeing to Liu's agreement flashed in her mind. Unexpectedly, the system will pop up such a prompt. Wang Hao is the chosen one, and will be your significant other in the future. Before you fall in love with Wang Hao, you must ensure the purity of your body. Are you kidding me? No kidding, as long as you get in touch with Wang Hao a lot, you will soon discover the shining points in him. It's impossible. Do you know what relationship I have with Liu now? Hearing this, Shangguan Linglong immediately became angry. Let me ignore his existence and like a stranger? You might as well just kill me. This system did not detect that the host has feelings of admiration for the man in the room. I don't love him. Shangguan Linglong yelled in her heart, but I won't like Wang Hao, let alone let you arrange my life. If this is the case, then I would rather choose Liu. Host, Wang Hao is your true destiny, and as long as you complete the tasks given by this system will make you the most perfect music goddess in the world. I do not care. After saying this in a cold voice, Shangguan Linglong directly closed the bathroom door, and unzipped the side zipper of the long skirt. Host, you need to calm down. I can't calm down. The brief quarrel between the system and the host caused Shangguan Linglong's system to crash. Although it is an omnipotent system, it is only a system after all. It cannot understand human emotions. I don't understand why Shangguan Linglong doesn't love Liu, but is still willing to give her body to Liu. When Shangguan Linglong took off the soft armor and walked out of the bathroom door, the system was still down. Liu was sitting on a chair in the lobby with his eyes closed and rested, his fingers tapping the coffee table next to him rhythmically. Hearing this sound, his finger tapping on the table stopped instantly. You're here? Do you know why I'm looking for you at this time? It does not matter. Shangguan Linglong walked up to Liu with 3 steps and 2 steps in parallel. I just want to ask you one thing. What's up? Seeing Shangguan Linglong's attitude, Liu was a little surprised. Where is this woman singing? You will be nice to me, won't you? Hearing this, Liu caught something in his heart and replied subconsciously. Of course. You have witnessed how I treat Cangyun and the others during this time. As long as you treat me honestly as a woman, I will naturally treat you like I treat them. That's good. But... After Shangguan Linglong finished speaking, she looked at Jiao Manli behind her out of the corner of her eye. You don't want me to be with her for the first time, do you? Oh. Liu was taken aback when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hee, Manli, go down, you did a good job this time, tell me what reward you want tonight. Thank you, young Master Liu. But the reward is fine, you can play slowly, I went to chat with Sister Ruobing. After saying this, Jiao Manli turned around and left the room without waiting for Liu to answer. Seeing Jiao Manli carefully close the door, Liu couldn't help feeling emotional in his heart. What a sensible chick, if she wasn't too immature, maybe she would be more suitable for that position than So Cangyun. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Liu turned his attention to Shangguan Linglong in front of him again. Liu, who is used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help admiring the exquisite facial features and the dignified and generous white dress. This woman is so beautiful. Not as pure as Yan Yun, nor as charming as So Cangyun. But she has her own unique temperament. He walked slowly in front of Shangguan Linglong, and hugged her into his arms. If it was normal, Shangguan Linglong would have symbolically resisted being hugged by Liu like this. But today she just blushed and turned her face away. It's all decided, are you still shy? This is the first time for someone, how is it like you? Ha 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 ha. Seeing the woman's charming appearance, Liu couldn't help laughing loudly. A princess hugged Shangguan Linglong and walked towards the bedroom. Ding, warning, the host cannot have sex with anyone other than Wang Hao, otherwise. Go away, you have no place to speak here. The cold voice in Shangguan Linglong's heart made the system not know how to answer. Until Shangguan Linglong was thrown onto the bed by Liu, their lips pressed together. A strange color suddenly flashed in Shangguan Linglong's dark and agile eyes. The hands that hugged Liu's neck also crossed together. In the next second, the storage ring flashed blue. A dagger appeared in her right hand, and without thinking about it, she stabbed the dagger at Lu's back. It's slow to say, but it's just a flash. The actions of the two of them are very ambiguous, and the position where the dagger appears happens to be in the blind spot of Lu's perspective. It stands to reason that it is impossible for a normal man to hide from the assassination in this situation. But Lu, who was sticking to Shangguan Linglong's lips, had a cold look in his eyes at this moment. Is it finally out? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The liquid metal battlesuit emerged from Lu's back, blocking Shangguan Linglong's dagger. Surprise flashed across Shangguan Linglong's face, but her movements did not stop at all. Quickly hit Lu's lower abdomen with his knee, trying to force Lu to attack him again. But the two sides are using close combat now, how could she be Lu's opponent? Turning slightly to avoid the opponent's knee bump, Lu clasped the opponent's right wrist, and hung a pair of silver bracelets on it. Click! Silver bracelets were handcuffed to the head post. Shangguan Linglong reacted quickly, immediately took over the dagger in her right hand with her left hand, and slashed at Lu again. Lu waved his hand. I knew you compromised easily, and you didn't have any good intentions. Call out, puff. Affected by the strong magnetic force, the dagger flew out instantly and stuck on the wall of the room. Before Shangguan Linglong could react. Click, and his left hand was also handcuffed. Followed by right foot, left foot. Countless vines also came out from all directions of the big bed, wrapped around Shangguan Linglong's body and tied her up. Sneak attack on me? I'll let you know what happens when you attack me. 3 minutes later. Ding! Warning, warning, the host's body is being invaded by the opposite sex of humans, the body of the host is being invaded by the opposite sex of humans. It is detected that the host is a forced behavior, and the system is searching for a solution. Ding! The system judged abnormality, and no solution was found. Ding! It is detected that the host is not a pure body, the information is fed back to the parent system, and the most powerful music goddess system will enter a short dormancy state. Chapter 490 This is a technical activity. A series of system notification sounds appeared in Shangguan Linglong's consciousness space. But Shangguan Linglong couldn't see it at all. Because she is in a state of being controlled by the system and has no consciousness of her own. If the system cannot stop Shangguan Linglong's will, it will take over the control of her body. Luu, who has modified Lu Ruobing's system, already knew this. Facing Lu's control just now, she was struggling non-stop. However, as the last system prompt ended, she struggled less and less. In less than a moment, he fell into a state of complete coma. Damn, how do you do it now? Looking at the stunned beauty in front of him who fell into a coma, Luu was a little speechless. After thinking for 2 seconds, he took out his communicator. Forget it, Manly, come in. Young Master Lu, what's the matter? What do you say? Hearing this, Xiao Manly understood immediately, and soon appeared in Lu's room. Luu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he directly grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the bathroom at the door. It is necessary to solve Shangguan Linglong's system, but not let her system realize that she knows its existence. This is the idea in Lu's heart, and it is also a technical job. What Luu said just now was deliberately said by Luu to the Shangguan Linglong system in order to achieve this goal. In this way, it has no way to feed back its own correct information to its mother system. Of course, Luu didn't need to spend so much trouble to solve just one subsystem, he just had to let nature take its course and turn Shangguan Linglong into his own woman. His real purpose in doing this was to deal with that mother system. This mother system has a special protection mechanism, and it can also forcefully issue tasks to the hosts of the subsystems, treating them as puppets. Only by not letting the mother system know that Luu has the power to modify the subsystem, Luu will have enough time to solve it. At this time, Shangguan Linglong's system was down. The reason for this is that the woman bound by the subsystem has many other advantages besides being the heroine and the young girl. For example, strong, in a high position, have their own criteria for mate selection. Such a woman, even if she is in the last days and has someone she likes in her heart, will not be easily obtained by other men. Binding the subsystems to them not only allows the mother system to act better, but also allows enough time to cultivate the relationship between the host of the subsystem and Wang Hao. It's a pity that Luu is like a hidden bug in this world, and the subsystems seem to be unable to detect his existence at all. The system controlled Shangguan Linglong to resist, and Luu directly used force to suppress her. In the program of the subsystem, if a heroine like Shangguan Linglong resists, doesn't the other party have to stop her behavior? How could someone be strong against her? How could anyone dare to force her? So the system judged that Shangguan Linglong was being used for power. In the subsequent battle between the two sides, it was because of Luu's unreasonableness that the system had abnormal judgments. What the hell is going on with this system? Why was the mission suddenly cancelled? When Shangguan Linglong fell into a coma and Luu asked Xiao Manli to renew her fee. In the sky, two figures, one black and one white, were flying towards the hotel rapidly. Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiu. Is yours cancelled too? Hearing this, Xiao Xiu quickly gestured to stop flying. Due to the special circumstances of the two, they knew each other's existence of the other's system. With the help of Qin Xiao's thoughts, she landed on the top floor of an uninhabited building not far from the hotel. Asshole, this feeling of being at the mercy of others is really unpleasant. Qin Xiao clenched her fists, a look of hostility flashed in her eyes. She was originally a dark power user, and her personality and body would be affected by the dark power. When her strength was weak in the early stage, she could still forcefully suppress this dark force with her own willpower. Later, when I met Xiao Xiu, I was able to rely on Xiao Xiu's light ability to help suppress it. However, being bound by the system this time not only forced her to complete the system tasks, but also unleashed that dark force without any scruples. Who said it wasn't? The mission was suddenly cancelled after reaching the destination? Treat us like monkeys. Why don't we ask Brother Liu? Qin Xiao suggested, he is so powerful, he will definitely have a solution. No, it's not like you haven't experienced the power of the system before. We can't reveal a word to other people. If we can't explain the situation, no matter how strong Liu's brother is, he can't deal with it. Maybe he will be implicated. That's right. But, Qin Xiao said, and looked at the five-star hotel in the distance, since we are close to our destination, we have to go and have a look. Don't worry, I'll talk about it when my clone comes back. After a while, Xiao Xiu's face was flushed. What happened to you? Brother Liu is also at the hotel in front. At the hotel, why are you blushing? Xiao Xiu hesitated to speak, but Qin Xiao suddenly realized. No way? Is he in there with another woman? Who is it? Qiao Manli and that woman named Shangguan Linglong. Shangguan Linglong? She's here too? I thought she didn't like Brother Liu, but I didn't expect it to happen in broad daylight. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiao Xiu's face became even redder. Because even she didn't expect that a woman who is usually aloof, like a fairy in the world, would be used by Liu in broad daylight with vines. How could she, a pure girl, accept this? Thinking of this, another question suddenly came to Xiao Xiu's mind. If Brother Liu treats me like this in the future, do I agree? Ding, warning, the host cannot have sex with anyone other than Wang Hao, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. What? The sudden system prompt made Xiao Xiu frown slightly. On the other side of the hotel. Although Lu Ruobing had dinner with Wang Hao, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was only after 6 o'clock after dinner. Therefore, before 8 o'clock in the evening, Liu vented his remaining energy on Qiao Manli. After Qiao Manli took a shower, under Liu's arrangement, she dressed Shangguan Linglong's clothes neatly, and then left the hotel. 10 p.m. Hotel room next door. Wang Hao, who was drunk, woke up faintly on the comfortable big bed. Ah, I'm so dizzy. The hotel bed was soft and his head was dizzy. After getting up, he subconsciously rubbed his head. Where am I? The luxurious and unfamiliar environment around him made him look vigilant after recovering. You're awake. A beautiful woman in a red dress came in from the lounge. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly turned around and brought in a cup of tea from the leisure area. Here, this is the hangover tea I asked the hotel to make for you, drink it quickly. The casual and relaxed words of the woman reminded Wang Hao of everything in an instant. I did drink a lot before. Was it because he was so drunk that they brought him to this guest room? Damn, how could I be so careless? Wang Hao didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly checked his body. After a moment. Hey, fortunately, the system and waist are still there, and there are no missing arms or legs. It seems that this system is still very reliable. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the woman in the long red dress in front of him. This woman, named Zheng Minmin, was the leader of the three drinking with him. Although in his 30s, his charm still exists. Have you been here to take care of me? It's about the same. After all, it's Chief Liu's guest, so I can't neglect you. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, are you going back tonight? It's too late now, even if it's safer outside than before, there will be some danger. This. Hearing what the woman said, Wang Hao hesitated. Electric energy has not yet been popularized on a large scale, and he is just a bronze chicken. In this case, if he wanted to go back, he could only rely on his own legs. The risk factor can be said to be very high. But he is not a fool. If he doesn't go back, who knows what will happen to this lonely man and widow. If it was before, Wang Hao wouldn't care about this. But now that there is a system, how can he let himself be criticized by others? Seeing Wang Hao lost in thought, Zheng Minmin frowned. I'm not afraid of a woman, what are you afraid of? After saying this, Zhang Minmin walked up to Wang Hao and bent down, deliberately lowered his neckline and said, "Don't worry, even if you do something to me, I won't make you responsible." Wang Hao, This Nima, I can't stand it a bit. Chapter 491 Beat me to death. Zhang Minmin has good looks and figure. Even if she is not as beautiful as the heroine, she is still a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. And Wang Hao was just an ordinary person before the system possessed him. Before the end of the world, he was still a poor dick. A man like him would be ashamed to enter a high-end entertainment venue. Where has he come across a beauty of Zhang Minmin's level? But to be selected by the system, Wang Hao still has two brushes. Know that the other party will not fall in love with you for no reason. In addition, since he has a system, he is naturally not interested in women who are not bound to the system. Big beauty Zhang. Don't make such a joke. After Wang Hao said this, he subconsciously moved his body behind him, as if you don't want to come here. You. Wang Hao's action made Zhang Minmin very angry. I am in the end of the world, but I am the target of those powerful people. What is this kid in the civilian area? He, I didn't expect there to be such a stable man these days. Forget it, since you are not interested in me, then you can continue to rest. Zhang Minmin forced herself to calm down, and returned to the guest room leisure area after joking a few words playfully. Her mission has been completed, it doesn't matter whether Wang Hao sleeps or not. And Wang Hao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, but he couldn't leave the hotel at this time, so he could only stay in this room until the next morning. This night, he did not have any relationship with Zhang Minmin. He slept on the sofa, and Zhang Minmin slept on the bed. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Wang Hao didn't close his eyes all night. Early the next morning, as soon as Dong Feng saw his white belly, Wang Hao couldn't wait to leave. But Zhang Minmin woke up earlier than him, he had no choice but to follow Zhang Minmin. It wasn't a big deal at first, but when they just walked to the front desk to check out, a ferocious man walked in angrily with 7 or 8 brothers. He cursed as he walked. Zhang Minmin, what the hell do you mean? You didn't come back last night just because of this little boy? Boy, are you tired of working? Didn't you know that Sister Zhang is our boss's woman? What an idiot who doesn't know how to live or die. Hearing the words of several men, Wang Hao felt something bad in his heart. Big brothers, is there some misunderstanding between us? Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, you all came to the hotel together, and you still say that I misunderstood? Get out of me. The man's name is Wang Haifeng, and he was once the boss of a base. Since the order in Yanjing has just been restored, the hotels that can resume operation at this time all have identities and backgrounds behind them. Therefore, he dared not do anything to Wang Hao in the hotel. Seeing the menacing approach of the 2 younger brothers, Wang Hao panicked a little. Although he didn't have anything to do with Zhang Minmin last night, this kind of thing is beyond debate. Both of them came to the hotel together, and nothing happened yet. Who would believe such a thing? Seeing that the 2 younger brothers were about to come and take Wang Hao out, Zhang Minmin stepped forward in time. She opened her arms and stopped in front of Wang Hao. Haifeng, don't mess around, this matter has nothing to do with Wang Hao, you. Go away. It's okay if Zhang Minmin doesn't say it, but Wang Haifeng gets annoyed when he mentions it, I'll deal with you later. As a man, how can he allow his woman to defend another man in front of him? Soon, the furious Wang Haifeng took Wang Hao to the road outside the hotel. Haifeng. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Minmin hurriedly followed. The hotel staff and other people who eat melons also gathered around. Women who dare to hook up with me? Call me. Wang Haifeng didn't hesitate too much, pulled Wang Hao out and directly gave the order to gang fight. Zhang Minmin was stopped by 2 younger brothers, and the other younger brothers surrounded Wang Hao one after another. The boss and younger brother of the base who can successfully survive the end of the world naturally have certain strengths. Although the level may not necessarily be high, the ability will definitely not be too weak. At least it's not something a bronze chicken like Wang Hao can compete with. Wang Hao also understood this, and quickly argued, Brother, there is really a misunderstanding between us, I will rely on my sister-in-law. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, one of the younger brothers kicked him. Boom! Wang Hao crossed his hands, blocking the younger brother's foot. Seeing this, Wang Haifeng became even more angry. Damn, dare to block? Hit me to death. Wang Hao is the host of the mother-child system. Because Lu Ruobing, Shang Guanlinglong, Qin Ziro, and Xiao Xiu have all participated in large-scale military battles. So every woman has a certain military background. According to the normal plot direction, let alone a powerful boss like Wang Haifeng. Even if it is the top awakened force in Yanjing City, after knowing that these women have all gone to Wang Hao, it is impossible for them to dare to attack Wang Hao again. But Wang Haifeng obviously didn't know Wang Hao's situation. He only knew that his woman cheated on this little boy, and he had to punish the adulterer and his wife. And Wang Hao, in the face of this sudden change, if he didn't fight back, these guys who have experienced the end of the world will definitely beat him to death. If he fights back, he will welcome Wang Haifeng to fight back even more violently. Just when Wang Haifeng and his group rushed over and Wang Hao was in a dilemma, a system prompt appeared in Shangguan Linglong's mind. Ding! The strongest music goddess system is uninstalling, please wait later. Ding! The uninstallation was successful. Almost at the same time, the hotel was downstairs. Get out of here! A shockwave centered on Wang Hao, knocking out several younger brothers who rushed up. Wang Hao, who stayed where he was, became imposing. I don't know where he threw out a gukun, holding the piano in his left hand, and pulling the strings with his right hand. The murderous aura was instantly full. Who dares to take a step forward, kill Washi. This is... Looking at the situation downstairs and hearing the system prompt in her mind, Shangguan Linglong who was standing in front of the window was dumbfounded. She lost consciousness last night, and when she just woke up this morning, she only felt severe pain all over her body. Especially the wrists and ankles were bloodstained. That painful feeling was even more obvious than the first time it was lost. She wanted to ask Liu what happened last night, but before she could speak, Liu dragged her to the window. Then I discovered a wonderful scene outside the hotel. Now you know why I came to you yesterday afternoon. After detecting that Shangguan Linglong's system had disappeared, Liu also spoke freely. After hearing this, Shangguan Linglong came back to her senses and looked at Liu with a surprised expression. You mean, you are here to help me solve this system? Liu answered irrelevantly, according to my investigation, the woman who lost the first time will not be possessed by this system, so... This is also incredible. Shangguan Linglong didn't think she was stupid, but at this moment, she also felt that her brain couldn't keep up with the rhythm. But how do you know my situation? I'll tell you about this later, let's watch the show first. Liu didn't answer, just quietly watched the fight downstairs in the hotel. At this time, Wang Hao downstairs had already fought with Wang Haifeng and the others. Wang Haifeng was the former boss of the base, and his personal strength is not bad. He is currently a high-ranking gold player, and he is dual-element awakened. Although Wang Hao is only at the bronze level, the existence of the mother system allows him to use the power of the host of the subsystem to fight without injury. It's just that Shangguan Linglong only completed one system task, so the power and time he can borrow are limited. So Wang Hao is still struggling with Wang Haifeng. Can you only borrow the power of the subsystem host? It should be more than that. Whizzing. Liu just finished this sentence. Two figures, one black and one white, jumped from the upstairs of the hotel. Now it's right. Seeing this scene, Liu raised his mouth and pressed a button on the communicator. Kikai, Cangyun, stop them. Roger that. Chapter 492 Black and White vs Hot and Cold. The mother-in-law who messed with the eldest brother still wants to leave, this is the true portrayal of Wang Hao now. Although the ability user reaches the middle and late stages, his strength and agility will also be improved to a certain extent. But compared with the strengthener, it is also not at the same level. So Shangguan Linglong's ability is not suitable for melee combat. Fortunately, Wang Hao's system rewards top fighting skills. The combination of the two gave Wang Hao the ability to attack and defend. Wang Haifeng wanted to take him down, but it was difficult to do so in a short time. Two sisters, where do you want to go? Two figures, one black and one white, had just jumped off the roof of the building, and they were stopped by two women before they could run 2 steps. The personalities of these two women are similar to theirs, they are completely opposite. One is as cold as frost, and the other is charming and enthusiastic. Sister Kikai? Sister Cangyun? Why are you here? Of course we are here to find Liu, how about you? This. Xiao Xiu was quick to think, we saw that someone was fighting in front of us, so we wanted to go and have a look. Other people are fighting, why are you two little girls joining in the fun? Don't go, go upstairs with us to find Liu. No. Why? Sister Cangyun, the two of us still have things to do. Yeah, after we're done, I'll go find brother Liu with you. Qin Ziro looked anxious, and after saying this, she wanted to take Xiao Xiu away. Also did not take 2 steps. Wait a moment. Call. A wind wall with a lot of dust blocked the way of the two women. Seeing this wind wall, the two girls were a little surprised, and subconsciously looked back at the woman who released the wind wall. Sister Kikai, what do you mean by this? Let me tell you the truth, we came here specially to wait for you. The recent whereabouts of the two of you are a bit weird, so the superior asked us to take you back for investigation. How could this be? I'm really sorry, Miss Kikai, we can't go with you now. It's not up to you. Luo Kikai unhurriedly took out a pair of gloves and put them on her hands, there was still a faint flash of lightning on her fists. Seeing this scene, the two little girls were even more surprised. Sister Kikai, Are you serious? Stop talking nonsense and watch the punches. There will be penalties for mission failures, but as long as you don't directly disobey the orders of the subsystems, the penalties will not be too severe. Liu muttered to himself looking at the two chicks who were stopped on the flank of the hotel. To prevent the subsystem from erasing its own host, this is one of the reasons why Liu did not directly attack Wang Hao. Before, Liu guessed that Wang Hao's system had a special protection mechanism, but he didn't know what this protection mechanism was. If he directly attacked Wang Hao, Liu would not be able to solve the protection mechanism triggered by the mother system immediately. Then the mother system will definitely release the task of protecting the master. When the time comes, these subsystem hosts will accept the mission to kill Liu, or is the rejection of the mission wiped out by the system? Liu couldn't accept it no matter what it was. So the best way, either solve all the subsystems first, or find someone to do it yourself. After some deliberation, Liu chose a compromise. Solve Shangguan Linglong's subsystems first, and then find someone to do it on his own. In this way, other subsystem hosts can accept the task of protecting the master without pressure, and they have enough time to test the protection mechanism of the mother system. Now, Lu Ruobing's system has been modified by herself, and Shangguan Linglong's system has been recycled by the mother system. The remaining two subsystems were also intercepted by two heroines who had never been possessed by the system. The mother system could not read the correct information of their interception. Then, how will Wang Hao's mother system respond? Boom! While Liu was thinking, Wang Hao released a sonic blade with all his strength to repel Wang Haifeng. He didn't think too much about it, he took Guqin back into the system and ran towards the opposite direction of the hotel. Want to run? Sensing that Wang Hao was exhausted, Wang Haifeng's eyes turned cold. Two younger brothers with good strength chased after him, and the other two younger brothers also surrounded him. Boss, what should I do? Don't worry, the monk can't run away from the temple if he runs away. Wang Haifeng smiled ferociously, and then whistled from the side. Two wind wolves with fangs and squawks came out from the corner of the street. Since the number of human beings has been greatly reduced after the end of the world, monsters still appear on the streets of Yanjing from time to time. So there are not many pedestrians on the street at this time. The speed of the wind wolf can also be brought to the extreme in this situation. Seeing the wind wolf getting closer and closer behind him, Wang Hao felt aggrieved. Ever since he got the system, he has always felt that he should be a person who pretends to be tough all the way, and then marry Bai Yueguang to reach the pinnacle of life. But it never occurred to me that the reality ran counter to the ideal. I obviously didn't do anything, why did this happen? System, hurry up and save me, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Wang Hao wanted to scold someone, but for a while he didn't know where to start, so he could only insult his own system in his heart. If there is no system, he might not be able to get rich, but he wouldn't be in such constant trouble, would he? It's fine if the system binds itself, but why bind those peerless beauties? It's fine to bind those peerless beauties, why don't you give yourself a strong power to protect yourself? Isn't that really courting death? Yuan percent number Yuan percent number Yuan, percent Yuan, percent. The system seemed to have heard Wang Hao's call for help, and replied with such a message. The message was still garbled, and Wang Hao got used to the system's way of replying. But at this time, he didn't have time to complain, so he could only continue to run forward. After taking back Shangguan Linglong's system just now, there was an extra guide in his mind. If you know how to run in this direction, you will have a way out. Roar! Go to hell! Without the blessing of combat skills and supernatural powers, the exhausted two legs obviously cannot run on four legs. After the wind wolf caught up with Wang Hao, he roared. Wang Haifeng also roared angrily, and turned his hand into a steel claw to grab Wang Hao. A draft! Wang Hao used his remaining strength to avoid this fatal blow. Rolling and crawling towards the side of the building to escape. Originally, he still had a chance to escape into the building, but at the critical moment, the power copied by the system from Shangguan Linglong disappeared. Wang Hao made a mistake in judging a vertical jump, and actually tripped over the steps. Hey, let's see where you are going. Wang Haifeng jumped off the wind wolf, looked at Wang Hao who had fallen, with a smirk on his face. He didn't waste any time, he directly rushed towards Wang Hao with a bow. Wang Hao was exhausted at this time, and the reinforcements were blocked by Liu. In this case, it was basically a dead end. But after all, he is the host of the mother system, so how could he be so easy to get off the street? When Wang Haifeng was about to rush in front of Wang Hao, a figure like a ghost suddenly appeared behind Wang Haifeng. Who? Wang Haifeng suddenly became vigilant, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Ding ding, swish. The opponent's attack speed is very fast, even with his boss's combat level, he can barely block the first two strikes. The third knife cut his cheek, and blood flowed down his cheek. You have to forgive others and forgive others, why does one boss have to kill them all? The voice is old and cold. Hearing this voice, and seeing the scimitar used by the person in front of him, Boss Wan, who was about to get angry, had a look of fear flashing across his face. It's you. And son. Seeing the person coming, Wang Hao's face was full of surprise. The person in front of him has grey hair, dark yellow skin, and ragged clothes. Isn't he just an old woman in their civilian area who has nothing to do? How would it appear here, and saved himself from Boss Wan? This is a bit dreamy, right? Wang Hao couldn't understand it. Not to mention him, even Liu, who came with Shangguan Linglong, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. The strongest female killer? Hehe, it's interesting, Caroline, I'll leave it to you. Yes, master. Chapter 493 Showdown between Mother and Child System. The sudden change surprised everyone present. Especially Wan Haifeng who hunted down Wang Hao. I remember that in the early days of the end of the world, all human beings were caught off guard by monsters. Even the awakened ones, many of them became monster rations because they were not familiar with their own power. In order to survive, everyone fled around looking for shelter, and killed each other for a little food. A few days after they found a shelter, a slim figure wielding a scimitar appeared near his shelter. Her figure was as fast as lightning, and the scimitar in her hand was like a silver dragon. Every time a cold light flashed, a monster was cut in two and fell in front of her. You know, that's the beginning of the end of the world, right? At that time, ordinary awakeners didn't know what abilities they had awakened, let alone hunt monsters. Later, the other party stayed in their shelter for 7 days before leaving. He never saw the man again after that. Unexpectedly, she would jump out when she was chasing and killing this little boy. Although it had been so long, his memory of Aunt Sun's appearance was a little vague, but the knife in her hand made him remember deeply. The blade of this knife is engraved with animal patterns, and the animal's mouth and pupils are on the handle. The overall shape is like an S-shaped meniscus. The arc of the knife handle is relatively small, and the arc of the meniscus on the blade is relatively large. A crescent knife with a strange shape like this cannot be used by ordinary people at all, and it will hurt themselves if it is not used well. In addition, the other party can call out his own name, so... What exactly is going on? Wang Hao was also very confused at this time. For a person as awesome as Aunt Sun, shouldn't he find a more comfortable environment to live in? Why do you want to stay in a civilian area like yourself? Now is not the time to say that. Aunt Sun ignored Wang Hao, and just watched Wan Haifeng say such a sentence lightly. Boss Wan, I have secured this person, do you have any objections? The voice is still old, but the tone is full of orders and unquestionable. You know him. Boss Wan is not an idiot, he held back these few words for a long time. Although a cuckold is something normal men can't stand, he doesn't believe that the other party is so awesome in the early stage, and now he will be a piece of trash. And he could also sense that the other party had shown mercy just now, otherwise he would be a corpse now. So, he was a little timid. It has nothing to do with you, so why don't you give me face? This. Don't promise her, I'll take care of this old woman. Before Wan Lao could finish his big talk, a young man's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Before he could react, a grey-green cougar appeared in their line of sight tumbling around. She was extremely fast, and after rushing out from the corner of the street with an afterimage, she went straight to Aunt Sun who was holding a knife. Finally found you. As soon as Caroline finished speaking, she transformed into a human being. I don't know when there was a bone knife in my hand, and I took advantage of the momentum to cut towards Aunt Sunday. Death to me. Clang. A scimitar is not ordinary, and neither is a bone knife. The two collided together with a metallic crisp sound. What a lot of strength. Feeling the force from the scimitar, Aunt Sun's eyes turned cold. Who are you? Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Sun disappeared in place in an instant, and reappeared behind Caroline. Caroline's beast instinct made her react. Step forward, turn around, quickly block with the bone knife, and then fight back with the knife. Dang 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 dang. Several attacks by both sides were resolved by the other side. Don't pretend to be amnesia with me. Looking at the wild woman in front of her, Aunt Sun was a little skeptical about life. It seems that I really don't know her? What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and do it? While the two sides were fighting, Liu's voice appeared in Wan Haifeng's heart again. He seemed to know what Wan Haifeng was worried about, so he added another sentence after speaking. These two are the felons we want. You don't have to be afraid that this aunt will retaliate against you. Repeat. At the very beginning, Wan Haifeng did have murderous intentions towards Wang Hao. But after Aunt Sun appeared, because he was afraid of Aunt Sun, his killing intent had faded a lot. Hearing Liu's words at this time, he seemed to have been beaten again. Although he still doesn't know who the other party is, those who have this kind of sound transmission ability have basically joined the military camp. So this guy should be from the military? Hey, boy, die. Manly, help Caroline. Understand? Boom. This battle is ostensibly a duel between the mother-child system. But in fact, Liu didn't deploy a system just to be on the safe side. Even Lu Ruobing and Shangguan Linglong who were bound by Wang Hao's system. The other side. Qin Xiao received a system task and wanted to go there to rescue Wang Hao. But as soon as he found a chance to fly into the air, he was kicked off by Luo Kekai. Fortunately, she has defensive abilities such as mind power and earth-type abilities, otherwise this kick would make her miserable. Sister Kekai, you guys. Qin Xiao gritted her teeth and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Xiu not far away. During the battle just now, the two of them were forcibly separated by Luo Kekai. Although Qin Xiao is very strong, facing Luo Kekai, the goddess of war, no matter how strong she is, she will not be able to break through in a short while. She can fly, so can Luo Kekai, and Luo Kekai's melee combat ability is more than a little bit better than her. As for Xiao Xiu's support, that's not to mention. At this time, he was holding the bright shield, and was trapped in place by So Qingyu with the fire of his soul. Originally, their 2v2 abilities were relatively poor, but after being separated, they were even more dangerous. I'm really sorry, Xiao Ro, Shiyu, you guys just keep going. Luo Kekai raised her hand to condense a small tornado, and said such a sentence inexplicably. The two of them are indeed stronger than Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiu in terms of combat effectiveness. If you do your best, you can defeat the black and white duo. But they are companions, and their purpose is to intercept them, so it is naturally impossible to kill them. What do you mean? You'll find out later. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstand Nima, die for me. Boss Wan, how dare you? Boom, puff. Wan Haifeng hit Wang Hao's lower abdomen with an elbow, and clawed back the moment the opponent wanted to pull away. The sharp claws cut through Wang Hao's chest. Boom. Wang Hao was kicked heavily to the ground. Wang Hao, who had exhausted all his strength and intercepted all the rescue subsystems, would certainly not be Wan Haifeng's opponent. At this time, An Sun has turned into two phantoms, one is blocking Caroline, and the other is trying to rescue Wang Hao. But only halfway through, he was forced back by a sharp arrow. The arrows are very penetrating, and one after another. She had no choice but to rely on body skills to hide behind her. Asshole, what's going on with these guys? Her speed is obviously higher than that of Caroline, but her strength is weaker. It seems that it is not particularly easy to break through the defense line of the two. She didn't know where these masters came from. But at this time, she has no time to think too much. Because she already felt that the vitality of Wang Hao in the distance was rapidly passing away. Am I dying? Seeing his own blood slowly dripping down the corner of his clothes, Wang Hao's face was full of unwillingness. Why? Why is this happening? Why did you bring yourself to death? You obviously didn't do anything? About to die. Liu also sensed Wang Hao's situation, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. This shouldn't be. The parent system dares to use mandatory tasks to control the subsystem, and it will definitely prevent the host of the subsystem from dying. How can it be possible that Wang Hao has no protection measures at all? Even if the subsystem can control the behavior of the host, shouldn't it also prevent the suitors of the subsystem host from killing Wang Hao? How could he die like this? Could it be that his biggest hole card is just the female killer? Not good. Caroline, retreat quickly. Ding, number, %Yuan and mission failed, %*Yuan, %host is on the verge of death, emergency, Yuan defense Yuan, %activated. Chapter 494 System Terminator. Boom. In less than 5 seconds after Liu's voice fell, a mass of terrifying white energy poured out in all directions centered on Wang Hao. The ground with a radius of 30 meters was completely blown to pieces by this mass of energy. Even the buildings within the range were shaken to pieces like tofu. An Sun's reaction and speed were very fast, and she had already started to evacuate in the opposite direction before the energy poured out. And because of Liu's reminder, Caroline was sent out together with An Sunday. What? Puff. Both of them ran out of the range of the energy center and made defensive moves at the same time. But this group of energy is very destructive, even the aftermath made them vomit blood. The two younger brothers who came to help Wan Haifeng didn't react. The 7 orifices that were shocked by the aftermath of the explosion were bleeding, and Wan Haifeng was blown to the brink of death by the energy. As for Wang Hao himself, he had already stood up slowly, his whole body was surrounded by a faint green light, and the previous wounds were also recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Wang Hao disappeared in place, and reappeared in front of Wan Haifeng. Condescending, the voice is cold. Kill me. Boom. Step on it with 1 foot, the sky will collapse and the earth will crack, mountains and rocks will be opened. Wan Haifeng only heard the sound of his sternum shattering, and then uncontrollably spit out a big mouthful of blood. Then, his consciousness became blurred. Name, Wang Hao. Strengthening level? Seeing this scene, Liu still couldn't help cursing angrily. Damn it, I knew it wasn't that simple. Hey Shui, Xiaojin, hurry up and save someone. After receiving Liu's order, the black handsome Zaijin who was already ready to pay quickly ran towards Caroline. The city law enforcement team who heard the noise nearby also rushed over at this moment. The strengthening level is a question mark, which Liu has seen before. That was Chen Chenan's physical attributes when eating in a restaurant. The question mark represents invincibility. Perhaps at this time, Wang Hao's reaction will be slower than normal, and you can even hit him easily with some abilities. But you can never hurt him a bit. And his attack is not something you can dodge with your reaction and speed. Even Liu has no ability to confront him head-on at this time. Go to hell. Boom, boom. Wang Hao killed Wang Haifeng, and then used 2 general attacks to easily kill the 2 bleeding boys. Finally, he turned his cold eyes to Caroline, who was lying on the ground injured and unable to avoid the attack normally. Xiaojin arrived in time, grabbed Caroline and threw it to He Shui. He Shui caught Caroline and turned around to leave, while Xiaojin himself met Wang Hao's fist. Boom. Xiaojin, who has evolved into a demon giant ape, can also freely change size like He Shui. It's just that the metallic nature of the body makes it better at defense than He Shui. But even so, it couldn't withstand Wang Hao's attack at the moment. With just one punch, Wang Hao sent it flying, and the wind of the fist smashed a long gully on the ground. Zaijin's muscles and bones were shattered and he was dying. Although Liu also arrived in time to catch it, he had to use a liquid metal suit to defend against the aftermath. Master! Don't talk yet! Liu didn't talk nonsense. The moment he caught Xiaojin, he threw out 2 flash bombs and smoke bombs, turned around and pulled the speed to the extreme. Wind walk, phantom walk, everything that can be used to accelerate is used. The protagonist uses the mother system to enable invincibility, and the fool will fight him desperately at this time. Boom, hum. Flash bombs explode. After a burst of bright light and noise, only Wang Hao and Sun and the law enforcement team who heard the news were left on the battlefield. Wang Hao didn't even see Liu's figure, and the other party had already disappeared from everyone's sight with Xiaojin. You guys want to die too? Wang Hao didn't stop his killing, turned his head and looked at the law enforcement team with cold eyes. What do you want to do? Dude, stop now. Seeing Wang Hao's terrifying destructive power, the law enforcement team who pointed their guns at him also showed a frightened expression. But just when Wang Hao wanted to step forward to kill them, he suddenly covered his head and squatted down in pain. No, you can't kill them. Just kill them. It is clear. Although Wang Hao was rescued by the mother system again, but because he didn't have the restaurant barrier like Chen Chenan, his body couldn't bear the invincible power at all. For him now, his body is under the control of the mother system. Unexpectedly, just as Wang Hao finished speaking, a gunshot sounded in his ears. It turned out that a member of the law enforcement subconsciously pulled the trigger because he was too scared, and the bullet hit Wang Hao's body, causing a string of sparks to appear. This time, Wang Hao, who could still control a sliver of his rationality, completely lost consciousness. He got up and turned into an afterimage and ran towards the person who shot the gun. Boom! With a punch, the law enforcement member was pierced through the heart in an instant. Bastard, what are you doing? After killing the person who attacked him, Wang Hao regained control of his body with a roar. There was no time to ask An Sun who was on the ground, and she disappeared in place with a sudden force on her feet. 5 minutes later, Wang Hao appeared on the roof of a high-rise building in an uninhabited area a few kilometers away. Exhausted, he leaned against the corner of the roof, recalling everything that happened so far in his mind. System, you idiot, why did you want to kill me? Why? Just kill that boss Wan? Why did you kill the law enforcement team? Wang Hao was in pain all over, but roared in his heart. After all, he is just an ordinary person, and he has not been in possession of the system for a long time. The mentality hasn't changed yet. In his mind, he could kill ordinary people by himself, as well as kill other awakened people with evil intentions. But kill the law enforcement team, obviously not. Killing them in full view is undoubtedly against the country. A normal person, who is so bold. It would be fine if this invincible power was eternal, but the problem is that this power is very short-lived. It can only keep him alive, but it is not enough to let him roam the apocalypse. Without you, I couldn't become what I am now. Impossible. Now it's all gone, all gone. Let the peerless beauty chase after him, it is definitely something that many dicks dream of. But without absolute strength, this kind of thing is just a fleeting moment. Wang Hao now has a deep understanding. Unbind, I don't want to see you again. Wang Hao talked to himself, trying to communicate with the system, but this time he didn't get any response from the system. After an unknown amount of time, the light in front of Wang Hao's eyes suddenly dimmed, and a dark figure blocked his sight. Wang Hao opened his eyes weakly, and saw a young man facing the wind. Who are you? Seeing this strange and handsome face, Wang Hao was wary but also a little puzzled. Have you seen this person just now? The young man grinned, without giving him time to think. I am the system terminator. You. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, he saw a strange red flash in the other party's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the world spun. Ding, the defense function of the parent system failed, and the system intrusion succeeded. Ding, the subsystem penalty authority is closed, and the parent system uninstall channel is blocked. Ding, the system is swallowing, please wait. Ding, the swallowing is successful, the system recovery function is automatically activated, the strongest goddess of war system, uninstalling. Ding, the strongest dark goddess system, uninstalling. Ding, the strongest light goddess system. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 495 Goddess Power. Question: when the protagonist explodes, what is the correct way for the villain to do it? Answer: in the case that the protagonist will not recover blood, temporarily avoid his edge, and deal with him after the time when he explodes. Wang Hao's strength was obviously forcibly improved by the system. Not only is this ability limited in time, but it also has a long period of weakness. Liu had a hunter, and it was easy to find Wang Hao after he left. As time passed, Wang Hao passed out. Liu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief seeing the series of system prompts popping up. Damn it, it's finally done. Although this system does not have a powerful host or many subordinates, it is more difficult to deal with than ordinary systems. Especially the last invincible ability, even Liu had to be careful. Fortunately, Liu could barely accept the final result. Although the system does not make sense, every system actually has traces to follow. Under normal circumstances, the protagonist's development speed is very fast, and other awakened people around him can only hold a candle to it. Therefore, most systems that develop alone only need to give the host 1 or 2 life-saving cards. But Wang Hao's system involves many people, so he needs more cards. The speed at which his own strength improves is his trump card. Those heroines bound by the subsystem are also his trump cards. These whole cards are used up. Can you even open Invincible? Originally, according to the normal plot direction, before Wang Hao grew up, no one would notice him. Even if someone pays attention, they will not dare to do anything to Wang Hao because of the background of the host of the subsystem. After Wang Hao becomes stronger, those powerful people want to trouble Wang Hao, and the host of the subsystem will intervene to rescue him. Let alone the last whole card, even An Sun's whole card is basically useless. But the appearance of Liu forced out all his cards. Ding! It is detected that the identity of the host of the sub-parent system has changed, and the functions of the subsystem do not conform to the status of the host. This system will automatically replace subsystem with goddess power. Note: since the mother system is exhausted and some functions are damaged, if you want to get more goddess power, you need to repair the mother system first. The power of the goddess? What is it? Seeing the last 2 system prompts, Liu was a little puzzled. He didn't even care about Wang Hao who passed out, so he hurriedly studied it. Goddess power. It is changed from the subsystem of the parent-child system. The subsystem is the power of the parent system. After replacing it with goddess power, you can give these powers to women with corresponding powers. Note: women who are gifted with the power of the goddess will suddenly have 100% loyalty to the host, and they no longer need other strengthening methods. Their ability level will be synchronized with the body strengthening level, and the body strengthening level will be synchronized with the host. Conditions for the gift: women whose betrayal rate to the host is less than 10%, and whose appearance, figure, and temperament all exceed 90 points. The power possessed by the woman must correspond to the power of the goddess. Currently possesses the power of the goddess of war, the power of the goddess of killing, the power of the goddess of darkness, the power of the goddess of light, the power of the goddess of music. The power of the goddess? Isn't it just that the subsystem has changed its name and gift method? It's so grand. Hey, that's not right. People who have been gifted with the power of the goddess will not only subtly remain loyal to themselves until death. The enhancement level and ability level will also be directly synchronized with themselves. Doesn't that mean that one person attains the Tao and ascends to heaven? Hehe, this is not bad. But I really didn't expect that Liu, would one day even rely on the system to guarantee the loyalty of my own woman. Liu smiled wryly, and then thought for a while, system, can you delete this function for me? Yes, host. Then delete it. If a woman has no thoughts of her own, how is it different from a dead fish lying motionless on the bed? This system does not understand. You don't need to understand. Liu didn't bother to explain, so he took out the communicator and spoke. Ruobing, I'll send you a location, you come to my place. It is good. The mother-child system is actually more like a puppet system. Not only does it turn the subsystem host into a puppet, but the parent system host can also be regarded as its puppet. So what Liu has to deal with this time is mainly this system, not Wang Hao. After washing away Wang Hao's memory, Liu did not kill him, but handed him over to Lu Ruobing. As for his final ownership, Liu didn't care much. It is estimated that without the system, his final outcome should be similar to Chu Feng. What exactly is going on? You stopped us just to help us solve the system. 5-star hotel downstairs. Qin Xiao and Xiao Xia froze in place with an incredulous expression on her face. After they revealed that the mission failed, they did not continue to resist, and Luo Kikai's interception naturally stopped. Then, they found that their system was automatically uninstalled. Of course. So Cangyun shrugged playfully, otherwise, do you think that we are really suspicious of you, and then we will arrest you and go back for investigation? But how do you know about our situation? Yes, Sister Cangyun, we haven't disclosed the existence of the system, and the power of that system is not something we can compete with. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I'll tell you the details when Liu comes back. After 10 minutes, the communicator light comes on. Liu's voice came from inside. Cangyun, how are Caroline and Zijin doing now? Yuna is treating them. Where is that aunt? Ran away? Forget it, notify everyone involved in this operation and ask them to gather in the living room of the villa within 2 hours. Roger that. After 2 hours, finishing work is over. Inside Liu's heavily guarded villa, Yingying and Yanyan are competing for beauty. There were guards standing outside the villa, and there were also a few mutant beasts crouching inside the villa to guard them. Villa living room. Among Liu's women, except for Yanyun and Caroline, all other women were present. Looking at the group of top-quality girls in front of him, Liu cleared his throat. Everyone, be quiet. The living room, which was originally chattering, fell silent in an instant. I think you all know something about what happened recently, and you must be very puzzled now. What is the system? Why does it have such a powerful force? Why did it find some of you? And why do I know that you have a system? And have the power to solve the system? Yet, why? Liu, don't be fooled, tell me quickly. Hearing this, the already quiet living room became noisy again. Because what Liu said was exactly what they wanted to ask. Liu didn't write any ink, and said directly, before answering your questions, you need to know what is a child of luck. Son of luck. Qin Xiao subconsciously said, aren't they the ones who have all the luck in one body? They can get the favor of the heavens, have luck and strength that ordinary people don't have, and they may turn danger into good luck when they encounter any danger. It's almost what it means. Xiao Manli looked puzzled, isn't this the protagonist in the movie? You are right in saying that. Liu scanned around and said slowly, all of you sitting here, except for Xiao Manli, should be women of the children of luck. What? Chapter 496 I and number 039, am the villain, it and number 039, SA Showdown. The sudden explanation made all the women unable to react. A woman from the child of luck? What do you mean? Liu, do you want to say that you are the son of luck? No, I'm not, Kikai has asked me this question before. But I'm not. To be precise, I'm more like someone who was abandoned by this world. When the matter of Wang Hao was settled, Wang Haifeng and his 2 younger brothers sadly became Liu's scapegoats. However, due to the blatant nature of the system, Liu is also going to have a showdown with them directly. What? Following Liu's narration, the expressions of the women present gradually changed. There are children of luck in this world, and more than one? And Liu, was he going to be killed by the son of luck? He just saw his own destiny, that's why he snatched them from the children of luck? The purpose is just to snatch the luck of the son of luck and save his own life? You mean, the system was given to the son of luck by God to deal with you? Not bad. Liu was straightforward, I can solve the system because of the arrangement of fate, so that I have my own power. And if you come with me, you will naturally become one of their goals. That is to say, no matter which way we met, my real purpose is actually for myself. As soon as these words came out, the whole living room became quiet again. The expression on each woman's face was a little unbelievable except for surprise. People are selfish, but it is really rare to speak out about one's selfishness in public. Forget it, you guys. Liu hesitated to speak, and finally said, if you have any other ideas, I will not stop them, so be it. After speaking, Liu got up and left the living room alone without waiting for everyone to answer. Liu. Although as a villain, Liu shouldn't expect too much. But as a man, he also hopes that there is someone who is completely trustworthy by his side. Only rely on betrayal rate to judge trust? Not only would it make him feel tired, but it would also make him feel a little sad. There are so many women around, and there is not even one person who can confide in her heart. What is that but sadness? Of course, Liu didn't expect them to risk their lives to follow him just by saying this. He just wants to make his life easier. Even the system appeared so blatantly, so there was no need for him to find other excuses. It's good to be direct and honest, and to admit it generously. Looking at the back of Liu going upstairs, the originally silent living room became even quieter. It was almost noon now. But the weather outside the window was not so good. The gloomy sky seemed to be about to rain anytime. In the living room of the villa, several women look at me and I look at you, and don't know what to say for a while. Haha. So Cangyun glanced at the crowd, with that charming smile still on the corner of her mouth. You should understand what Liu means, right? If you don't understand, I can explain it to you again for him. For his own survival, he changed our destiny and made us, like him, the outcasts of God. Hearing this, Li Wanning and Luo Kekai frowned slightly. So Cangyun ignored them and continued, but the people who are bound to the system this time, except for Shangguan Linglong, can go back and continue to be that destiny's daughter. In this world, is there really a child of destiny? This is also incredible. Yet, but the world has become like this, so it's not surprising that anything happens. Now is not the time to say that. So Cangyun smiled coquettishly, and interrupted everyone's discussion. I just want to know, what do you think now? Should you continue walking with us, or part ways with us? You. Of course. So Cangyun shrugged indifferently, although Liu and I haven't seen each other much since childhood, we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. He not only saved me, but also my grandfather and parents, so don't say he is an outcast, even if he is a demon who slaughters the world, he has nothing to do with me, so Cangyun. However, you are different. Most of you met Liu after the end of the world. Some of you were forced to, so it's too late to quit now. Human desires are endless. When a person is hungry, it is enough to be able to eat enough. But if you are full, you need to dress well and live well. When they don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation, they want to get spiritual satisfaction. For example, buy a bigger mansion, a better car, play more exciting games, and find more beautiful women. However, the heroine is not the same as ordinary beautiful women. Ordinary beautiful women are attached to men, and it is normal for a catastrophe to fly separately. But the heroine has a high probability of living and dying with the man. Exit. Cangyun, are you treating us as outsiders? Luo Kekai was the second to speak, with no special expression on her face. Lu Ruobing also answered calmly, no matter what you think, what I, Lu Ruobing, will never change. I'll go up and see him. Li Wanning didn't say much, she just stood up slowly and walked upstairs. I am coming too. Ms. Li, wait. I'm with you. Seeing this, Xiao Manli quickly followed. People are not only greedy, but also selfish. Although Liu snatched them from the Son of Luck for himself. But they were indeed rescued by Liu. Without Liu, no one knows what would happen to them. What's more, they attached to Liu, isn't it also to get Liu's help? So in the face of Liu's confession, most people can still accept it. The only thing that made them a little depressed was that when Li Wanning took Xiao Manli upstairs, they found that Liu was missing. What about others? Do not know. Do you want to use the communicator to contact him? No, just leave him alone. Where did Liu go? It's not that he is sentimental and can't figure it out, he wants to be quiet. But when he first arrived upstairs, he suddenly received a message from Cangyun. At this time, the Red Police Base, the inpatient department of the hospital. Looking at the wild woman in the animal skin skirt on the hospital bed, Liu frowned. The wound on the woman's body is almost healed, but her face is extremely painful. Even you can't cure it. Caroline was only injured by the aftermath of Wang Hao's explosive power. The injury shouldn't be particularly serious, why can't even Cangyun be cured? This is a bit counterintuitive. Cangyun stood beside her, her face full of guilt. I'm really sorry Liu, I've never seen her situation, so. Caroline, how are you feeling now? It's okay, master, I can. Hearing Liu's question, Caroline, who had been clenching her silver teeth, wanted to answer. Before Nai could finish speaking, he let out a painful scream. You know, she is a beastman in the abyss, and her endurance is much stronger than that of humans. One can imagine the power of the pain that even she couldn't bear. Using the healing technique will make her more painful. Liu checked Caroline's situation, and seemed to think of something in his mind, and immediately took out the communicator to connect to Wu Di. Wu Di, hurry up and call the surveillance cameras around the hotel for me, and see where the ant who rescued Wang Hao has gone. Okay, give me a few minutes. Liu hung up the communication. Cangyun was surprised. Liu, according to what you mean, it was the ant who hurt her. Who else but her? My god, how did she do it? Even me. You don't know the characteristics of goo worms, of course there is no way to solve them. Goo insect? You mean, she is poisoned by goo poison? Chapter 497 Live and Die Together. Lu's words surprised Yan Yun. Because goo poison is legendary, it originated from the ability of Xiaoguo Miaozhong. Why is it a legend? Because most Han Chinese have only heard of it, and no one has actually seen it. What exactly is this ability? No one knows. At this time, in the end of the world, where there are changes, how can they encounter goo poison? You don't need to be so surprised. The world has become like this. It's normal to meet some people who can play goo. Does that mean Caroline is hopeless if she can't find that ant? That's not necessarily the case. Let me try. After Liu finished speaking, he pondered for a while, and then put his hand on Caroline's wrist. While perceiving the condition of her body, he tried to treat her with other energies. Soon Liu discovered that these goo worms were not only numerous, but also very small. Now it's all attached to the walls of blood vessels all over her body, and it can't be discharged at all. If you use light energy to get close to them, it will make them become manic and restless, which will deepen the pain of Caroline's body just like applying a healing spell. On the contrary, it is the dark energy that has a negative impact on the human body, which will make the goo worms become extremely quiet, and finally fall into a deep sleep collectively. It's fine for now, these goo worms seem to have a special affinity for dark abilities. Thank you, Master. Feeling the disappearance of the pain in her body, Caroline said sincerely. You're welcome, but your situation is only temporarily relieved. If you want to eradicate it completely, you have to find the person who cast the voodoo. The trouble should end it. Without such a perverted physique as his own sacred body, there are some things that he really has to obey. Just like this kind of goo, even the healing technique with purification ability can't deal with it. But can Liu find Aunt Sun? Of course not. Although Liu deliberately placed some cameras around the hotel when dealing with Wang Hao. But after all, this is the end of the world without electricity, and Liu's camera is only targeted, and it is impossible to cover a large area. Therefore, after Aunt Sun disappeared into the surveillance range of the camera, she immediately lost her trace. Liu only knew a general direction, and he couldn't find her at all. As for the predator? Except for Wang Hao and Wang Haifeng, the traces of other people at the scene were already destroyed by the power that Wang Hao erupted. Can't use predator tracking at all. But fortunately, the dark ability can suppress Caroline's goo poison, preventing it from attacking for a short time. Liu still has a lot of time to search for her traces. As time went by, night gradually fell. After Liu bid farewell to Caroline and Yan Yun, he didn't go back immediately. Instead, he came to the top of a building, took out a sofa from the storage ring, and sat on the sofa thinking about his recent situation. Vitality, 782.2. Mental power, 830.8. Power, 906.6. Agility, 932.4. This is Liu's current physical attributes. He has killed more and more protagonists, and his power is getting stronger and stronger. At present, he is only a few attributes away from the Blue Jade bottleneck. The reason why strength and agility are so much higher than vitality is because of the attributes and treasure box system. Especially the treasure chest system. Opening a gold box at random is an increase of dash points, and basically cannot open vitality. This has led to the fact that Liu's strength is no worse than those high-level wrestlers without improving his level. However, the increase of Liu's combat power by physical attributes is already very small. He is fighting now, mainly relying on abilities and equipment. The routine of the Sun-Mother system is to use the host of the subsystem to help the host of the mother system to act aggressively, and then let the host of the subsystem fall in love with the host of the mother system to achieve the goal of win-win cooperation. Now that I already have power and influence, I don't need the host of the subsystem to pretend to be stronger, so the villain system automatically turns the subsystem into the power of the goddess. So, the villain system, what kind of existence are you? Liu muttered to himself and asked in his heart. The emergence of the child-mother system made Liu more vigilant. Because the general system is to help the host become stronger. However, the mother-child system treats all hosts as puppets, forcing them to complete tasks, and killing hosts at every turn. This made Liu have to doubt the purpose of his system. This system cannot answer the host's question, but what the system can guarantee is that it will not issue mission instructions and punishment instructions to the host, and will live and die with the host. With the total death. Hearing this answer, Liu was a little surprised, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Hehe, although I don't know if your answer is true or not, it sounds very comfortable. But then again, I have nothing in the first place. Even if you have a conspiracy, I, Liu, will recognize it. Drib. The communicator on the left wrist lit up, and Liu clicked on it. It was actually a message from Jiao Manli. With the black technology of chariots, shelters, and red police systems, this 3D holographic projection communicator is one of Lu's people. Young Master Lu, where are you now? Is something wrong? It's not a big deal, I just want to ask. You said before that except for me, they are all daughters of destiny? Then what am I? Or are you saying? I am nothing. You? You were supposed to be the same person as me. Lu also explained casually, if I didn't show up at school at that time, you would be killed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng. He is a reborn. Xiao Manli, dot. Lu's simple words set off a huge wave in Xiao Manli's heart. In my mind, I can't help but think back to the early days of the end of the world, when the ordinary and cowardly Chu Feng was able to slay monsters like a god of war. These memory fragments are connected, and the authenticity of Lu's words is self-evident. Hehe, this chick is quite interesting. Seeing that Xiao Manli didn't reply, Lu ignored her and checked the time. It was only after 7 o'clock in the evening. But it's still early, do you want to go around the city plain? When Lu was bored before, he would go to that plain to have a look. Although it is already the territory of the main god, I don't know if killing the reincarnation last time played a deterrent effect. As long as Lu doesn't stay there for a particularly long time, he won't encounter reincarnation people to make trouble. As for the purpose of going to that world? One is to conquer that world, and the other is of course for the heroine named Chen Yuxi. After the previous period of contact, the two parties have confirmed their relationship. I believe that Lu will be able to get her reward in a short time. But just when Lu was about to start teleporting to the city plain, So Cangyun suddenly sent a projection chat invitation. Projection chat is video chat. It's just that the communicator will project the human bodies of both parties in the call, and project them completely in front of the other party. The projection ratio is still fully restored at 1:1. Lu pressed to answer, and So Cangyun's charming figure was projected in front of him by the receiver in Lu's left hand. Lu, is that why you can't trust us? No, why do you say that? No. So Cangyun smiled playfully, then why are you running alone? Lu made an excuse at random, I just came out to get some air. So Cangyun walked up to Lu, I'll tell you two pieces of news, one good and one bad, which one do you want to hear first? It's bad. Ling Long left, she asked me to tell you that she didn't mean to blame you, she just wanted to be alone. So Cangyun said calmly, you don't need to look for her, she can protect herself well. When she figures it out someday, she will come back and look for you. How about that? Except for her, the rest of us have decided to stand by your side and help you deal with the child of destiny. Chapter 498. What is positive, what is evil? In fact, in everyone's heart, there is a steelyard. Moreover, the measurement standards of this steelyard are still different. If it was an ordinary woman, she might have a grudge against Lu after he confessed. It is even possible to take revenge on Lu by keeping his face on the surface and finding an opportunity behind his back. But the heroine will be rewarded by Lu only after she loses her fate. Therefore, the heroines without rewards and the special heroines who joined Lu's team can all be counted as members of Lu's villain camp. In Yan Yun's mind, although Lu was unreasonable, he was indeed protecting her after the end of the world. And later helped him find his parents. The same is true for Li Wanning and Qin Xiao. As for Xiao Xiu, she came to join Lu on her own initiative, and it has nothing to do with who Lu is. Being protected by Lu and staying in this team for so long. Why did she somehow run to become a daughter of luck? Not to mention Luo Kekai and Lu Ruobing. One is the entanglement between the two lives, and the other is rescued by Lu, who has supported him all the way to the present. It is also impossible for them to draw a clear line with Lu for the so-called fate. So the news brought by So Cangyun was completely within Lu's expectation. Didn't get the reward from Shangguan Linglong, is that why she left? Lu muttered to himself, then smiled again. This is indeed good news, but against God, the result is hard to predict. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's already like this, isn't it? You're right. Where are you? I'll find you. No, I still have something to do here, I'll come back when I'm done. That's it. After Lu finished speaking, he hung up the communication without waiting for So Cangyun to reply. System, start plane transfer. Plane teleportation starts. Lu had a showdown with his woman. After a while of consideration, So Cangyun and the others decided to follow Lu all the way to the dark. Although life and death may not be hand in hand, they are still on the same front. Lu didn't know how many protagonists he had to deal with before it was over. But in the days that followed, apart from stabilizing the situation in Yanjing and using a variety of black technologies to expand to surrounding cities, he couldn't find anything else to do. There was no need to find Shangguan Linglong to come back, and there was no motivation to trouble Zhongchen, the giant python. At most, let the subordinates pay attention to the whereabouts of that Aunt Miaozhong. As time went by, 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Luo's physical strength and abilities were stuck in the Blue Jade bottleneck. With the help of scientists and Luokikai, Yanjing has put grain and fruit cultivation and livestock breeding on the right track. After Yanjing City restored human order, under the command of Lu Hongjun, it began to help surrounding cities rebuild their homes. At Yanjing, someone is finally here. Do they have the most advanced weapons and the most abundant food? As long as you go there, you can get a stable job to support yourself. As expected of the capital city, it's awesome. The news of Yanjing's restoration of order, like a big stone thrown on a calm lake, spread rapidly in all directions of Yanjing City. Although there will be some obstacles in the way, with the help of a lot of black technology and spies, the road to reconstruction is unstoppable. My god, there are so many troops patrolling here. This sense of security is overwhelming. The refugee area over there seems to provide free accommodation. We can go there for a few days and move out after finding a job and earning money. Hey, good idea. Due to the drastic reduction in the number of humans, the pattern between cities has also undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, cities with good economic development would attract a large number of population inflows. It is now a city with stronger defenses, which will attract survivors to join them. What is the defense capability? Leader cohesion, weaponry, and number of awakened. Yanjing is invincible in these aspects. Therefore, there are more and more survivors in Yanjing, and other surrounding towns are gradually reduced to death. Tang City is a third-tier city to the east of Yanjing. It is nearly 200 kilometers away from Yanjing. Due to some special reasons, the survivors here all got together shortly after the end of the world. Qin Wu was originally the #1 conscript recruited by Qin Feng. Before Luo fought with Qin Feng, he did not die. It's just that after the red police system changed hands, Luo changed his name to Luo. At this time, Luo is already a 3-star veteran who has experienced many battles, and he is ordered to open the road between cities. Report to the captain, the city ahead is shrouded in thick fog, there may be unknown creatures, please instruct. A soldier came to Luo to report the situation. Luo frowned as he looked at Tang City, which was covered with green plants and shrouded in thick fog in broad daylight. It's normal for a city to be surrounded by greenery, but the thick fog persists for a long time? This is a bit of a problem. Captain, what should I do? Can the drone be used? It's useless, as soon as the drone enters, it will be interfered by other unknown signals. Send 3 teams to scout for information, and a small team will follow me. Yes. After Luo gave the order, he led a small team towards Tang City. Tang City was close at hand, and they arrived at the edge of the city within a few minutes. It's just when they hold guns and prepare to explore this unknown city. But the moment they entered the dense fog, they saw a scene that shocked them. Oh my god! What's going on here? It's such an eerie feeling. There are too many spider webs. Thick fog blocked all sunlight, turning the city from day to night abruptly. If only that was the case. The point is that in the end of the world, the lush green plants can only be found in the outermost periphery of the city. All the flowers and trees in the city have withered. Even the concrete walls are covered with grey cracks and moss as if they have been exposed to the wind and sun for hundreds of years. Seeing this scene, Luo frowned. A smell of decay. Call out, puff. A powerful bow and arrow suddenly shot out from the thick fog, directly piercing a soldier's lower abdomen. This is... Next second. Whoosh whoosh. Countless powerful arrows followed. Withdraw, withdraw quickly. Luo roared and quickly gave the order to retreat. At the same time, he fired the gun in his hand continuously into the dense fog. Da-da-da-da. Although they couldn't see what was in the dense fog, they could only keep shooting into the dense fog. Because only in this way can they feel more secure in their hearts. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to intend to kill them all, and they successfully withdrew within a moment. It was only less than 5 seconds after they withdrew, a shadow 4 or 5 stories high appeared in the thick fog. The ethereal voice also rang through their minds. This time it's just a warning, next time. Kill without mercy. Chapter 499. How many children of luck are there in this world? Luo didn't know. But in the process of advancing in all directions, the army will definitely encounter some things it has never seen before. This Luo is almost certain. At this time, due to the dense fog in Tang City, Luo and the others could not see the true appearance of this huge shadow. But those 2 terrifying pupils like light bulbs were enough to make them fearful. Before Luo had time to think too much, he quickly covered his subordinates and left this dangerous place. At the same time, Yanjing, the living room of the villa next to the red police base. The chariot receiver placed randomly on the coffee table turned into Lu Ruobing's figure in the light projected by it. Luo rested comfortably on the sofa with his hands on his head, listening to Lu Ruobing's recounting of recent events. There is still no news about that ant. No. Lu Ruobing shook her head. I have already spread spies in every corner of Yanjing City, but still. Forget it, this woman's ability is a bit troublesome. Liu waved his hand, go and do your work. During this time, Liu didn't have much to do. Apart from integrating his own strength every day, he just wanted to find a way to break through. Of course, there is also Caroline's goo poison. He also asked Lu Ruobing to ask Wang Hao and people in the civilian area, but they all said that they were not familiar with this ant. Not to mention knowing her personal situation, no one even knows where she lives. It was as if there had never been such a person in this world. By the way, let me ask you one more thing. Before Lu Ruobing hung up the communication, she suddenly spoke. What's up? Aside from being very strong, does the Son of Luck have any other characteristics? Of course there are. For example, most of them were dicks before the end of the world, but now that the end of the world has come for so long, there is no way to find out their identities before the end of the world. Liu stroked his chin and thought for a moment, why don't you pay attention to their names? Name. He is powerful and happens to be one of the 8 surnames Yelin Chen Su Qin Chu Xiaogu, so you can send someone to notify me. That's all right, I know. After saying this, Lu Ruobing hung up the communication between the two. Since Liu had a showdown with them, they solved a lot of doubts, and at the same time began to help Liu pay attention to the movements of the Son of Luck. With their help, Liu would be much more relaxed. Heaving a sigh of relief, Liu looked at the ceiling, and the figures of 2 women suddenly flashed in his mind. Shang Guanlinglong, Chen Yuxi. Both women are rewarding heroines. Shang Guanlinglong has already slept with her, but she hasn't received the reward yet. It's a pity that she has left without saying goodbye, and Liu has no way to start. And Chen Yuxi is from the city plane, so it will take some time to deal with her. Therefore, if you want to improve your strength at present, you can only find another way. Liu, aren't you going to go out today? The sound of So Qingyu coming down from upstairs interrupted Liu's thoughts. I'm a little angry recently, and I don't want to go out very much. Liu said casually. There are no powerful monsters, and no chance to become stronger, so why go out by yourself? It's better to stay at home and lie flat. A little angry. Hearing this, So Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, and then came to Liu's side charmingly and lay down in her arms. Do you want my concubine to help you lower the fire? Liu, dot. This sacred body is a good thing. Otherwise, with so many women who are also awakened around, no matter how high Liu's level is, he might not be able to bear it. But now, go to the bedroom. Liu got up and hugged him horizontally, So Qingyu snorted and hooked him around the neck, and then the two disappeared into the living room of the villa together. There is no way, Li Wanning is pregnant recently, and other women have followed Lu Ruobing to lead the army to fight. So Qingyu, Luo Kikai and Xiao Manli were the only 3 women left by Liu's side. So during this period of time, he can only hang out with them. At this time, Liu had no idea that Lu Ruobing, who had just finished communicating with him, had already received information from Tang City. And almost at the same time. Roar. A terrifying roar sounded in the depths of the jungle east of Yanjing. The appearance of ferocious beasts would often cause a commotion among monsters, and if it was serious, it would even trigger a wave of beasts. So hearing this sound, a large number of birds and beasts scattered and fled in all directions, and snakes, insects, mice, and ants fled in all directions. Only a giant black python sleeping coiled in the grass opened its terrifying vertical pupils. Hey, another one with good strength has come. Xiaohua has left, let's go meet it for a while. Hiss. Hearing the sound transmission of the giant black python, a flower python that was smaller than it next to it came out from the grass with a letter. Children of luck, except for some lone rangers who take the dark route. Usually, they will bring some younger brothers by their side, even if Zhang Chen is a snake. But no matter how much Zhang Chen holds grudges, no matter how fast his evolution is, he is still the soul of a human being. It has no certainty of defeating Liu, so it is impossible to take the younger brother directly to the human territory to seek revenge on Liu. It has been hiding in the jungle since its failure in the battle for the ground spirit fruit last time. Hey, wait a minute, there seems to be someone in front. Zhang Chen was about to cross the weed-covered road and go to the opposite jungle to tame another younger brother. Suddenly, I saw a middle-aged uncle running desperately on the road. The middle-aged uncle is short in stature, ragged, and has dark yellow skin. Behind him are 2 fire wolves and a group of pitch-black bone-eaters. Originally, there was nothing wrong with a middle-aged uncle or a monster appearing here, but this middle-aged uncle ran extremely fast. And that machete in this guy's hand. Zhang Chen wanted to go over to see what happened, but when the middle-aged uncle ran to a big tree at a road corner, he suddenly turned around. Bringing an afterimage to the back of the big tree and leaning against the trunk, the whole person immediately merged with the big tree. The fire wolf and the bone eater lost their target, jumped over the big tree and chased into the distance. Zhang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the scimitar in the middle-aged uncle's hand and the escape technique used by the other party. Could it be her? The monster went away, and the middle-aged uncle showed his body and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't take these monsters seriously either, and walked quickly towards Yanjing City after identifying the direction. Boom! A black python suddenly appeared and blocked her way. What the hell? Seeing this terrifying giant python, the middle-aged uncle was taken aback for a moment, and then subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. But the moment he turned around, he saw the lines on the python's body and the pair of protrusions on his forehead. You are black. Zhang Chen spat out the letter and nodded the snake's head. My god, are you really black? Hiss. When Zhang Chen spat out the letter, he deliberately made a sound, as if asking him why he was like this. The short, middle-aged uncle seemed to be able to understand what Zhang Chen said. I didn't expect you to grow up so big. But you ask me why I look like this? I really can't say that. I can only tell you that the human heart is sinister. If I don't change my appearance, when I go out alone, I will easily be in danger. Fizz. Drib. Zhang Chen was still about to say something when an electronic notification sounded from the middle-aged uncle. He took out a pager-like thing from his pocket and pressed a button on it. A woman's voice came from inside. Langer, where are you now? The middle-aged uncle put away the scimitar, made a booing gesture to Zhang Chen, and then said in a little girl's voice, I accepted a mission to collect herbs, and I'm collecting herbs outside. What's the matter, Sister Ruobing, is there any mission? Send me your coordinates and stay where you are. What? What? Hurry up. Oh, yes. Chapter 500 The City of Death. Langer agreed, and then hung up the communication. However, she did not send the coordinates to the other party immediately, but first looked at the black python in front of her. Xiao He, hurry up, my captain is coming, it would be bad if she sees your presence. Hiss. Zhang Chen spat out the letter, somewhat reluctantly. But it also knows that the current self is a giant python that is incompatible with human beings. So he nodded helplessly, and took the flower python behind him into the bushes across the road. Seeing this, Langer let out a sigh of relief, and after sending Lu Ruobing her coordinates, she came to the big tree before. First, he replaced the scimitar in his hand with a delicate dagger, and then took out a few photos from the storage ring. In the photo, apart from his current appearance as a middle-aged uncle, there is also an elderly man, a teenage girl and an aunt in her 40s. He left a photo of the little girl behind and threw the others back into the ring. In a moment, a ragged, innocent little girl came out from behind the big tree. After another 5 minutes, the black gunship appeared above her head. The rope ladder was lowered from the helicopter, and Langer climbed up very swiftly using both hands and feet. In the cabin of the helicopter, besides the helicopter pilot, there was also a heroic woman and a pair of beautiful twins. Seeing these three people, something strange flashed in her eyes. Sister Ruobing, Zyro, Xiu. Okay. Lu Ruobing nodded. Something happened in Tang City, which may use your ability, so I came here and called you together. It's okay, if Sister Ruobing has anything to do, just ask her. Obviously, Langer would be easy. In other words, she has the same ability as the Red Police spy. At this time, not only in appearance, she changed from a middle-aged uncle to a little girl. In terms of character, it is also a seamless connection. She spoke innocently, even Lu Ruobing, who was not weak, didn't see any flaws in her. Set off. Blah blah blah. The helicopter's propeller roared loudly, leading the four of them forward, and within an hour, they landed on the edge of Tang City. They are fully armed and act vigorously. After getting off the helicopter, after figuring out the current situation, they set off directly in the direction of Tang City. It has to be said that the strength of a person's combat power these days can no longer be judged by gender and age. It's like the girls' foursomes these days. Before the end of the world, who would have thought that such four people could become one of the main forces against those alien creatures? According to the clues we got, as long as you get close to the dense fog in the city, you will be sensed by the creatures inside. So for the sake of safety, we need awakened ones with the ability to hide, and go in and find out what's going on inside first. Lu Ruobing looked at Langer in front of him, and said solemnly, Langer, be careful, if you find that you can't do anything, remember to ensure your own safety first. Yes, I know. Langer clenched the delicate dagger in her hand, and nodded solemnly. The words just fell. A cloud of human-shaped black smoke of the same size as her appeared in front of her. Langer stretched out her hand towards He Wu, and He Wu did the same. The two held hands and soon became one. On the surface, Langer is no different from before, but in fact she has concealed her aura. Shadow Escape, one of the Shadow Assassin's exclusive skills. After use, it will continue to consume different energy, but it will block all of its own breath, ignoring most of the perception abilities and tracking items. Escape and Shadow Escape are both one of the Shadow Assassin's exclusive stealth skills. One is optical invisibility, invisible to the naked eye. The other is scientific invisibility that cannot be detected by radar. However, although Shadow Escape can be seen by people, the level required to awaken this ability is higher than that of Escape. Because after using this skill, it can move at will. According to the information given by Lu Ruobing, Lenger clenched the dagger in his hand, and carefully slipped into the fog in front of him. Lenger is actually a pseudonym. Her real name is Bai Yueguang. Because she was a very talented young girl from Miao, she was adopted by a high-level Hmong. The expert taught her disguise, raising gu, fighting, and assassination. Let her, who was gifted since she was a child, quickly become a veritable female killer. After the end of the world, she awakened the ability of Shadow Assassin. This ability itself has a certain ability to change appearance. Coupled with her own ability, it is like a tiger with wings added. Originally, the strength of the assassin was very weak. Not to mention wrestlers, even warriors and archers can easily crush them in terms of strength. They cannot use heavy weapons such as axes, hammers and machetes against monsters. It will be more difficult to hunt monsters than ordinary combat awakeners. But Bai Yueguang has a machete. This scimitar is similar to Chen Yang's ancient book, and it was passed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. The end of the world is coming, and the machete mutates. This powerful weapon more than makes up for what she lacks in strength. She also relied on this scimitar to become a shadow assassin walking in the dark. My system has been uninstalled, and their systems should also be uninstalled, but why do I always feel something is wrong? Bai Yueguang, who was walking in the dense fog of Tang City, couldn't help muttering in her heart. Yes, Bai Yueguang is Ant's son, and she is also the first daughter of luck to receive the task of the mother-child system. Her mission is, to hide beside Wang Hao to protect his safety. As long as Wang Hao is safe for one day, she can get an attribute or item reward to solve Wang Hao's troubles, and the reward can be doubled. On the first day when the system was bound, she also went through an ideological struggle. After compromising the system, she disguised herself and lurked beside Wang Hao. When the twin sisters approached Wang Hao, she had been lurking beside him for more than 20 days. Forget it. No matter what, my current identity is a soldier under Lu Ruobing. So, let's see what's going on here first. Bai Yueguang shook her head and stopped thinking about it, and began to turn her thoughts to her task. Hey, how did this city become like this? Bai Yueguang, who came back to her senses, looked at the strange scene in the thick fog, and couldn't believe her eyes. The bustling city that was originally inhabited by humans has turned into a desert? Those plants that are full of vitality outside are all withered at this time? Although some buildings are engraved with ancient patterns and totems, the ground is full of bones, and occasionally one or two ghost lights can be seen. The whole city is filled with the breath of death. Relying on the ability of Shadow Escape, Bai Yueguang continued to walk in, and soon she heard footsteps. This is patrol. She didn't have time to think too much, and quickly found a stone pillar to hide her figure. There are more than one stone pillars, which are evenly distributed on both sides of the street. On each of them is a huge weird bat statue. The size of the bat statue is larger than a person, and it is lifelike standing on the stone pillar. Bai Yueguang glanced at it, and was a little puzzled about where these stone statues came from. But the approach of the patrol caught her attention immediately. Because she has the ability of Shadow Escape, the patrolling soldiers naturally didn't find it. But after seeing the appearance of these soldiers, she felt a storm in her heart. Skeleton. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. After all, he is a killer who has lived in the apocalypse for more than a year. After seeing the skeleton patrol walking away, not only was she not frightened by these skeleton monsters, but after thinking for a while, she decided to continue walking in. Over time, she came to a conclusion. The city is barren, with bones everywhere, plus the occasional ghost fire and a large number of skeleton patrols with cold weapons. This is a city of death. Humans. Since they came in recklessly, let's stay. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Next second. Click, click, click. The giant bat statues on all the surrounding stone pillars are starting to crack. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.